Hi, this is Domino and Catherine from Guardian Angel League. We are here today to do our pick'ems in advance for the Tactician's Crown. It's going to be very exciting. I'm excited to see all the games, and I can't wait to do these pick'ems.
Me too. Thank you, Domino. Let's get
Let's see.
started.
Yeah.
Okay, crystal ball.
What do we have with this here? Choose which players will be in the top 3 of Space God's Tac Crown at the end of the event. Ooh, our top 3 with positions. Okay. That's a lot of players to pick from. Thoughts?
Thoughts? I feel like I want to put Darthnub first.
We do love Darth Nub around here.
We do.
I think somewhere in the top 3 Darth Nub. I also think maybe Conda. Conda 1.
I think Conda, so I was honestly thinking about maybe third for Conda.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
Tidal is here, and if I don't put Tidal in my top 3, I feel like that would be a mistake.
That's understandable. I do like Horo X as well. And Jetasaur, Glad. There's so many options here.
Yeah, I was Jetasaur too, but I think I'm gonna go with Tartman.
Okay.
We'll just go.
I'm gonna
here.
go. You know what? I'll do it different, and I'll go Conda 1 first because why not? And I'll go Darthnub second and Glad third. I definitely gonna be correct in this, 100%.
Okay, I changed. So I changed to what's on screen now.
Darthnub, title, GG.
Yep.
I like it.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you're getting at.
Alright, now regional ranking.
This in the region. Order all the regions that have representation in this tournament. Alright. Who do we think comes up top?
Well, so if you're doing it according to who you picked first, second, third, shouldn't you also like reflect?
I should be putting Americas, and then what I do know is that APAC is coming in with some absolute fighters.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little bit of a scary thought. You know, if I did put America's top 1 and 2, we'll see, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think if I want to reflect my top 3 pick, I'll go America's APAC, EMEA, CN, which is, it kind of doesn't make sense, maybe. But EMEA at the bottom doesn't make sense either.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It really doesn't.
Nobody
but
wants
EMEA
to be
at the bottom doesn't make no sense.
I know. Alright, I think I'll just do this.
Listen. I have to do it. I have to bump EMEA up. Yeah. I am a sleeper EMEA agent at the end of the day.
Alright, second. Sounds good.
What else we got?
Top 8.
End of day 2, right? Yeah, so who makes it to day 3? Our top 3 for one, like for starters, right?
Yeah, we know who we think is top 3. So that's pretty easy.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I should throw Conda now in that 4th spot. So we can put them in a different order here, actually.
That's true. This is at the end of day 2, right?
Yeah. I like Steppy. And I like Milo. I think I'm gonna...
Upset Max had such a good showing as well. It feels bad to leave him out.
Yes. I feel like Upset Max is gonna be on that bubble going, like, right here.
You know? And then maybe, like...
And, like, some tiebreaker is gonna be heartbreaking. Like, they would finish, like, 10th, which is still an amazing showing.
Yeah. Of course, but for the purposes of this, I kind of feel like you're onto something.
Oh, I had to put Soju. I almost forgot to put Soju. So I'm gonna put Soju. I think this is not as good of a regional representation as I would hope for,
Sure.
but I do think it's like pretty
I mean,
possible.
I feel like a lot of final lobbies have been, you know, like half of it is one region and the other half is everyone jumbled together.
I'm not too familiar with the CN participants this time around, but I do think I'll put Hwanmi in there because
Yeah, I mean,
of faith.
Hwami,
Okay, I think I'm good.
fingers crossed. I think so too. I think this makes sense.
Okay.
What's next? Win rate player. Okay. Now see this. Where's me first or eighth when you need him?
True.
There's always dish soap.
Yeah. I was gonna say, whenever I think about
it.
consistency, like consistent placements, it's
Yeah, but I feel
dish
like
soap
this
does come to
isn't
mind.
it? Dish soap gets very consistent top fours, but not very consistent first places.
Sure.
Right, I feel like he's a safe-ish player in the sense that like his placements is always like to the higher end, but it's not necessarily like you need to play risky, right? If you're gonna hit those firsts a lot.
I think I'm gonna go with title here.
You're gonna go with title.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I'd looked over player stats a bit more for this one for sure. You know what? I think I'm gonna go upset Max.
Yeah.
I mean, he needs to be somewhere in my pick'ems because I really was impressed last week. How many 3-star 5 costs we'll see during the event? That's the next one? Really? Nobody's playing for that these tournament, right? Like, we haven't seen a single person sell board.
I'm just gonna put one because I do want it.
That's true. I do want it, and I can see this happening in like lower lobbies. You know what I mean? Like when you really need that like extra couple points.
Oh, the minimum health. See, the thing is, I'm pretty sure we have numbers on our side. I think we know 3 HP wins happen. So
yes.
I feel comfortable.
We saw
going
it.
3,
what
4.
like last game? I'm gonna go 1-2.
1-2. All right. They didn't give a funny option.
Do not begin. I can't. Oh my god.
Okay, the longest game.
Stage 7. We're in stage 7. It doesn't go stage 8 ever. That'd be cool, but like I don't think that's actually been seen in tourney.
I think
7-2? 7-2,
yeah, I was
7-3?
leaning somewhere around here too.
I'm gonna go with 7-2.
I'm gonna go 7-1. I don't know if this is a pick'em, but personally, I think we actually will see a lot of prismatic.
I hope so, because it's 10 times more fun to cast.
Be impacting our games a little bit. So, earliest.
I mean,
I think I'll go 6-2 here. This feels pretty average, but if we think that all of the lobbies are going to feel accelerated anyway.
A lot of players are playing full open, taking extra damage at the start. I feel like games might end quickly.
That's a very good point.
It could end on like a 6-1. How many games will be played on day 3? So you can't go past 8. I think our average on all of these casts has always been 7 games.
I know.
It's always been 7 games. I mean, I swear, like every single time. It's been 7 games apart from, I think, one tourney with like Weijin.
Yeah.
You think it's 5?
I think it's 7.
Yeah, I also think it's 7. It's gonna be 7.
And it's gonna be good too. It's gonna be
like tasty.
Yeah. Different winners.
How many different players will win a game? So out of 8.
On day 3.
On day 3, like while trying to get in check or to win.
Yeah. Since we went 7 games.
Since we went 7 games,
it's got to be
like
around
it would be
4.
At least 4, right?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with. Oh, but 6 would be exciting. But do I think it's gonna happen? I think 4.
I'm not convinced it's gonna happen. I'll say 5.
Okay. 5 would also be super exciting.
People are playing spoils and stuff. Like,
yeah.
You get a bit of variety, I guess. And Grand Final's not open yet, so we don't get to take a look at that.
No, we'll have to, if we can wake up early enough to do it right before the games start, we'll have to tune back in.
That is going to be very early.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about your pick'ems?
I feel pretty good. I feel pretty confident. The amount of games on the last day. I think that's what I feel most confident on.
Understandable, really. Mm-hmm. The one I'm least confident about is probably the regional ranking.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's
least
just
confident.
It makes no sense for CN to be on the bottom. It to some extent makes no sense for America to be on top, but also I think America's going 1-2, so.
And I wouldn't want to,
we'll see.
You know, have different messaging in my rankings, because then that totally feels like I'm not confident, you know?
Yeah. That's true, but we'll see how it goes, because I mean, I feel like TFT is probably one of the games where you see the most range in terms of region strength every year.
Yeah. Yeah, for
so
sure.
Anything could happen. We'll see.
Anything could happen, and we're gonna find out super shortly right after this.
Ooh! Bro! What the? I just lost. Dude.
Oh, all right. So not the bounce. Yo, he's got. Okay, wait, he's got the flares. Oh, he's got the moves.
God damn!
Damn!
Holy!
Wow.
I mean, I don't use any stats. I use stats.
Actual thoughts, silly.
Highway will be your regional finals champion. Comes out on top.
Okay, the thing is, it's actually okay. The thing is, it's not even that good.
Funny.
Ah! Mon Dieu, la reine! Elle n'est pas terminée! Revenez tous dans le bateau!
Bro, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. You guys have no idea. La conseguí. Phew.
Wait, he asked me to get on the boat, but where's the boat going?
Straight to the finals, baby.
That's right.
Okay,
My favorite, I love dank memes. You go, enters the clip. The villain is laugh.
I don't know if you noticed, but the clip there from Safo, that's 2 different clips where a wasp
Oh my
has
God.
entered
They're like
his
a
room
year apart,
during
right?
a tournament. Yeah, 2 years apart, actually.
Oh my god.
Someone call the exterminator for him so he doesn't have a bee in his house when he's playing today. I don't know. Or maybe the competitors will unleash them for nefarious purposes. But you know, we love our competitors, and we're going to be keeping our eyes on their cameras all weekend long, because who doesn't love moments like that? But also, please make sure that you're continuing to watch our stream, because we will have Set 18 exclusive reveals during our competition, and you're not going to want to miss those. The set looks great.
I'm not going to say anything.
No leaks.
I know if I open my mouth, I'm going to leak.
Okay.
I'm not saying a word.
I just think that,
Thumbs up.
but I say this about every set. The set looks great and the set looks amazing, so you're going to want to stay tuned for all of that. But one thing before we get into the action today has to be addressing the elephant in the room, and that we can make history here at the Tactician's Crown with 4 competitors in particular.
Look at them there. Those names are names most of our viewers will already know. But if not, don't worry. We're going to keep you up to speed here. Dish Soap and Tidal on the outer fringes there. Really the behemoths that you're looking for. 2-time Tactician's Crown champions in their own right. The only 2 players in the world that carry 2 of those crowns. Now with a chance to get a triple.
Both of which have been on a journey for the last few sets. It hasn't been since set 13 that Dish Soap made top 8 in a regional finals. And for Tidal, we haven't seen him return to this dominant domestic form really since he won in set 12. Despite that, they both had fantastic sets. Dish Soap, especially in particular, 3rd in pro points in the Americas, still has the best career average placement in the region. I have very high hopes for these players.
It is an odd numbered prime number set.
Oh.
Right?
Ooh.
Set 17 is a prime number. So
Yeah,
I
believe
feel like
so.
it might be Dish Soap's time for the 3rd.
He is good on odd-numbered sets.
So
Yeah.
he says.
But, you know, there's also the fact that you got to think about Darth Nub coming off of as the reigning Tactician's Crown champion. Is this time for a 2-peat to happen?
Well, right. We've never seen the 2P, and Darthnub went into the last TAC round as a strong player, but maybe not a favorite. This time around, because he's continued to have that dominance domestically, this is the first time that we've seen Darthnub enter a global international tournament, perhaps as one of the elite favorites of the event.
See, I think Darthnub won last time because you guys put him in D tier.
Yep.
You didn't put him in D tier this time. There isn't even a D tier, which I understand after that
We put him in
clash.
S.
So maybe he needs that kind of fire
Yes.
to be doubted, because I remember him retweeting it as well. But of course, speaking of fire, speaking of passion, and speaking of a player that you need to watch out for, I mean, Juanya is in here. He has won Tactician's Crown, but he has also won an Open. And there is an argument to be made about the Opens having a very different difficulty curve, and it's not too long ago either.
Yeah, there's a certain level of prestige that comes with winning an Open because there are more competitors, varying degrees of skill, which just means that you've got to change your tune whenever you are in a lobby with different folks.
When I think of Juanmie, the one thing that comes to mind is that he is hot and cold. He can sometimes have an incredible set in the CN region and go to TAC round and not perform. In fact, the last 2 TAC rounds that he's played in have not been very successful. Despite that, he has been on fire this set. 33% win rate in the CN TPC. Juanmie looks like an elite player.
I mean, I feel like in general, the CN region is something that in the past sets was maybe a little bit undervalued, but last set in particular, Saya nearly ran away with it, wasn't able to clutch it up. There is, I think, a bill still open from CN.
Oh, jeez. Saya's AVP will be one to remember forever
Yep, but
at a
instead,
Tactician's Crown.
Aaliyah stopped him from winning and gave the alley-oop to the Americans. High five, Makes. Give it, come on, give it to me. All right.
Well, you know what? These competitors, we will certainly keep you up to date on whether or not history will be made here. But hopefully you will join us in making your own history by coming to compete at a TFT event yourself. Scan the QR code, head to CompeteTFT.com, and figure out how you can either start or continue your journey as a competitive TFT player.
Yeah, I mean, you at home watching, you could be the next player at a Tactician's Crown. Isn't that amazing? Everybody can make it.
Everybody, I could do it.
I don't know about you.
Hello,
They
everybody.
could.
I'm going to keep the audio of the stream running in the background, but for the meantime, I think that we can get started with our coverage here at GAL. So hopefully I'll be joined by some other of our talent later, but to start, let's take a look at the lobbies that we'll have. So I was talking with Domino earlier, and I think that According to both of our pick'ems, we would start with either lobby 4 or lobby 5 because of upset max. Chippy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. We really appreciate that over here at Gal. All the subs and everybody's continued support means a lot. We can continue to contribute to our prize fund this way. But yeah, I'm not sure where the broadcast is gonna take us, but if we had a choice, I would love to see 4 or 5. And before we get started, we'll just quickly go over the formats as well for today. It's looking pretty good.
Be like this. We didn't get a chance to talk about YBY1, but this is a competitor that how many times has been at a Tactician's crown?
Wait a second, our gods are being
Oh.
chosen.
Oh, it's
We can
Thresh.
Oh.
Very cool.
Okay.
Seeing Thresh and Yasuo for game number 1.
Well, we had our experts break it down, and Thresh brings so much randomness and
That's true.
fun and whimsy, dare I say, to a Tactician's crown game.
And Yasuo on the other side, they explained, brought a lot of the combat power. It lets you sometimes get a soft 4th item on your carry.
A little bit of chaos or trusted stability. Let's see what our players are going to be choosing, but it will be loot subscription on top of that. So really a high variance game to start us off.
Let me
Now,
switch
Necro, you
this
brought
out.
something up
the
that we didn't
white
get to talk
one.
about too much, which was YBY being in this lobby, who we didn't get to cover in the pre-show. He is, in my mind, the favorite for the entire event. I actually think this player, you look at his Tactician's crown record of going 3rd, 9th, right? He's been elite internationally
Awesome.
and domestically for so long. He has to be the best player in the world who has not won a TAC crown for.
I mean, all of those 3rd places add up to a 1st at some point, right?
Well, they
That's
actually
not
add
how
up to a
math
9,
works,
which is how we got the 9.
Oh, okay. No, we got the 9, and it's got split into 3rds, which gives you the 3 third places. And that's going to get split into 3rds, and then you get the 1st place.
Okay.
That's how math works.
Okay,
I
I'm going to
also
let you
have
guys
to
fight this one out, personally, and
rename
I will choose
the
to focus on one of
title.
the goats. Juan,
This
we
is
talked about him
technically a
in
watch
the pre-show
party.
here as well. I do
Not
agree
sure
with
if
you,
that
Gangly.
super
I think
matters.
he can be very hot and cold. I think Tidal and Dish Soap are similar in that regard. It's just something on these absolute beast players where if they're good, they're really good. But even if they're not at that very high level, they are still reaching the Tactician's crown. They're still playing among the best of the world. So we'll have to watch and see if this is one of the sets where Juanmi can really pop off.
Ooh, first
I
augment we're
think
going to get in the
it
game
will
is going to
be because I
gold.
also have Hwani.
Now, it's kind of interesting
in my
because we're seeing a
tops,
couple
in my
of
pick'ems.
good spots to start out.
I'm
with.
also
We've got a
rooting
Nova
for
start
him,
for
Mix.
Steppy. We've got the Meeple start for VCLF, 2-star Leona, which could certainly lead into something more there for Hwamie. But do you kind of try to think about like your start when you're picking your augment, or are you hoping that you're going to get econ out of this to think about the long game?
Does seem like he's considering Heart of Steel here. That is what he takes. Also, the loot subscription comes in, and it is going
Wow.
to be a lucky item chest. And I really like this. I don't know if he knew what the loot sub was. He might have been scouting around to see if someone else had picked it already. But what this does allow you to do is get an immediate 2 items on your Leona. And he's actually going to go for 3, it looks like, instead. Actually, slamming the Heartsteel on the Leona, not only will he get 2 procs of the additional maximum HP, but he actually now has the ability to maybe just make a backline item instead.
Yeah, I really like this very strong early estate game as we are looking across our augment choices. I'm also seeing the Cluttered Mind there at the bottom for Soju, which I'm very interested on what kind of comp he's looking at, that he went down that route. And of course, we're looking at Steppy right now, who just picked up, you know, a little bit of Gamba here for the start.
Econ is always really valuable on stage 2, so picking up booster pack can not only give you money
Did
and
we
get your
go
interest going, it
over-
also can give you
okay.
direction. You find out what's upgraded on your
Stargazer
board. You can see he
already.
was able to find the Leona 2 off that booster pack, so gives him at least an idea that he wants to play maybe into the Shepherd line or have something with a Vanguard front line.
Is that Is that the Jax
It sure is.
hero augment?
That is going to be the Jax hero
Oh,
augment.
yes.
We don't get to see hero augments all too often, but the Jax hero one has been quite strong for a while. It's gotten a little bit of a touch here and there to bring
I'm
it
a
down.
Stargazer
but
enjoyer
it is still
myself,
a very
too.
reasonable augment, especially when you're able to play it with a Jax 2 on stage 2.
I like these Jinx items.
We've seen it in our regional finals do really well week 1, and then it did a lot worse week 2. I feel like when everybody was catching up to the
Apologize
hero
in
augments,
advance
the reach
for like
the
the
stars.
slight
Really
eating
something that can do well
noises.
if your Stargazer's also in your favor. A little bit of an update on that is going to be the altar for this game. So you can play among that Stargazer
Okay, the
for
altar.
sure to get that Jax comp online.
What other types of carries are you looking for? Because I feel like that does lend itself pretty well to being able to also play Xayah, but that might be kind of difficult if you're trying to re-roll for the Jax and then also try to hit 8.
Yeah, I think the most reasonable way to think about it is that how can I play around the Stargazer reroll line? So you could play it around TF, but I think most likely we're going to be seeing it around the Lulu, which has been a little bit more popular. Also, because you're going to be playing for level 7, more units will be dying, so you'll be able to get the altar proc a little bit faster as well. So I would expect this to look like a pretty standard Lulu reroll board.
I think so too. Going to be looking to also get probably that Pantheon in there to really round out those 3 stars. But let's take a look here at YBY1. We mentioned him, one of the players to watch in this entire tournament for sure, is currently playing around this just AP flex around the Fate Weavers. I'm pretty sure he hasn't locked himself in too much just yet, is thinking about Dark Stars, thinking about LeBlanc. Both are options you can go into from here, I think.
I feel like we're going to see a pretty hotly contested Vanguard AP. If you see the Leona lock-in from Hwamie already getting the stacks on the Leona, you see the item slam right now with the Rabadons and the Jewel Gauntlet. And a couple of other competitors are also already formulating these Vanguard front lines. I'm nervous. A couple of these players are going to lose out on that race.
Let's see how many of them
This
are
classic
tempted by the
combo of
gods
Yasuo
here.
Thresh.
I see a lot of those little legends spawning over on the side of Thresh.
Yep, a lot of
Steppy,
Gambas.
notably not going over there. Soju also deciding to go with Yasuo instead.
This is such a classic Soju move. We
Yes.
saw this throughout the regional finals in the Americas, that many times that other players will opt to take Econ or some of the more chaotic options. Soju will consistently play for what gives him a strong stage 3. He wants to be able to save HP on stage 3 so that he can play a 4-cost line that allows him to have enough health to still be strong. And even if he doesn't play for a top 1 or a
Not
top 2
seeing
very
it this
consistently,
game, but we did
saving
talk
that
about
HP
it
through
with
raw combat power
Domino
is where
that
he earns his top
some of our
4s.
players were
Checking in with
using
Horo,
like a
playing
full
what Mia does
open kind of
best, right? This
strategy.
is the comp, and Mia
So I'm
has
not seeing
played
that
so much
big
more
of a
than
health
all the other
discrepancy
regions,
just yet.
is playing around the Primordians, just looking on the items here, but seems like he sold the Jinx he had early, so
87s.
deciding to maybe go a
Workable.
little bit more into a late game board. So there's a bit of a pivot that we're actually watching. So I saw his board, I saw a Jinx, I saw the Death Blade and the Rage Blade, and I was like, okay, clearly Jinx Primordian reroll.
Oh,
but
Emilio
Horo
too
actually moving here.
on the other side.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the cause of the pivot was. Probably was something to do with hitting the Gwen 2. He thought the board would be stronger, but he is on the 3 loss, now a 4 loss, so I don't think he's all
We
that
already have
concerned
the
with
2
winning
rogue,
this
but do
next
we want
fight.
to hold
So
on to the Kaisa
the
instead of the
question here
Victor?
is, depending on what
if
Jetastores
we're
board
looking
looks
at
like,
the rogue line,
is Horo ever actually concerned about needing to make his board strong,
it's the same
weaker to secure
cost.
this 5 loss? Ooh, the Xayah being found
Oh,
there.
okay.
Rageblade, maybe not best in slot for Xayah, but certainly a serviceable item. Can carry the AD from the Deathblade as well.
And of course, that's really bad news.
Xayah
if you're the
did
player
not
that
show up
picked
in our
Wish for the
Stargazer
Stars, you're
shot,
playing around
which
that
is
Stargazer,
fine.
another player just gets that Xayah
The
delivered to
Maokai is
his
pretty.
hands. Feels a little bit bad, but let's check in with VCLF, is also one of the players that came from Tier 2, has broken into the regional finals in the Americas and has done really well there. Small sample size, but a player with a lot of history.
Yeah, if you look back to the older days of TFT, he was at the Tactician's Crown set 6, 7, and 8, 3 back-to-back-to-back. And this set, he was really known as being an AP specialist, played 6 games of Shepard, 4 of AP Flex, 3 of Groove, and then 3 of Lulu reroll as well. And based on the item slams we're seeing right now, it feels like that might just be the lane that he wants to stick in. Ooh, Hwanmei loses his streak. Nobody 5-streaking all the way into Krugs.
Tells us something
Kind of
about tempo in this
surprising.
lobby here. That is definitely something players will want to try and avoid to let others run away with it. Something else that we kind of have to mention here with how popular it's been in the regional finals as well is we don't have a contender for Anima here right now. So nobody really looking for that full lost streak opener into Hyro's High Reward.
So when we were
Could be that
on
nobody had a spot, but
Horrocks'
still
board,
something that is a little bit more rare.
because we were on that 3 loss streak at the time, I thought that was an
actually
Anima
have pretty
player, and it
strong
didn't
boards for
until
the
I
most
looked
part.
into the
Everyone has
standings,
upgraded some
put
pretty
2 and 2
key
together
frontline
that
units,
it wasn't
already
and nobody was
itemized some
running it.
things. I think you're right. Like maybe there just wasn't a spot, but also the tempo of the lobby seems pretty strong.
Let's see what the loot sub is going to be.
Oh,
Gonna be some gold
gold.
coming in. Everybody quite rich right now. Soju is going to be thinking about probably going to level 6 here. Yeah, it's a very cheap level up, so just needing to
Yeah,
hit
like if
40
there was
on
someone
breakpoint
still
while
at
keeping that
100,
clutter-
I would
clutter
say
9
that.
in. I think he's going to be really happy. And with no one else win streaking, there's a world where
Sorry,
he actually is
putting
an
my thoughts
uncontested
together. I
level
would
6,
say
but we'll
that-
find out right now. No, Steffi's going to go for the
No.
last minute
Horrocks
level up.
also
That's
is going to
what we were
level
seeing
up
Right.
here because he has
in like the
birthday
last 2
reunion.
weeks of tournament,
Horox
with, like,
actually opted
the
to
lobby
not
tempo
hit
being
5
even
loss streak,
more
even though
heavily
he was
tipped,
on 4.
but
Don't know
it's
if that was on
seeming
purpose
pretty
or not.
even.
But once
Coming
that
back.
loss streak was snapped, very clearly now just going to try and be winning through stage 3.
Another item slam since the last time that we saw him here is going to be that red buff there to really build out that AD trifecta.
Okay,
Let's
successful
see what
pivot,
the next
managed to
augment is
keep
going
the
to
win
be. Maybe
streak,
it will
not
be
gonna
favorable
teeter-totter.
to build out on the birthday reunion into a strong AD line.
Ooh, another gold.
Thinking about booster pack, it seems. Probably does want to get the econ.
Oh.
So Horox
There
is
we
set
go.
up, like Necro mentioned, taking the birthday reunion means that you really want to be able to go level 9, right? And once you get to level 9, you get a 2-star 5 cost. You also get the Thieves' Gloves by going level 7,
Healing
which we can see here. The
orbs.
early level 7 is going to be able to pick up the Thieves' Gloves and get a lot of combat power.
I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? You're angling AD, you're hoping for any of the tanks or an AD champion gets LeBlanc instead.
Well, the thing is, you actually can play the LeBlanc and just play an attack speed LeBlanc, right? You do have the Gwen that you have the Rage Blade and the red buff on, which will eventually go to something like the Vex. So hitting LeBlanc actually gives you now an item holder that you can use through stage 4 as you're going all the way to level 9.
Don't have a great spot for the Death Blade. I don't think you want to put that on the LeBlanc, but yeah, it's very nice to be able to maybe put in the Shepherds. It's going to be very contested, though. You know, as we start to see the game take a little bit more shape, there are a lot more competitors looking at that line. I mean, Soju will put some Vanguards in. We do also have the YBY1 with a couple of those Shepherds. Hwanmei did find Arbiter to pair with that with the Zoe and the Leona that he's trying to beef up.
True.
I think you are completely correct that we're going to have a lot of people contesting one another when we're at our level 8 boards. Hwanmei opts to take Urf's Gambit and then does lose the next fight, giving him the Frying Pan. So let's see where he's headed with that.
Yeah, I didn't see if he had open components there. I'm not sure if he's going to be slamming that emblem in the immediate, but we'll keep tabs on it and see. We'll check in on how that is working out. In the meantime, let's hop over to Soju, who has Shepard in, has been leveling on the back
Yes,
of the
a good
line, but is also
Soju
the
check
player that
in.
has spent the most of his gold already here, as he's currently sitting at 23.
One of the problems that Soju did face in the Americas Regional Finals is that, like we're seeing here, he's very quick to spend his gold, to lose interest if it means he can continue his streak. And actually, hold on, I'm going to hold this thought for a second.
Hold on. Will he,
Jack
though?
is looking scary, and the heal comes
He's
through.
gonna lose it.
Wow, the level to lose your streak is pretty brutal there, because one of the problems when you play this sort of play style is that despite the fact that you will be saving HP, the other players in the lobby will have more money than you because they're reaching these early
Did not like to see
which
that.
means they should be able to roll a little faster.
Some
Granted,
more mystery
Fluttered
loot and a
Bind will make up for some
storm
of that
hex.
econ,
That
but he
might
find
help
himself in a spot where he
some of
doesn't have the
the
money
AP
to contest
boards
the
in
other
this
players who are
lobby.
rolling on 8.
Someone like Soju might
your
pick this
mystery
up.
loot.
Hopefully, we'll see what Thresh gives our players. Certainly less of the players currently hopping on to Thresh on the right-hand side here. Maybe just wanting to benefit off of the Yasuo hex for this one, trying to keep their
that board
options
that
open
was
on what
looking at
final food they're gonna be
LeBlanc
taking
could have
from the
also
gods.
gone with a storm hex here.
Jetasaur, oh, did he just get 5 rerolls from his Thresh? I think he did.
I think he did.
That's really
Wow,
good
that
for
is
Jetasaur.
quite the high roll.
How nice when you're re-rolling.
Yep.
What
And
are
so
we,
what we're going to
6
see here
Jaxes?
is he has the ability to roll on 6, also to roll on 7. And so one of the forms of skill expression you find in this composition is whether you decide to stay on 6 to get your Jax all the way to 3-star, or if you feel, hey, I need to go 7 to stabilize my board a little bit earlier, have better odds for Lulu. So you can be rolling for basically everything on this board. Pantheon, Maokai, Jax, Lulu. So you have to find the right way to be strong at the right time.
Really nice that he has found the Lulu already to just help with that unit being there, being able to itemize it, even though it's Lulu 1. But I do think you want just a couple more copies of the Pantheon and the Jax to set yourself up for the best of success. I mean, he's streaking. He doesn't really need to make something happen right now, so he can afford to just spend a little time longer here and dig all of the extra gold into it. There's
we
also
picked up
another player
LeBlanc
that has
just
picked up
yet.
Thresh. That was BCLF. He got the training dummy. Everybody else got Storm.
Over here for Steppy.
Oh, I
Steppy
feel
is a player that I
little
was
bad.
keeping my eye on.
I would not want the training dummy personally.
Ooh, why do
Anima.
I teched in Anima, it looks like, that would have been maybe
late.
2 rounds ago, it looks like. So you're just having the 1 loss.
I like this though because while it's too late to try to get the 400 anima cash out, there's still good cash outs at 100 and 200 stacks that are just going to help give you some economy. So if you don't have anything else that you want to try to put in on your board, may as well get like the little 3-piece anima and get some value out of it.
Exactly. Exactly,
I
Necro.
agree. I think that's something we will also
Mid-game
see throughout the
tempo,
tournament a little
mid-game
bit more often whenever
stabilization.
players can afford to do that. We're just checking in with this fight here between Jetasaur and VCLF. VCLF, of course, on that Veigar printer. We talked about that one a lot across all regions, but he is struggling a little bit. Has been on an 8-loss streak, so not in the best position right now.
I have a feeling that VCLF is going to abandon his board entirely and go more into Space Groove. We did see on his bench he was holding
those
two
two Orns.
Orns. Yep. And playing the Epic Roll Down, he should be able to have enough econ to hit a lot of those pieces. Soju finds a Blitz on 7, does not...
See,
oh, he's
I
gonna
like
pick it
the
up. Okay.
items that
So
we have on
gonna be
Melio
trying to flex
for
around
Blitz.
some sort of Shepherd,
wouldn't be
Vanguard
surprised if
board,
he
finding
moves that over.
Blitzcrank and holding the Leona pair on his bench as well. Gives him a lot of those pieces. Such a flexible front line that you can play when you're playing around the Shepherd
Sometimes the
board, but you
split
do still
screen
need to find your
in
Karma
these
and your
pivot
LeBlanc.
roll
Those do
downs
generally feel like
is
important
really
parts
good.
of the
You
board.
can see VCLF doing
That's
the same
right. A lot
thing.
of upgrades now coming in across our board.
Okay.
Checking in
Big
with
pivot
Juan
here.
Yi, who has also been playing around this Veigar, similar to VCLF.
He is
Into
printing.
the
He is
meeples we go.
Does
Looking for
find-
Corky.
wait,
He needs to. He
Fizz.
needs. Yeah, he found one. Just there.
Okay, we're good. Get to print. And sitting at 5
Okay, no
Veigars
Corky
means that he
upgrade.
doesn't have to wait
We-
that long. One of the nice things about
we
the
pick the
composition
bow?
too
No.
is that you do get a little bit of money every
No
time you
more
print,
bow.
so he'll have some drip economy as he slowly gets his way. My fear for him, I'm going to be honest though, is that 47 HP is not that much HP to be at when you are carrying a Veigar 2 in stage 4.
Yeah, I think that's where you have to hope that this Rammus is going to tank enough for you to buy time for the Veigar and everything else. to
And he's
actually
tanking
do
a
its
lot.
job. And the solo tanking has worked for now.
So
Every win
VCLF
that Juan Yi is going to get is
Still
going to
has a pretty
at least
decent
help
amount
to
of
save costs on
econ.
it, but
Ooh,
maybe you get something
invested
here from the
might be
prismatic
big here.
augment.
definitely
not
a little bit
VCLF.
of a game changer here.
But he's
If
gonna
you
take
can
Earth's
just
grab
get the
bag.
correct
I
thing
wonder if
called the
that's gonna
chaos being
help
picked up by
their
Juanye
direction
is
into a
going
win
to be
streak
a
from
big
here.
question mark on what he actually gets.
Yes,
But of course, for
here
all
we
our
go.
other players, that is prismatic
Oh.
inflation. We're even seeing the Baron Slayer being picked up by Jedu as he plays against Juanye.
And VCLF did find Earth's grab bag, which we mentioned the pivot into Space Groove now means he'll be able to play the board with the Space Groove emblem, which is really what turns this board online, and finds the Riven 2 on the roll down. Still just the Nami 1,
Yep,
who finds
that's
Shen
nice.
as well. A lot of pieces here. Is about to finish his last free reroll, so cannot find the upgrade to this Nami, but does have a pretty strong board. Even the Morgana 2 will allow us to live for quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay, I like that a lot. Soju
YBY1 is actually teched
did
in some
not
of the mecha units alongside Karma.
end up putting
And
that Blitzcrank
Soju
on
here
the
did
board?
go down into the Arbiter
no.
line and the Shepherd
There it
line,
is.
despite that being hotly contested. Steffi is also looking for those units.
Yeah,
But
but
not the only player that's looking for
Soju
them.
saw
For
it.
sure, we did see the very
with
early
the
pickup
two
from
Namis on the
Horo
bench
as
too.
well. And we
Oh
also saw
boy.
a Sona bot there on the side of Soju, so Sona already on the board there as well.
Oh,
He
because
did
he's
have
got
the
cluttered
Blitzcrank
mind,
early,
so he
so
does
some
need that
legendaries
stuff.
coming
board.
in for him right now to just help out the board a little bit as we are taking a look. Yeah, there we are.
I'd like
yeah,
to
he's
see
able to get
if
5 Shepherd in
Steppy
and has a lot of the
got the
core
comp
pieces. The new 2
online.
is really good, but we do want to upgrade something in the back line. You can see he's even holding the Namis. If he does hit Nami 2, he can still play that. You get the replicator in from the Lissandra, and he wants to find something, whether it's Karma 2, LeBlanc 2, Nami 2, anything that's going to give us a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, but he's still trying to think about what is the best way for me to do this while also keeping my cluttered mind active.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is it lets him hold all the units in his bench
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
that he could pivot. He can just do a straight Space Groove pivot if he hits Nami 2. He has the Blitzcrank already. He has a Teemo there as well. He's holding a lot of pieces that would allow him to play a new front line with the Space Groove board.
Well, the problem is 3 of those Namis are already out of the pool as they're sitting on VCL's board, as we
Yep.
see right now. And
person
he
really
has
needed
certainly
to hit
really
something if they
had
wanted
luck with
a
this
chance to
pivot
come
that
back
we
in
saw
this
there
lobby.
early. Also
That's a
has
Shen 2.
a Shen 2
What?
on
Yeah,
the board.
big.
Yeah, I was getting there.
Okay, sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit. It was just pure
I get
shock.
it. I get it. Last choice, though, on our gods, and players are reverting back to Thresh.
Get
All the
yourselves
random
a little bit of money, but also when you do just have 2 Yasuo hexes, when you get the boon from Yasuo, you also get a little bit of money as well, in addition to making your hexes a little stronger.
I'm starting to get a little worried about Jedusor. All of these competitors getting these 4-cost units upgraded, and Jedusor is still missing some critical copies of the Jax and the Pantheon.
Yeah. We'll need to look at his board. There is an upgrade coming in here.
Wow, this is a beefy board from YBY. We don't generally see players playing the Mecha Asol composition without something like Anima. One of the conditions that YBY clearly believes is good enough, though, is playing from an artifact start. Silvermere Dawn is one of the most powerful artifacts on that mighty mech because he is a solo tank, and he does scale off of AD as well. So he clearly is finding that this is maybe his best way to stabilize the board.
YBY1 also got Lovers from the random boom, so a 5-cost and a 4-cost that share a trait that might have enabled the really massive board that we saw there just a little bit, but we are checking in with Horo X, who is playing a little bit of a Piba board, not good enough against a little Jax 3 with his Lantern.
Okay, so Jedu did find the Jax. I was a little nervous because when we checked in through those roll downs,
Oh,
it
the
had not
3-star
appeared
Vagar
yet,
came
but
through finally.
not too many copies off of some of the other upgrades that Jedusor
This
is
is
going
gonna
to
be
want
nice.
with the Aatrox as well as the Pantheon.
Yeah, one off the Pantheon, as we can see right now, it appears.
Right.
We're going to be able to make that happen. That's great news. And you mentioned it earlier, Gangly, we're still on level 6. This is rather late to hit those 2 upgrades, but we can still go to 7 and then finish out.
And we're
on the
not
middle of
even
Maokai.
that
Yeah, I agree.
behind
this does
in
feel
hell
a little bit
on
late,
that board
but
either.
one of the nice things about the composition is how much power that Jax gives you in the mid game. At this point in time, you've kind of done your job already. I don't know if Jedu is taking this augment thinking, hey, this is my ticket to winning the game. I think a lot of people are taking this thinking, hey, this is my ticket to finding a top 4. And sitting at 74 HP right now, I think finding those 2 pieces might feel like it gives you enough HP to really punch in that top 4.
Hwan Yi kind of on the brink of elimination, though, with getting the Poppy 3 online now. That was a huge hit from this Horo, not the Horo export, but it would be actually.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at that, I'm like, that's a level 9 board. I mean, Hwan Yi as well, actually, just hitting a level 9. I don't think that this Veigar and this Poppy reroll is going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, Hwan Yi needs to kind of solve a puzzle that seems rather unsolvable in terms of taking the lobby into account right now. I definitely agree with that. We do have a Sona. She's going to be itemized to help this Veigar just a little bit, but I'm not sure this front line can hold as much in comparison to some of the other boards we've seen. I'm a little bit worried for this one.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, the loot sub's going to give a 2-star 4 cost.
Quirky, he now has a chance to maybe run for the Quirky 3. Can't carry alone though. Don't try to sell your board. Just warning.
Yeah, but you're on 1 life and you might think that you're going to end up losing. Maybe we get a little lucky in the matchmaking. It is going to be up against Jedusor's board. If there is a board that you could potentially beat, it might be another, reroll, but this Jax is looking mighty scary.
Also, Jedu found the Riven 2 off of the loot sub, giving him a rogue. There's a lot of damage, though. The question here is, does the Jax live long enough for Baron's Lair to let him just 1v9?
Yeah.
Just the stain on
I
this
think the
Jett.
answer is yes.
It's brutal, right? So much sustain, so much healing that he is getting back there. He's just going to run over Hwan Yi, and we're going to have our first knockout in game number 1 of the Tactician's crown. In the meantime, we're checking in with Horo. He has built out this legendary soup board around the Vex now. LeBlanc before that. Still missing the upgrade on the Vex 2, though. That's the biggest factor here, and I believe that's also the reason why we're free-falling.
We also have our Radiant Thieves Gloves on a Fiora 1. If you're really concerned about winning this fight, I actually wouldn't even mind if you moved those Thieves Gloves onto the Shen, who can utilize those items really well, the Morello and the Hextech Gunblade, the Radiant versions. But like you're calling out, Makes, the question is damage. We've got a lot of sustain, we've got a lot of frontline. We did get another Graves upgrade as well, so it's possible that with this build, that's going to be enough damage to break through. Sitting on the other side, the Nunu 2 is holding up, and the back line is actually starting to crumble here, so it looks like Horo will be able to win this fight, and on the left-hand side, YBY is going to take a fight loss there.
I think the biggest factor between Horo and Steppy on the right here is the fact that Steppy is also running a LeBlanc 1. So probably one of the best players you could have run to in the current state of your board. You kind of both looking at each other saying, okay, at least that's a fair fight. We neither have a carry that's upgraded.
TK giveth a nice reward with the gold that just got belched out of his body. All right, VCLF with this pivot into the space groove has hit basically everything at this point. You just kind of are missing out on that Blitzcrank, but there are a ton of Blitzcranks gone. K3 Soju having a 2-star, Horo X also holding a copy or a pair, and Steppy as well with 1. So I'm not sure you're going to be able to actually get that upgraded just yet.
Good news is he has it in the first place, right? So for that, Space Groove is going to be helping out, but I agree, a big factor in bringing this board together is to sustain its supports, but we are getting a showdown between YBY1 and Jedu here. Who could win? A little guy with his lantern or the giant mechs? And the answer is going to be clear. YBY1 taking an L and a 7th place, despite a board that looked really good to the eye.
It looked really strong, but it didn't have the single target damage that you need to be able to take out the Jax. The Acel board is really good at killing many things all at once, much less good at just dealing with a strong frontliner and then the Jax behind him.
Well, that's going to be 7th place determined, and let's see who's going to follow suit. VCLF and Horo X are also both in danger of getting eliminated here in single-digit life. VCLF actually holding 5 copies of Nami. I don't think that it's going to be possible. Yeah, sells them. wasn't going to be possible to try to maybe sell the board, but the journey might end here. Jedusaur knocked out 2 competitors already, so is VCLF going to be the next to follow on the left-hand side?
Blitzcrank is going to start his revive, and the Blitzcrank displacement actually could be really important on this fight on the left. The Pantheon does get hit, but then the Jax is taken out immediately. There's a lot of damage from the Nami, though, and it actually could burst down the Jax if it has it as the only target. It's going to be really close. Last cast comes through.
Wow.
Is not able to take out the Jax. VCLF will fall, and on the right-hand side, Horo X is able to turn that loss streak into a win streak and knock out Soju, who takes a 5th.
So, Gangly, what were you saying about Emiya again?
Just high rollers, man. That's all. That's all you need to know.
Get a mix.
Right. I'm seeing, personally, 2 Emiya players in this lobby. A lobby we were talking about is extremely strong. And both of those Emiya players currently top 4. I think
that's
that
why
says enough.
Even
will
Domino
say,
and I were
think a lot of
saying,
that
like,
is
it does
props to
not
them
make
picking
sense for
lines
Emiya
that
to
were
be on the
not
bottom of
contested.
the regional
Horox kind of
rankings.
understood that one of the assignments of this weekend is going to be Fast 9, very successful. Let's take Birthday Reunion and get there. And on the other side, Jedusaur said, okay, well, I don't see anybody trying to contest Stargazer right now. I've got the Jax augment, so let me try to go for that reroll. We're going to see Jedusaur versus Steppy.
And even though we got there pretty late, this is still a top 4. Like Lulu Stargazer does end up being a top 4 comp. We've seen it
into the
in
Jax
multiple
is going to be
regions.
enough to actually take it out. And so Jedusaur takes a loss.
But Hwanmei is going to knock out Horo X in the wings there. And so Horo, whose board really looked like it might have finally come online, is going to take the hit there to the mech board that Hwanmei
And Steppy in a
was
top
able to
3,
build.
that's my
This is another
guy.
interesting spot because we talked earlier about how many people are not willing to play mech without something like the Anima Cache, but both Hwanmei and YBY leaning into this line.
Yeah, I like it as well. I do want to follow up on the Horo X thing. I think the biggest factor there is not having augments beside that Radiance TG that really help your board, right? We went for Econ, we went for Tempo, we went for Gold. All of those are nice to get there, but once you arrive at level 9, you are just falling short due to boards like the one we have in front of our eyes from Hwanmei here.
Pair of Blitzcranks in the shop as soon as he hits level 10.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Just hits it off the rip. Got 2 item anvils to be able to give some completed items over to that Blitzcrank, and Steppy's going to try to make some final improvements, staring down elimination for 3rd.
Big turn coming from Steppy, going to use the Salvager to remake his items as optimally as he can. He's able to get 3 items on both his backline carries, does have a leftover QSS. There's so many damage threats on the side of Hwanmei now that he has the Blitz 2, though. I don't know if this front line's going to be able to hold up.
I'm not sure either, as most of it has already crumbled. For a little while longer that Nunu will try, but not succeed. Steppy hoping to maybe get to level 9 here is not going to be able to do just that. Jedu, though, is going to be beating that Ghost copy, and it will be behind,
Steppy.
between
You did your
Hwanmei
best.
and Jedu.
Well, now I'm really excited for the showdown, because the last time we saw the Jedusaur board go up against Mech, it was actually knocking out YBY1, which was also with the Aurelion Soul, the Mighty Mech, the Karma. But a big difference here for Hwanmei is level 10, and the Morgana and the Mighty Mech have been getting scaling from this Steadfast Heart augment from the very beginning of the game.
I also think the Blitzcrank 2 and the Bard are going to be providing the 2 things that the YBY1 board was missing. It's the single target damage that can quickly burst down a tank.
Yeah, I think you both are very, very correct. The writing is a little bit on the wall, but you know, we could always watch and see what happens. For now, that Acel is going to decimate anything that's not a Hero Augment Freestar or a Riven 2, and Jax will be the last unit standing. He does he does get resets as the Blitzcrank heals, and that was perfect targeting for the Jax to actually find his way through the board. Wow.
That is crazy.
This might actually be a more interesting positioning battle than I was giving it credit for. In that fight, the Jax was able to dodge so much of the aggro that even the Blitzcrank 2 didn't actually get its full value. By the time the Blitzcrank was able to revive, the fight was over.
I didn't
so
realize
I'd like
there
to
were
see
4
Hwanmei find a way to get this Blitz into the fray a little bit earlier.
But a lot of this puzzle is going to be simplified by the fact that this Jax wants to sit in the Hex alongside
Not
Lulu.
anymore. He's breaking ankles.
Wow, he did. Okay, so he's going to give up the combat power of the Hex to get the positioning for this Jax.
Well, let's see if it is any good. You really want that Jax to ideally find his way into the backline. For now, he's super stuck on this ultra beefed up Morgana, as the rest of the board is already kind of going through. But there it is. He finds the reset. He finds the backline, and he is going to be slicing through the board from here on out. Does Juanmi have an answer to this?
I don't think
know.
so. If
I don't
Jedusor
think
was
so
willing to give
either.
up the positioning on the Hexes just to
But a
ensure the
little
victory,
bit of
Jedusor also
gold.
only needs to do this one more time, where Juanmi is going to need to win 2 fights.
I think the Blitzcrank is really going to be the most important part of this. Also, keep in mind we do get an extra item here. Is there anything that we're missing on the side of Juanmi that can really turn this fight around? It doesn't feel like it to me. Oh, it's going to just be some extra damage. I think it makes more sense than frontline. We don't want the fight to go on long because there is a Baron's Lair on the other side.
Now, I do like the pickup here for the Karma to just try and get the damage onto the Jax as quickly as possible. We're going to be positioning back into the Hexes here. Let's see if this Jax can do it one more time.
Jax is going to be on the right side of the board, helping to burst down and focus fire with the Riven. But that is going to be a lot of the left side blown up as Juanmi is able to get those mechs through. The Jax is going to be at half HP, but it's healing up considerably because of the Bloodthirster. And I think that's the Jax down, but can the Riven actually clean it up?
Oh, Blitzcrank 2
Riven's
versus
healing
Riven.
got this, I'm pretty sure.
It's going to
Yeah.
cast. No, the cast doesn't come through. And
Oh my
Jedusor playing the
goodness.
Jax reroll finds a pretty unsuspected first place finish.
And me on top, baby.
Wow, I mean, the Baron's Lair. Okay, how cinematic, first off, is it that Jedusor actually beat Juanmi with the Baron's Lair?
That's
But
true.
also, just for how long that fight had extended, gave so much power to that Riven to finish the job that the Jax had started. What a great first game for our Tactician's crown.
I really like the way Jedusor approached this game, leaning so much into combat power. We saw in his 3 augments, there was no recon taken. It was the Spirit Visage augment taken in Stage 3 that allowed that Pantheon to be so tanky to allow the fight to go long. And guess what his 3rd augment was? It was the augment that is the best augment you can get when your fight goes long. He takes the Baron's Lair, lets the Jax scale up, and that's how he's able to beat these really capped out boards.
I just want to follow up on that and say that I think a lot of this final solve was in his positioning, right? The fact that he was able to consistently out-position Juanmi there. I think there was a world where that fight could have gone the other way, and the fact that we didn't see it 3 fights back-to-back
some
speaks
follow-up
to
on
Jedusor
Domino.
and really
They
understanding the
are
strengths
gonna
of his
be
board
able to
and how
join
to
us pretty
navigate this one. I
soon.
really like that.
Giving up on the Hex positioning. I think a lot of competitors in that situation would be like, wow, but I'm missing out on so much combat power. Also love that the payoff that we have from that initial tactical breakdown of the day to talk about Yasuo also helping to enable things like reroll when you're going to try to put a lot of resources into one particular champion. I love it. But we do have an ongoing lobby we're going to be jumping over to, so let's check out what's happening in lobby 4.
Another lobby.
All right, Lisao.
That is a Karma 3.
Leading.
That is a Karma 3.
With a Karma 3, with a Jin 2. I can see how he's been winning. Yeah, that's a quick analysis for you. That one's free.
Oh my goodness.
Does Along have an answer to
Dark
that?
Love
He
went
has
out
a
third in
4-3.
this lobby. I like
Not
to
of
see
equal
that.
value here.
People
You
glad
don't know.
also.
There are some disgusting boards, I will say. Even on
Domino
the
will
other
be happy to
side
hear
there,
that that
Along's board looks like
was
it would win
almost
any
a top
lobbies.
four.
Certainly not this one, though. Lisao finding a good win there. And CN finding a top 2 in each of the 2 lobbies that we found there. One for Lisao, one for Juanmi.
Yeah.
I love that we got a chance to see the Karma 3 in action.
Stone cold
we didn't see
from our
a
winner
single
there in
3-star
CN.
forecast at the NA Regional
right.
Finals.
That's a skill diff. Emiya had 3 3-star legendaries on one board. I'm just saying.
Okay, so you guys really love
I'm
rerolls.
gonna work
what
on
I'm
getting
hearing.
That's right.
Yeah, they're re-rolling 5 costs.
something like a 3 cam.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we
working
got a
so that
chance
you
to
can
see
see
a
all of
3-star
us.
forecast.
And
Super juiced mech board, and also the Jax Hero Augment reroll take over for our first 2 games. But I would love to hear more about what was going on in the lobbies we didn't get a chance to see. So what you guys got?
Talking about taking over, talking about EMEA, and talking about Spain, because
And with
both
that,
Safo and
I will
Giosco won their
also wait for
lobbies
Domino
off
to
of
come
Anima
back,
cash
so
out
we're gonna
into
You are
Mech
kidding.
Ace
pass over
which
to the
is
main
all we were
broadcast
seeing
for
in EMEA
now.
regional
I'll be
finals.
right back.
Let's hone in on Lobby E and tell the whole story, because Giosco and Tidal both started off with Anima. Upset Max was on Calcloss and choosing to be the hero of the lobby the same way he was doing so in America Regionals.
That's my boy.
I have some bad news for Gangly. It did not work.
Oh, no.
Tidal, his streak was broken, but Giosco had a 10 loss into Stabilize on Anima, took over the game. Tidal 4-2, Bard 2, Corky 2, Ramis 2, incredibly strong off a Rogue Emblem start. And Upset Max, unfortunately, he was contested on Stargazer. Had a really good opener with Calcloss into Cosmic Restart, but he went 8th.
Wow. Yeah, unfortunately, we heard it. Anima cash outs at 400 are a little bit too powerful. 2 Spanish lobbies, 2 same results. But now we're going to be taking a look at the rest of the lobby, which were the win streakers. Diao Mei, unfortunately, was the one that actually sent Upset Max to 8th place because he had a disgusting start on that Boar Stargazer. Early on, had the Pandoras for a double Kraken start, and then had Spreading Roots on 3-2 to print infinite money. It was only up until Giosco's board where he couldn't overcome. But that just shows you a lot of players are talking about these specific augment combinations really carrying the day.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
I mean,
That's
okay,
it, you guys.
some more backstory. Dank Beams looked like he was going to get eliminated in that lobby. Surenka was on Samira 3,
Treasure
Orn
was
3
really
on
good.
4-2, and Dank Beams was also paying Space Groove. But in the end, Dank Beams went from a potential 7th place, which is what it was looking like on one life, to a 4th. So he
Hey,
actually
wow.
saved a ton of
Nice. Good
placements.
salvage.
He's in a good, I think, confidence position coming into game 2.
So, Panda, one question,
Yes.
because I don't know, of course, how much you were following the on-stream, the broadcast
We were trying our
lobby.
best. There's a lot.
3 EMEA players taking a lobby in our first game. I just want to point that out.
I think they called us the Thunderbolts. Well,
Yep.
I mean, there
That's
might be
right.
some surprises across
There might
day
be
one.
some
That's all I'm
thunder
saying.
rolling.
Ooh, I
But
like
that's it from us. That's all the recaps we have. Hopefully more action in the game 2.
Thank
All
you,
right, well,
guys.
thank you both so much. I like that we get the updates on that lobby number 5 because that's actually where we're going to be going next. And so I'm really excited to be able to see what they have offering.
Yeah, I think every single lobby here has their kind of main characters. I really like that we got to start with Lobby 3, who Jedisor, again, one of the players we did not mention at the top of the day, is someone who has had an incredible set thus far. Top 8 in all of the TPCs that he competed in, was one of the best looking players for the entire set until regional finals, had a little stumble, but I would say in an EMEA roster that many people are considering weaker, he is most certainly the brightest spot on that team.
Well, I think those people would be incorrect for starters, but you are right. I think Jedu is for sure the player from the EMEA where people are expecting him to do well. He, of course, has been consistently competing at a very high level, and I think this being his best set ever really shows once more that we are looking at something that could culminate in a really big win. But we do have our standings ready here, so let's take a look from the bottom up. Those are our 8th places. They're at the bottom, Ironbach, Tartman, down to Zyko as we move through.
As a reminder, you want to avoid that final page because that's going to be the one where you will be eliminated at the end of the day. So those competitors towards the bottom do have a little work cut out for them, but good news is it's only the first game. We still have 5 left today.
And that's a big part of the competition. You have to be able to take those 8th places early and still come back, because if you lose sight of everything now, then there's just no way for you to ever make it. We are going to see the top 8, though, right after this. A lot of players that we know and love that are here. Maris, one of the key players that we've been talking about on the day, finding a 2nd place there.
First,
Very nice.
so yeah, on top it is EMEA 1, 2, and 3. So a couple.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
I will enjoy it, and it will last. You're welcome.
Well, one of the competitors that we have in this lobby number 5, which we will be going to in just a moment, is Dank Memes. And what you saw in that highlight package at the start of the day was Dank Memes starting to celebrate the fact he finally made it into the TFT Pro Circuit after having 2 incredible sets back to back without the Pro Circuit's inception. And he fought a long time to get there. So see how the rest of that reaction went.
I actually can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. so happy. You know, like playing TFT, making it to tier 1. I actually love this game so much. It's like today I woke up. I didn't even care about like winning. I just didn't want my set to be over today. Like I thought like if today is the last day I play this set, I'll be so sad. Thank God. I'm actually so happy. Can't believe it.
It's so heartwarming when you see players reacting like that, because I think it really does touch on an important factor of TFT, which is that hard work is so hard, and when it pays off, it feels so good.
You have to understand the journey he's been on, and you talked about it before we watched that, but for Dank Memes to go from being back-to-back Tactician's Crown competitors to barely not making regional finals, and then he just misses TPC time and time again, so close despite dominating the tier 2 scene. I mean, he was head and shoulders above anyone else that competed in tier 2 in the Americas over the last few sets. Every single person who watches the TPC was expecting him to make it back. And you can see, even someone who is expected to accomplish their goal, for him to finally make it over the finish line had such a visceral impact on him.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big things that sometimes maybe we can't really carry over as much as our players can, is how much it really means to them to be able to compete in the game that they love, to play the game that brings them so much joy and be at the very top of it, like Dank Memes there. It's such a joy to be a part of that.
It's a unique part of TFT because this is one of the few games where you get to root for a single person, right? It's not a team of people that are all working together. Everything falls on their shoulders, and so when you are a fan and you're a viewer, you get to feel that win so closely. And it's actually, I think it's a big reason why people love to watch individual point of views. Granted, I'm glad everyone who's watching this is watching us right now, but you can go and watch the individual point of views of these players and feel that raw emotion of the highs and the lows and accompany them on this journey.
Yeah, I just love being able to see our players have those positive reactions. And even though that was a very positive reaction, a very emotional reaction, it is why I love watching Dank Memes so much, because the highs are very high, the lows are also kind of entertaining. You know, I think that's another thing that Dank Memes has always brought to the table, is that he wears his heart on his sleeve. But let's see what this next game is going to hold for us. Oh, I thought we were about to get
Ari
a thresh,
and
but Varus. I was so nervous when the picture started to blur out. I was like, are we getting another Thresh game?
We're loading in.
Two contrasting gods offered here. There's a lot of people who, when they see Ari offered, want to be able to angle into that fast 9 because of the immediate econ that you get. On the other side, Varus, yes, he does give you
Hello,
econ,
everyone.
and he can
I'm
offer
back.
you ways to go fast
And
9,
this time Domino is with
It also opens
us.
up a lot of reroll lines that are generally a little harder or more narrow to play.
I'm a little late.
Yeah,
I'm not very good at waking up in the
reroll
morning.
is something that
But
you
we're here.
can do if everything else align, and the possibility for that is the Lulu reroll, as we do have a
Oh yeah,
Mountain
so
Stargazer
last
in
game we
this
saw
game here, so
Judasaur
something
won
to look
on
out
a
for some of our players
Jax
potentially to
reroll,
go
he with the
down
hero
that
augment,
Lulu
but
reroll
Lulu
route.
Stargazer.
And of course, we also have Golden Gala, which means we know something like those hero
Okay, I
augments
do
could
love the
make a
Jax
return.
augment.
And Peppa Glad. Oh yeah, so now we're in this
heard
lobby
from the
with
analysts in
upset
the
max, but
post-game
Peppa Glad
about
in
some of the players
the
that are sitting in this
first
lobby. Let's
game
just do a little
went
recap.
5th,
We've got
and
AP1,
Darknub also
one of
went
the most
3rd.
elite players from APAC that
in
we've
that
seen
same lobby.
Okay.
over the last
Yeah,
few years.
so I'm-
This is good for my pick'ems.
Like
That's what I'm
Upset Max,
saying.
one of the up-and-comers from the
Oh,
Americas,
shit.
a very flippy first or 8th style player. Dank Memes, who we've already just seen so much about. Title, one of 2 players chasing his 3rd Tactician's Crown. And then Xiaoga,
That's
who you
right,
may not recognize his
Title.
name, has also entered as
Yeah.
Saka,
Let's say my
who has
guy's
2
name.
4th place finishes at the Tactician's Crown. So while it may not look like a star-studded lineup from the get-go, this is a very deep lobby.
Sneaky. It's sneaky.
Golden Gala is
successful.
exciting too.
I feel like a lot
Is
of
it?
our
I feel like we
players
saw
this
that
crown in
all of
particular
last
are like
weekend.
that. Where
Well,
it's
I
like,
mean,
you look at
because
them and you're
it's
like,
changed,
I think I heard that name
or like
somewhere,
the
and then
meta,
it's like
the meta that
5
these
sets
players are on
ago
is changed.
in a
So
Tactician's Crown.
That's what I'm
it
excited
did like
about.
final lobby or
Oh,
something.
that's
And
fair.
there's a lot of these players making a return, a lot of the old greats, but Xiaoge getting Anima option here.
Nope.
Anima Commander was offered.
Immediately
he
no.
pulled away, says, I'm not going to be engaging in that nonsense.
That is the best choice because you can never take Anima Commander while Upset Max is in the lobby.
Oh,
I'm
true.
telling you, you can never take it. If you are forced to have things on your board, he will grief you every time.
I love it. A man with a mission.
All right, it's bodyguard training instead of
Oh,
no scout,
nice
no pivot. I
starting
thought the
for
50 tiebreaker
tiebreaker.
reroll, even though I know that's not very popular.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
Okay,
it's
so this is too
worth the wait.
tanky.
Okay, worth the wait.
But
as
not too tanky.
Wow, so AQ1H opted to
That's what I mean. Like if
too tanky
you know
that
when
was
we were
offered.
seeing it a lot
Many
last
people
week, we
know
were
about
seeing the
you know
gravitation
what?
towards too
Tarenko
tanky
took-
because
already
of the
picked, I
strength
say,
of
never
that
mind. I thought it was
Samira
some
Ornn
dark
reroll.
secret tech that we were about to
Yeah,
leak to us.
feeling kind
I
of
think he's like,
different
I don't wanna
about it
go
a little
eighth.
bit.
Yeah.
Maybe
Tech is
Yeah.
not
gonna
wanting to
work.
go for the contention that could be there. So
Hopping across our boards here. I'm also seeing a title there on
Birthday reunion.
Birthday Reunion, exactly. So we're going to be seeing what he does with it after we got a taste
And we
of
had
what
no
Oral
full
X was doing
openers.
with it.
no
Title is
full
somebody that
openers
can
last game.
play to the
Okay.
strength of a lobby with absolute expertise. Like he's very good at figuring out the spots for everyone.
I feel
and
like I
what
would have
that means in
expected at
terms
least
of
one
strength of the
one full
boards.
open per
So
lobby, you know?
it usually is a treat to
Yeah.
see him on a line like this.
I know
Alas.
that Clement is oftentimes
Alas.
talked about Title as being a, what was the term, format player. Someone who is willing to play what is necessary of him at this point in the tournament, and then when we get to checkmate, completely change your play style to play more for the first or eighth.
We have a fantastic German saying for that. I think I shared it before, and it's a good horse only jumps as high as it needs.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's like that.
You say it in English. Or you're saying...
I translated
I
it for
say
you.
it.
Yeah. Did you want me to say it?
I would love to hear it, yeah.
Ein gutes Pferd springt nur so hoch wie's muss.
I say that
There
all
you
the
go.
time, believe
I
it or
know.
not.
I heard you say it the other day. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Amazing.
English is
Well,
so
let's see what's
funny.
gonna happen here. We've got
Yeah.
a Gilded Steel. We have a Brawler emblem that has appeared for
This is
Steel
the-
Skull.
I always get them confused. The frontline
Frontline
foundation
for-
versus
oh.
backline blueprint.
I hate that.
Yeah, so he is going to be able to get the Brawler emblem there to get him started. So could maybe see something into the Master Yi board, which is pretty common for Brawler. In general, I feel like the stocks on Brawler emblem have been down this set compared to other. You don't get the flat HP in the early game that really enabled the Brawler units to be like a win streak sort of emblem. But he is able to get it with the
Oh,
Primordial
you can
start, which is
also,
ideal.
Domino,
It's exactly
pull
what you want when
the,
you're playing with Brawler emblem.
I smell a
the
Master
HUD
Yi
link
coming.
that
Very
we
well
normally
made.
use.
We have seen a lot of
Yeah,
the
and, like, so you
boards,
could
I think,
see-
across the regions,
I
with the
can see what's
exception
going
of
on the
EMEA,
side,
a
yeah.
little bit less
Yeah.
of that board
So
in
that's a good
our
idea.
region. Haven't seen it in that first game, but definitely something a lot of our players are leaning to default into when they can't find another spot in the current map.
I'm laughing because why did Upset
Oh,
Max
but
sell
that's tied
things
to
on his
the
board?
Wrong game
Who
right
did
now,
he
so
see in
ignore it.
his lobby that was
Sorry.
like, I'm ready to grief?
It could have
You
just been
are
maybe that
good.
he wanted
Okay,
to
there we go.
make econ, but actually, no, you're right, because he bought units afterwards. So he
Yeah.
definitely did not have to. So it's possible that Swirenka is the player that is also sitting on a 2-loss, or Daume. They might have been trying to
Did
contest him off.
you remember
off the
seeing the
loss streak, and he's
Stargazer already
asserting
for
his
this
dominance.
lobby?
No one loses like I do.
I love
I wish
this
that
from
was
Upset
in
Max.
the
I wanna
rotative.
keep tabs on how often we see him do it. But for now, we're going to be checking
Yeah.
in with Ari and Varus getting rerolls
Oh.
from our Queen of Opulence. Whereas Varus is going to be giving us 3 costs. Both good options if you are thinking about
sure.
the Lulu,
Yeah,
if you're thinking
rerolls, I
about those
think.
reroll lines.
I mean, Tsarenka wants to play the Samira, so I feel like that has to be an instant pick.
Agreed. Makes a lot of sense. Is Swirenka the only Varus? We're still waiting for a couple people. Okay.
2, 3
Yosko
Varuses.
is
2?
also going to be Varus, as
Yeah,
well
3.
as Xiaoge.
Well, Gyosko
So
would have
maybe
an
some
opportunity
level
to
3
start up the
rerollers. Oh.
Urgot.
It did look like Upset
Not
Max
the
was maybe
only
going
player on
in
Urgot, if I
full
saw
open.
correctly. But he does have it. Going to be ratting
Oh,
it.
this is a
not buying it
strong
too early. Make sure nobody
mid
knows.
or
I do wonder if
stage
some of the
2
hesitation
board
also
as
comes
well.
from the fact that he's on 2-loss, and if he does buy
Almost
this,
a
he's
4
also
brawler.
incentivized
Just
to
need the
level up,
Maokai.
but he doesn't necessarily feel like his board is
true.
strong enough to break the streak of some of the win streakers, so it does feel bad to spend so much gold only to lose again.
I
And
love
we
having
did
those
see
like
Gyosko
tanky
did not
brawler
level up
boards
going
early
into
on in the
fight
game.
after finding the Urgot too.
You were talking about the anima boards, Necra, and the chances of maybe Surenka or Diaume having one. We're checking in with Diaume here. He's going to be on a Cho. Lysandra, for now, is an option to maybe go down that route. I'm not sure if
anima on
Surenka
anybody's
is on.
board.
Yeah, I don't see it either, but it could be that they're ratting it. Sometimes that tracks a little bit weirdly. You still need to check Surenka. I'm not sure.
They could be holding it on
They
their
mean
board,
ratting it
on their
like
bench,
exactly.
putting the oh yeah, Nekma just said it. Putting
just
the
won,
anima on
so
their bench until
probably
combat
not.
starts,
anymore.
so no one can
Going
track
to
their
2-6,
loss streak.
Title is the only player that can contend the
And that's what
win, while
happens
Upset
in
Max
lobbies
is
with
the only
players of this
player that can
caliber. Like
contend the
if
5
they're
loss.
if
So I
I'm
think
thinking
both of
about
them
it, someone
can
else is
take a
certainly
sigh
thinking
of
about it.
knowing that there's
Yeah,
probably
that's
not
fair.
another board in the lobby that can threaten to take away what they've earned.
And
thus far.
Title
Maybe
is using one of my
81H, 'cause he is on the
favorite
3 win, though.
combinations,
Does
like
not
the
look
Legend
like
Arena
Title has it in his
combo.
pool, so I think he
I
might
think
have
it's
fought
so
him already.
pretty
I gotta
aesthetically.
ask though, Upset Max is playing Treasure
Oh, this
Hunt
is pretty.
and also Lost Streaking. So what is
Bro,
the
the
objective?
sprite.
When
It's
you're
so
playing
cute.
around reroll, the most important thing
And the
over
Star
anything
Guardian
else
Lux
in the game
chibi
is
right
that you
now
are
is like
strong on
half
stage
off
3.
in the
That is the part in the game
shop.
where if you think
Oh,
of it
wow.
as a your turn versus my turn, that's your turn to be strong, and you need to be able to streak. So what Upset Max is doing here is he's saying, I'm going to maximize my economy in stage 2 so that when I roll, I can, 1, have enough gold to proc Treasure Hunt multiple
W.
times, but also make sure I find the
Good
units that
Joey.
stabilize my board.
And I think that's also why we have been seeing him be so aggressive on that loss streak, even though we couldn't find any anima players. He's just really saying, I don't want you to mess up my loss streak. I don't want anybody to be me when everybody else is trying to loss streak. So I'm going to be playing it safe and keep selling board, keep putting in just one cost around last second to try and sustain myself. But we are checking in with the man we talked so much about. Here's Dan Greaves playing around the steadfast.
I'm so
Ogman,
excited for
currently sitting
his
on
next
that
set
Jax.
coming
And of
into the
course,
Tier
you
1
mentioned it is
circuit.
Mountain, so it's going to be
Yeah.
printing the first couple of emblems already.
Yeah, because the warm-up's over
I
now.
am interested to see exactly where this goes. Obviously, when you're playing Mountain from 2-1, you would think that most players are definitely playing Zaya or Lulu, right? The two lines that you would traditionally play out of Stargazer. The one thing we saw at the regional finals, I actually saw this one on the one day that I got to cast the EMEA regional finals, is there are some players who are willing to play Stargazer to just get emblems and then build a completely different board. Something to think about is if you drop a
my cat's
Reforger, you now
freaking
have
out.
2 emblems that you can just Reforge. Skipeus was
Dude,
the
mine
player
too.
that
I
really
think
caught
they're
my
so
eye in the
confused,
EMEA
like, why
regional
are you
finals.
up?
Yeah,
I will
because not
say,
only did
that's
I wake
very
up
much a
early
Scapeus
for
thing
Tac
to do.
rounds,
I'm not
but
sure
my
how many
partner
players here
was
at the Tac round
also
are
just
willing
awake all
to
night
go
because
down that
MSI started
route
at
of
1
chaos and
for
risk,
us.
but
Oh, yeah.
If they are, I'd be very happy to see it.
I was up
We're gonna be
until like
checking in with
4
Gyosko
playing
right
Power
now.
World, and then
He hit
the
a
cats were
Kindred
like,
on
"Oh,
his
great,
board,
you're
which
finally
is
going
a
to bed."
very good hit when you're trying to
Wakes
play
up
around the
3
Master
hours
Yi,
later.
that Kindred is going to be your
That
backline
was
damage.
the
So
Pal
being able to get that with
Worlding.
also an open rod does mean that
It
once he
was
finds a bow,
great.
he'll have a Rage
It
Blade, he'll have a Last
is
Whisper, a lot of strong components for when you're playing
nice
into
to take
the
a
melee,
Valorant break. I'm
Bruiser,
gonna put it that
Nova,
way.
Marauder
Oh,
line.
okay.
No.
Augments are next. It's going to be Golden Augments. We know that already. But what will they be? Magic Roll, always a little bit enticing to our players.
You never know. There's
We
always
love
there's
gamble.
this feeling
It's
that's
just
like,
fun.
but what
Gamba,
if it
gamba,
gave me the
gamba.
perfect thing I need?
I would take it every single time.
And he did.
Oh,
Well,
and his champions are bigger. Maybe
okay.
that's
Yes,
maybe
the
that's
health-
not good.
He is win streaking, so being able to get the combat power could be something. Whoa, 6 jinxes found for Upset Max, but also you got to find the rest of the farts because you want to make sure that you're winning now. You want to stop this loss streak and build a strong board. He's going to get the second treasure hunt proc, which will give him a little bit of gold and a component.
True.
But no upgraded front line, no upgraded Primordians, only the Jinx 2.
Yeah, not even a Rek'Sai too.
This is a weak board for how much he rolled.
Yeah. And it's not really, I mean, it's being contested a little, like there's some of the Primordial package on Gyosko and Title's board, so it might be a little bit harder to hit those things, but there's still enough copies of the champions in the pool that you can 3-star them.
greatest point here is we're on 6 Jinx, right? If he's
Yeah.
able to find that Jinx 3, that would stabilize him a ton. And we have, of course, that Tahm Kench that is helping and buying time despite the rest of the front line looking very fraudulent. He will be able to win this fight here, but I do agree that was a lot of investment, and I'm not sure the payout is all the way there just yet. We are on a good trajectory, I would say.
Tahm Kench is very tanky.
Yes.
You are correct. But he also is going to give us a little more economy, right? Because of the Oracle procs coming through every few rounds. He might be able to print us a little bit of money. He might drop us a 2 cost, give us the pieces we need. And Primordians will eventually find themselves, right? They will print the 1 cost units. And eventually you'll find your Primordians. But I think if you're upset max, you would just feel a whole lot better if you're Rek'Sai 2, Akali 2 right now.
Well, somebody that must be feeling good is Diaume, 1 copy of the Cho'Gath, and I believe 3 or 2 copies of the Lysandra here. No, it should be 3. As he already found a Karma to actually item hold and be stronger than Lysandra for now to get this board going. Big question is how many stacks were we able to get onto our Cho in those early rounds. We know he's been kind of flip-flopping on the wins and losses, so that's something to keep in mind. He also spent a lot of gold.
He spent a lot of gold.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, do you think that him rolling down to 10 there has something to do with him winning that last round, where now he might feel like he has to keep winning to build
Sorry,
up his
I'm
streak?
just building stuff on this side.
Very
I mean,
Oh, no, you're good.
Or you knew that Varus was going to give you rerolls, or you were hoping.
And ephemeral rerolls is a very powerful blessing that can come through from the gods. Think of it effectively as 2 gold every turn for the rest of the game. There are very few boards that you'll be playing where you don't ever want to roll for the next 15 rounds.
It's if Money Monsoon was a gold augment.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, Dank Memes is going to do some investing. I do wonder where this board is going to go.
This looks more like Zaya at this point in time, with the red buff and the Clockwork Accelerator.
Yeah.
Feels more like he is just
I
going to
was
say,
gonna
let's
say, I feel
put the
confused
fries
by
in
the
bag, keep
items
it simple.
that Talon
no
is
need
holding.
to rock the boat. We got
Yeah,
3
so
items
this
on a
makes a
front
lot
liner.
more
We
sense.
have 3 items on a back liner. We got the red buff. The Death Blade is maybe not the best item, but it is very, very effective. I think we just probably want to get 1 more attack speed item on the Zaya, and we'll feel very good about it.
All right, well, Tidal on the other side did end up getting a Nova emblem out of the Earth's Gambit. Has 50 gold, level 7, so pretty good. Looking on track to be able to hit level 9.
Oh, this fight is
Nova,
close. It
and
looks
we
like
don't
Upset
even
Max doesn't have the
have
front line.
the Kindred
This is why I
yet,
said that
so
when you're playing
that's
these
pretty
3
good for
cost-
Tidal, I
these
think.
reroll boards, the most important thing is that
That's
you're strong
true.
on stage 3 because you
think
oftentimes
about the
rely
Kindred not being there
on
yet.
the HP that it earns you, but also the gold from streaking for the entire stage.
Yeah, and I mean, really unfortunate for Upset Max there as well that he goes up against Tidal, who has so many of the Primordians on board. It's kind of the board you wish you had if you had the chance to play tempo around this line, which is exactly what Tidal is doing. In the meantime, though, Diaume is going to be able to find that Cho too, and Xiaoge sneakily,
Some
steadily,
mechs coming
under her
online.
eyes with that slamming is going to be
see the
picking
big
up that
ASOL
ASOL
rockets.
and trying to build out a mecha board.
But this is another one where I'm surprised, since we've seen mech mostly played out of Anima, and that's what happened in that first game from Fiosco, that we are seeing another mech spot without the Anima cash out.
That spot to me looks a little bit more like the AP Flex conduit setup. I would personally be surprised if we saw another full mech pivot out of it, but at this point in time, you never know.
I'm not going to put it past these APAC players.
Checking in here between
Sure.
Yosko and Dank Memes. Stargazer against the Brawlers, but Yosko will be able to defend his streak here. 7 wins already as he moves on to Wolves, building out a lot of money.
Surenka is
We also
rolling
go
now,
on
but
that
only has a
win
pair
streak,
of
and we
Samiras.
see with the 8 points as a lobby leader.
Still
Or
a lot
a
of gold though.
lobby winner
He's going to
from
greed the money this
previous
turn.
game.
We also have a little bit of
The consistency is strong.
unfortunate items for our Samira, I will say. You can use that Shojin. The rest of it not so great for
Here's
her
that-
to
Just find
really
Nami.
pop off.
Just find Nami on 7. Problem solved.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
but you're-
Oh, wow. Missed
the
on
two-star
sword from
one.
the anvil there is so tragic. Okay, yeah, now the items are terrible. I'm with you.
Thank
Okay,
you. Yeah,
let's
I
see
mean,
how
that's
this
the big
roll
thing about
goes.
reroll,
Really
right? You
wanna
want
be-
to have your rerolled unit to get
So you have to
perfect
use your
items. That is
anvils,
where
unless
that
you're
power
just gonna
lies.
go
And so if
past
you're playing
it.
around the 2 tanky, if you're playing around that
Okay.
Samira Orin double combination, you really need items for her.
Oh,
I wonder if
upset
Tidal
Max,
is
roll.
rolling already. He's on 40.
Yeah, there is a lot to do on
But
Max's
yeah,
board. You can see he still
we-
doesn't even have all the items completed. He's now going to get his third item on the Jinx. Also make a TG.
Maybe a
so
little
should
bit
have
too
enough
stun
power
locked because
to
we.
beat this board,
I think we
from
missed
Denki.
out on
She's
what
still
would be
carrying
another
the
2-star
Caitlyn too.
Akali from some of those
He's running out of
previous
time.
rolls.
It's I'm so worried after taking an 8th place in the first
No
game.
Zaya on the other side
That's
for
a
Dinkies
spot where
yet
you want to
either.
avoid because that can start to become a self-fulfilling
Yeah.
prophecy a little bit.
Now you got to
Multiple
prove
ace
to
back-to-back.
yourself that you can fight and actually get those wins in. I
Right.
agree. It's a mental aspect here more than anything. I will say though, that's a win for Upset Max. There are players below him that are poorer on the overall conditions in terms of HP as well as
True.
gold. So let's see if maybe this last gold augment will be what saves him here. He does have healing orbs.
Ooh, Daume playing on the Darkstar line. Was able to beat Gyosko's streak in the last fight, and now is able to get Earth, which will allow him to make the Darkstar emblem. This is what turns this composition from a relatively stable board into its highest cap. But you still have to be able to get level 8 so you can get all 6 of those Darkstars in. You could actually drop a time breaker if you do find our last Darkstar.
I mean, for now though, you may as well just put the package in since you can't make 6.
Upset Max finds that Jinx 3 as we are loading into the next fight. Big upgrade for him here. We were talking about how necessary it is. Let's hope he's able to win though. We are going to be checking in with Surenka, who has found that Samira 2 for now.
Yeah, but I think it's just like, this is one of those spots where I feel like you're very behind the 8-ball now. At this point, I would have felt more confident if you had like
We would
6
have, like-
copies of Samira.
Well, we have
Or at
4.
least the Nami too.
Yeah,
I'd
Right.
feel a little
That's
bit more
not
And a
six.
duplicator.
confident.
Okay.
I agree. It's not a great spot.
It's
We're missing that third
very
item.
precarious.
Surenka is dropping in HP lower and lower.
Yeah.
Something needs to happen here.
I honestly think if we had 3 items on Samira, I wouldn't feel that bad about the spot. It would feel not great, but still salvageable. This, to me, looks
Okay,
like a
here's
disastrous
the
spot for the
Kindred.
Samira player
We'll
right now, and I
check in
don't
on the
know
Nova
how much we're going to
board.
be able to get away
Finds
from
Nami
that.
With 6
too.
brawler already.
Yep.
That could
Oh, that
help
3-star
as he is rolling right
Orin
now, trying
came
to get
through.
these upgrades. We're checking in with Upset Max. We mentioned that Jinx 3 has been found, and Rek'Sai 3 also now online. Also missing an item there is also very important to get the triple onto your front line, but hopefully for Upset Max,
Okay, so
that is going
nobody's
to continue to
maintained.
produce wins like it has.
Oh,
those last
one
few
has. Our
It's all about bursting
third
through the
leaderboard.
front line as fast as you can. You can see once the Jinx cast comes through, a lot of the pieces will fall. But this is where it gets tricky.
Yeah,
if they can
this
break your
LeBlanc
Rek'Sai
is
before you can
really
break that
strong.
Leona, they might be able to get to your Jinx a little bit too fast. But now the Rek'Sai will do his job, and Jinx will clean it up. The healing orb's doing
break
a
that
lot
streak
for
for
Upset Max's
now.
board. And you can see he invested twice into
No
combat
longer
power,
on the
similar to what we
3.
actually saw from Jedusor in the
I
last
think you
game.
have to on the rerolls. You cannot afford to sink more than 1 augment into tempo gold resources unless it is a good item for your carries.
Ooh, interesting decision. If you're Upset Max, do you take 7 rerolls or the guaranteed champion duplicator and a little bit of extra gold on top? If you use the champion duplicator on the last copy, it is worth a lot more. The only reason you might take the rerolls instead is if you feel you need to hit multiple things, but I think being that close to the Belveth decides, okay, I'm just going to hit the Belveth naturally, and I need one Akali,
I always
and we're
decide
there.
to
Decide
play like
to
that too.
naturally
I'm just
hit.
gonna
I decide to
her
hit.
next shot she appears.
Yeah, why not?
Samira 3 coming out.
Well, good news
At
is
the bottom
Surenka
of the
was able
leaderboard.
to find
Yep,
a
here we
win
go.
after the upgrades we saw. We're checking in with
With the
AQ1H,
Nami
who also has the potential
that
to go
we
for Nami
don't
2 here.
need.
I don't think he wants it. I think we should be happy on the LeBlanc
Yeah, the LeBlanc
line,
2s
playing around
come
the Arbiter,
through.
playing around that Leona 3. We're just being a little bit mean, huh?
I don't
wonder
think you
if
put
there's
the Nami in
actually,
over.
like, I know the Voyager is very strong.
Yeah.
And having the Dark Star piece. Okay, never mind. My point is void now because he sold them. I was gonna say there's a possibility you just like slot it in over the Karma, but
fast, but
I
not
think
enough.
the people that you were trying to hold that Nami from, like Sarenka, already found the 2-star Nami.
That's true. There are, weird outs where other people might try to find in the late game, but no, I think you're spot on there. Decides not worth holding. And despite finding the Nami too, we are still very far away from getting the...
we have two duplicators.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. I did not realize.
I was thinking about what are we doing here with this puzzle, and he decides I'm going to be using both of those on Orin rather than using one on the Samira, and I think that's the right call because of the item predicament that we were talking about.
Yeah.
And the question is this Orin 3 good enough to help you out with the Nami 2 in the background there, as she's obviously not profiting from that 2 tanky? I would be inclined to say yes, and I think he should be winning this round, especially against Stank Memes, who's still running that Saya 1. But I'm not sure Sarenka's out of the woods just yet with only
Yeah,
one
I'm
life
glad
to go.
that Dank Memes was able to find.
At least like with the Orin, you are going
Zaya.
to get one of those tank items turned radiant, so that does help out a little bit with the
Upset
longevity.
Max was able to
But
turn
yeah,
around and
I don't
maintain
know, like,
this
looking
win
around at
streak.
some of the
Now
other
at 5.
boards, most people
Domino will
have
be
hit
happy
everything
to
that
hear
they
that when
need
she
at
returns.
this point. Upset Max is still missing
I'd like
out
to see what's
on
going
a
on
couple
with
copies
Title,
of the Akali.
where
But for everyone else
where
that's
we're
on
caught
reroll, I
up,
think you're
we've
feeling good.
lost
Xiaomei did
to-
hit both Cho and List 2, or List 3, excuse me.
Ooh, there's Zaya 2.
Okay.
Dank Memes desperately needed that, but still missing
front line.
Front line. No new 2 is going to be very, very scary for this board.
Thankfully, he still has a little bit of HP to work with here as a resource. It's going to be moving
The
around.
factory
Some
new
of
is
those items,
good. I'd love
last
to
plans
see
coming in here
what
as
upgrades
he
the Drave
tries
has.
to put a little bit of an HP difference between him, Xiaoge and Sarenka, who are currently
I expect
on
the normal
those
assault
elimination
range.
spots. Xiaoge
Hello,
also
welcome back.
getting upgrades, finds
My
that normal
apologies.
No, you're good. It's early morning. We both got
And now Tank
cats
Memes is going to hope that those
demand
get
attention.
back in the pool very soon.
They demand food.
There's a chance.
Oh, there's
Mm-hmm.
Samira! Samira!
So Sarenka had the care package, his final care package, come in and give him a full 3rd item, which now allows him to build Guard Breaker, Infinity Edge, and Spear of Sojin on the Samira. And then he's actually going to use the rest of his items to go into the 2nd Samira as well, instead of putting 3 items on Nami. I'm actually a
I
little
like the idea.
surprised by this. You don't actually get additional combat stats from the 2 tanky. You get defensive stats. And you are still getting the ramping AD and
I wanted to
AP
loop back
from
with you. Here we
Space
see
Group on the
the
Nami,
the 2
but clearly he
tanky
knows something here,
Orin
that he's
Samira
saying it's better
board.
to split my items because he believes that
Oh,
he
it
will
is
do more
back then.
damage overall.
I do think that that was
It's back
really
enough.
cutting it close here for Sarenka. And somebody that wasn't able to cut it close is going to be Xiaoge, who will be eliminated here. Was playing, just as a reminder, around this mecha board. And we were talking about how mecha is so expensive, how you need to have
Not
those
a hard
resources
start
to build
for
those out.
Xiaoge.
And he is
Yeah.
unable to get it together.
Well, he tried
7
to pivot,
into 8.
actually. Went from the mecha board as an item
7
holder
into
over to
8?
the LeBlanc, tried to put the
Oh.
Shepherds
They have 2
together,
points,
and
right?
did end up getting that
Yeah,
unit
yeah.
too. But it was just not enough. And I think just not having like the right items and the right units, it just didn't come together the way that he would have liked it to.
Ooh, the positioning here could be very interesting. Watch the Yi on the left-hand side, because after he does kill these units here, there actually might be a wrap. No, okay, he does actually dodge the Nami. If he hits the Nami
No
there,
wrap.
he could double wrap, or the Orin
And
could fall.
Samira's not looking
But instead,
at the
actually, he's
Yi
going
at
to hit
all
the Nami
yet.
now. He's going to go to the back line.
now it is
no wrap
there.
again. I feel like Sarenka is getting a
Okay,
little
I
bit
think we're
lucky
all right.
on some of these 50-50s,
Yeah,
but it's going
this
to work
Orin ain't
out
dying
as
ever.
the Orin does live long enough for him to take the win over Kiosko.
No, it looks like the
I appreciate
Kindra's
that
not
these two
doing
Samiras are
anything
focus
to the
firing. I
Warren.
think that single
Yeah.
target damage, especially if you can actually get the right one, has been very powerful. We've seen this in a couple fights now.
We have, and I did want to check in with Title, which is exactly what we're doing right now, because after seeing the Gyosko board, I was wondering what exactly is Title doing? We were talking about the birthday reunion, we were talking about the Nova emblem, and I thought we would be playing around the Master Yi for this board here as well. Instead, we moved that
But why
onto
would
the
you need
Fiora, and
Master
he's
Yi
playing
if you
around
have the
those
Fiora?
legendaries, and I really like what I'm seeing.
That's true.
Must have gotten that Fiora out of the birthday reunion or sold it.
Yeah, probably.
Or so whatever he got out of there for the 2-star
We didn't get to
legendary.
see it though.
Two players on the lower end of the health spectrum. Gyosko up against Upset Max. Upset Max did hit just about the entire board. A lot of that front line has been upgraded, but it's still a Yi 2 and a Kindred 2 on the other side. The question is, how long does the Tahm Kench hold up before they start hitting the Master Yi? So a lot of the front line starting to fall on Max's side.
But if
He's gonna be able to hold on
Gyosko,
though. Gyosko takes another hit.
goes
The
out
first place player
soon,
from the last
that
game
would
is
be good for
now
Title to
threatening
look
a
at the
potential
Kindred too,
bot
because I think
two.
they're only sitting on the 1.
Yeah, is going
I
to be
think
sitting
that's
on
right,
5
yeah.
HP. Does this help is the question. Is that really the upgrade you
I don't
need?
think
You can, of
these
course, put something
items
on your
are
Urgot
necessarily what we need,
or
like
try to help the
Hodge for the
front line,
Urgot.
maybe. It's going to be going for the completed item anvil.
We'll see what the anvil gives them.
All right, 4
Another
Marauder in.
Hodge.
Oh
It is
god.
going to be an upgrade,
Last
but
Whisper?
the question is which of the
Maybe?
units are really upgraded by
We have one
that,
already on the
or-
If you have the
Kindred.
Marauder Spatula, then being able to get the upgrade onto
Oh, we do
Kindred
have
can
one
be
on
a
the
really
Kindred
big
already.
deal. But
Oh, yeah,
without
QSS.
it, I don't actually
Makes sense.
know if we're upgrading enough
Yeah.
meaningful parts of our
Wait,
board.
but do we
unless
already have
truly
that, or did we
believe
pull the
Master Yi is
gargoyle?
going to be
Now
able
I
to
can't
take
remember.
over against AQ1H.
Well, just on the weak side of the board, I think that's a big deal to be there on the right-hand side. Maybe you're able to get the wrap onto the Lysandra, but it's giving time for this LeBlanc to actually start to stack up with the Rage Blade.
He wraps.
But yes, he does
Yeah,
get back
he went
there.
onto that Sona so
Very
quick.
good positioning there on
my
the side
goodness,
of Gyosko. Finds the
No surviving
backline,
that.
finds the Karma, and is going to come back now to help the rest of the team with that front line. Very nicely done. Hopefully intentional, as he obviously had a lot of people still in his matchmaking
Good for
pool to be able to
Gyosko. Title got the 2-star. I don't know what's going on with this. This has
Okay.
been happening every once in a while.
Every here and now again, yeah.
Yeah.
claw that win. We are checking in with Jaume, though.
This big Cho'Gath. Wow, got the 6 Dark Star as well. We're finally able to find a singular Karma to do that and go up to level 9.
Oh yeah, Daume was actually, he was trapped on level 7 still. So I think a big part of his downfall was
Oh, I
that-
got baited by the HUD.
Yeah. He was able to find the 6 Dark Star, but because he's still stuck on level 7, he just
Got baited by
has
the HUD.
1 or 2
Okay,
fewer
Title
units
is
than
on
every
the
other
pair
board
Yeah.
in the game.
of Kindreds.
Here comes Title.
Okay, here's the
Legendary
Yi.
Nova Flex right now.
Or not the
only
Yi, the
thing that
Fiora.
isn't upgraded is the Maokai in the
Oh,
front
yeah.
line, the Tahm Kench in
She's
the front
dashing.
line, and the
She's in
Kindred
there.
in the back line. But those legendaries are all 2-star.
Oh yeah.
Fiora's going to be falling. but
And with
Graves
the
will
Graves
finish
support
out
as
here
well.
together with that Kindred, and that will be a
Graves looks like
double
he's had a good amount of
elimination,
upgrades
triple
already, too.
elimination in
Yeah,
our
I would
game
super love
number
to see.
2.
And that's another
Gyosko
top 4
finding
placement
the
for Title.
5th place out of
And
that
Upset
triple
Max,
Nice.
coming from the
I
8th in
think
the last
Upset Max
game,
is very
gonna
happy
like this.
to take
Yep.
this top
Gang, we
4.
got
When
me.
you're playing in the
He
Jinx,
knows.
generally your target is to land in that 3rd or 4th place position. And based on how his
Yeah, this
3-2
this
roll down
feels good
went,
for
I was very
tempo.
concerned about him being able to find it.
happy
But
about
it does go
this.
to show the power of Treasure Hunt, right? Being able to find the artifact to give mittens to the Bel'Veth 3. He was very patient also with that last duplicator. Did not spend all of his gold just to hit the Akali. Instead, made sure he
I
was able
am
to get to level
wondering
7,
if
add the
Sarenka's
Ross, and find the
board,
Akali. So I
once
think
they
Upset Max
level up,
clearly playing on a razor's edge.
yeah, once they get
exactly
to
in his comfort
9,
zone.
or does the
I wanna
Space
find a
Groove go
third
into
tank
9?
item.
What
Maybe
goes
just
after
take the
this? Oh,
Dragon
Blitz,
Claw
right?
Here.
Yeah.
For this little
for
Nar
your
guy.
Maokai, but everybody has
100%
basically
Blitz,
kind
yeah.
of hit critical mass now. With the boards that they were hoping to put together, Dank Memes can still make a couple of upgrades, finding a Blitzcrank, finding a Graves. Would love to be able to find something like a Jhin as the secondary sniper rather than this single Samira. So maybe he has the farthest to go, but Let's check out the re-rolls.
Someone will get eliminated here between our two players that made it from what was like a brink of death between Serenka and Upset Max. The question is, who is it going to be? That Orin will hold for strong. Jinx has good AoE strat, but she does not reach into the backline, and so Serenka will remain on top here. I know too tanky is good, and that's not the point I want to make, but the way Serenka piloted this one really, to me,
I feel like
shows
maybe now it's
great knowledge on the power curve of this sword, because he had a lot of problems to actually get it online, have the right items and all of that, and I think that was very nicely done.
Oh wow, this board looks nice.
Dank Memes has been able to scale not only his build by getting the emblems from
I want to see
Stargazer,
that
but also
Graves
because he
too
found
come
this
out
early
though.
Graves. At this point in time, I'd love to see the upgrades that this Graves has. He's on the 2-win streak, but also even able to just beat Title's board. And he's going to have the rematch. So it looks like
against
the
Graves 2 into
turn.
our
And now it's the level 9
one
Zaya board with a lot of
on
strong
Dank Meme
pieces,
side.
including the Marksman Graves, or the Caster Graves.
Yeah.
Question
But
is
the
it
front
able
line
to
is strong
take
in
out the
there.
front line here that is supporting
That's
the
true.
Fiora
I
and
mean,
the
it's gonna
Fiora
be hard
Fiora's
to get
right
through.
on that
I
back
mean, the
corner
Fiora
though.
just sniped
Oh my god.
the back right corner,
Beautiful.
but can't actually get access to the Zaya. So another
Look
big
at it.
win for Take Memes. The
Okay.
smile.
The double
But
kill.
I am
double.
happy because
Very
Dank
nice work there
Memes.
for Dank Memes to be able
Of
to get the first
course.
place
The
in this
opponent
game.
camera was wrong that whole
Amazing.
time.
Well played
I
from
didn't
Dank
notice
Memes.
that.
Playing around the Zaya,
There was
which
no
is
title.
not considered a
Wait,
highly
pause.
S-tier composition, but in
Pause.
the right conditions can be so powerful.
Wait,
I
pause.
love
This
that
is not what
in that
happened.
spot, even though he was late to find the Zaya, was able to play around the Graves, get the upgrades necessary to make that
This
a
is
real
in
carry.
there.
And once he
Yeah,
found that
there we go.
upgraded front
That's
line,
correct.
instantly had the damage ready in the pocket.
I like also
I thought that was a really, really
the
fun
panel
game.
behind
we did,
the
of course, see
casters
our glory
here.
of the gods
When
here
the lobby
once
is
more,
opening,
and
it
a lot
shows
of the players really
the gods
running
All the
there.
gods?
Yeah, so it has
re-rolls
all
that
of them, and then it
enabled them.
highlights
Upset Max,
which ones
Serenka
are
getting in
live
there
for
as well.
that.
I thought that was really
game.
That's very
nicely
cool. I
done.
like
I
that.
mentioned during the caster as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, some of those things not working out as much, but we'll see how the day continues.
You might
Okay,
have
we
seen
do
some
have all of
chatter
our scores
online
also.
about the
I hope we see them
upcoming
soon.
Vegas Open, but
Ooh.
did you know that actually there might be more than that?
Ooh.
Check this out.
Ooh.
What?
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Oh.
Oh no, they're gonna run into each other. Yup.
The music, amazing.
Where's my TFT Open?
And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
Into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the
That's
same
cool.
time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Oh, you have to
Convergence
be
Fest,
losing
TFT
your mind right
Vegas
now.
Open and the Earthbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
Yup. Yup. I am losing my mind. I knew it. I freaking knew it.
Real happy I was gonna go Vegas.
Yes, Gal team is so gonna try to go Vegas. Oh my gosh. Huge W.
Oh yeah, man.
Twonky, I can't, dude. I need to tell Twonky also.
Yeah. This is a spam paying kind of moment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're running ads. Okay, I'll take us out of here. Okay, so here is how the standings is shaking up right now, which you can't see, I recognize. But you can pull up the, want a link to the score sheet into that.
Yeah.
You are?
Thank you.
Yeah. Put these triggers back on. And then I'll run an ad for us. And call call. Oh, I think it might have already run.
Oh.
Cool.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt and survive as long as I can.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how long that's gonna be.
Convergence Fest. Dude, that's so freaking cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
What the heck? Alright, I'm gonna kick us to break for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back here at the Space Gods Tactician's Crown. We're so excited about the Convergence Fest. We even changed your casters. So with me are Impatches Panda and Clement. Guys, I know you're big into Riftbound. How excited are you?
It's, I think, what a lot of people have been asking for, right? The convergence of these two worlds, that it's all about strategy when it comes to Riot Games, and it's fantastic to see both these things coming together in Vegas as well. I think the perfect place for this merging.
I think it's the perfect two titles. You know, we're strategy titles. We're kind of more cerebral. We sit down and get our slow time to play. I think joining the community together is going to be absolutely amazing. We're doubling the player base for both of our games.
I love it as well. You know, it's so fun to be with your besties, and I feel like TFT and Riftbound are exactly that. We're all very much looking forward to the Convergence Fest later in the year. And we also... yeah, we do have a cool stage. Thank you, production. It's awesome, actually. If you just look around, I think we've been having so much fun with it as well. But keep in mind, everybody, you can earn our emotes by watching. All you need to do is watch for 30 minutes and you get a drop from Twitch. So that is still ongoing. But of course, you're welcome to stay longer with us as our tournament day moves on.
Let's talk about the games, though. Those Game 2 games, they just wrapped up, I think. We were on the verge of maybe casting the final of some of those games off of delays. I do think I saw a second win from Jedusor as well, playing a Nova Fast 9 board with Graves coming in as well with Kindred. So Jedusor right now, I have to imagine, the only player with 2 wins back-to-back. A very strong start for one of the players who has been hoping to come back to TAC for quite a while.
And I do want to mention the usual suspects that have been sweeping up our lobby wins. We've seen 2 very dominant compositions. It has been the Mecha ASO start out of the Anima. A lot of these Spanish MEA players banking off of that fact. If no one's stopping the 400 cash out, it's basically an auto win. The other one that we've seen actually pick up 2 lobbies already is going to be that birthday reunion. It was changed in the most recent patch to give you a little bit more gold early, and we've seen that if you can still maintain the win streak, it is another dominant force to consider.
Yeah, Birthday Reunion picked in 2 out of 2 lobbies. Granted, that's not the biggest sample size, but it still tells you that players are very keen on that augment in general. We're, of course, waiting on the final lobbies to finish out here to see what our standings are actually looking like from those first 2 games. You mentioned, Panda, you think Jedu is the only one that can find those 2 wins back-to-back. I wouldn't be so sure. There are some crazy players here.
I know for certain the 2 Spanish players did not win their lobbies. They ended kind of middle of the pack, adding some points, but not really dominating as Jedu has.
2 more to go.
That is true. I will say as well, from the comps overall, I think you guys didn't touch on it on pre-show. The regional comparison was actually, for the first time, quite jarring in terms of the differences. There was comps like Enema and Tamek Aesol. It was played maybe like 10% of games and then very little in the rest of the region. But we're seeing here the standings. Some massive names, rather. Dish Soap and YBY1 on the lower end of this page.
3 of the players that were in the very last round of draft have actually ended up here, saying that, you know, maybe luck isn't going their way or maybe scrims aren't that accurate.
Well, sometimes it's not just scrims, sometimes it's also just the reputation of a player, and it's not looking great for Dish Soap right now, but I have seen this story before. He can kick it into gear and then just find those wins back to back. Don't count
Steppy,
him out
who
just yet. We're
was
gonna
in my
all of our players all
pick'ems,
throughout today, and only the bottom 8 get eliminated at
doing
the end
all
of it.
right
We are
in that
moving
30th
through
place.
the
Would like to
ranks
see
here
some more
towards the top
good
half.
games.
So we're going to be sitting on that 17th spot as we look upon our top 16.
A big bounce back from someone like Ironbog, 8th place. You have to recover from that mentally in
Ironbog,
your first game of
8
Tac
to
round,
1,
and he does perfectly.
and
with the first
Tianlong
place.
right
He came
after
right back
1 to
into
8.
The fight for the qualification to day 2.
A lot of the strong
Something
CN
that we
players ending
see
up on this
happen
page. We have Ringo,
every once in a while.
Lee
Somebody
and
has to go
Juan Ye going
first,
into
somebody
this
has
one.
to go
Juan Ye
8th.
last time around, huge
Yeah.
hype, but started off with an 8-8. Hype kind of died
Inevitable.
off very quickly. This time around,
Title,
instead, best
Darth
that ever,
Nub,
he's back
I'm
to
liking
playing
this a
different.
lot. I think
Well,
Jedusaur made it
you
into
were
my
right
top
over there,
8,
Panda.
and
Jedu, the
Kanda.
only player
Kanda
that's
1
gonna
for
be
you.
getting
This is
those
good.
first back-to-back
Yeah, it's a
here,
good
Dank
start.
Beams right behind, followed by none other than our current reigning champion Darth Nub and Title in those top 4. I'm really excited to see what those players bring.
And what a run of momentum from Dank Beams. From Tier 2 to Week 1 regionals to Week 2 regionals to TAC Crown, and now sitting 2nd place in the standings as well. When is this momentum going to end? Is he just going to continue rocketing his way forward through days?
Complete Cinderella run, I believe
Breaking
it.
news! Gangly was completely wrong when he put Gyosko in B tier. What do we say about that?
I agree completely. And that's not the first time Gangly has been wrong. I will say that.
All of you!
It's quite frequent. Me, no. I was realistic.
You make this draft
I did
together,
say
guys.
there's one player we each chose in the tier list, and I said my dark horse player is Gyosko. He can surprise everyone on a good day.
Yep, mine was Ringo, and I do want to add to the Gyosko conversation because every single EMEA player I asked actually put him even lower. So I think, you know,
How many did you
Oh no.
Quite a few. Quite a few. Simon has many
3.
friends.
Okay, but this is great for him if he
I
has a
think
good
the
showing.
is that he finished 32nd
That's true.
in TPC.
Like,
He had
I
a very
proved all
bad
of you
debut season
wrong.
in TPC. He was not locked in. He was not in tune with the meta. But I will tell you right now, just eye test wise, casting his games throughout week 1 of regionals in EMEA and week 2, I was shocked in how well he was playing. He had some incredibly difficult spots that I thought he would tilt out of his mind, and still he managed to continue clutching up and finding unique and creative ways to win games, to place top 4.
The thing that I think impressed me the most, not just from Gyosko, but also from Safo, is their early boards and how they move through the early and early mid stages of the game, where they really understand the power curves and they're able to play heads up. They're able to play from a win streak, where many of these players are looking for loss streaks, where many of that anima, at least in EMEA, was very, very present. And I think that's a big strength that both of these players actually have.
You're mentioning the early board. I'm just thinking about 3 anima on their board.
Well, that was today.
I also think that, Gyosko was very lucky. He actually dodged a 10-loss streak against someone like Upset Max. Calc loss never touched him during those games. So I think, he's playing above the probability curve just a little bit. Usually in APAC, and CN region for that fact.
That's one
if you are
sentence
the
to
second,
say that
if
someone
you're
was
very,
lucky.
very low, the bottom 2 in terms of HP, you have to
Playing
snap
ahead
that
of
anima
the
streak because
probability
you're the next
curve.
one on the
I
dinner
mean,
menu.
yeah,
They're instantly
fair.
going to pick you up. You have the least HP. You have the most to lose in that situation. So I want to see if the lobby complexion, if there's more APAC and CM players, will we still let the Spanish anima group run away with things?
If there's several EMEA players in the lobby after the reseed, I would say yes, because no one in EMEA was breaking streaks. This is why I think players got so used to playing into Anima, picking Anima
like
Commander
how
without even really thinking about it.
ticker
Or scouting
is
a
at
little
the
bit.
bottom
All in all,
also.
there was huge regional differences. In the past few sets,
Yeah,
we've
I
seen
agree.
just through the evolution of prep groups and information
Oh,
online.
that's what we might
By the
be
time
waiting
TAC
for.
round
It
comes around,
didn't- it
everyone's
didn't
meta is
occur to
solved,
me.
and it's very similar. I think it's
that
the
we were
first
waiting for
regionals
the
in a while
sorting.
where there was a big change in Shepherd being played
sorting
out of Americas,
for the
not
next
so much
two
in EMEA. Nova 9 to 5 being played
Oh,
in every region
yeah,
except
that-
in EMEA.
that
Zero
tracks.
games in EMEA whatsoever, so there were some big discrepancies.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
gonna
let's
take a look at that.
some of those anima games because we have a little bit of a
So they're gonna
compilation for you guys
recap.
on how those anima games played out from
So we'll just
this
come
morning
back
from the
over
first two games from Giosko and Sappho as
Over
they were
yonder.
moving through it.
Over yonder,
Really good
yeah.
spot for Giosko. He actually gets the Soraka's Miracle here that gets an extra HP. He is able to finish his roll down in
Alright, looking at the next two lobbies. Oh my gosh, lobby 4 looks crazy. It's got Tidal, Gyosko, Kaiwang, Soju, and Tartman. Those were names, a lot of the names that I had my eye on.
Oh, okay.
Lobby 2 with Dank Memes, Brababrahu, Xiaoge, and Horox. One.
That does sound kind of good as well.
Yeah, one also with Dish Soap, Steppy, Juanmie, and Judasaur. So, and VLCF. Dish Soap does.
VCLF.
Yeah, does need like to have a good game. This lobby looks like it could be a little bit difficult for that to happen. And
But
then,
like we have faith though.
Yeah. And lobby 5 too looks pretty exciting. And then taking another look back at the standings, yeah, because Dish Soap's right now rounding out the bottom in our last place.
Oh no.
And Juanmi, who's in 10th, so yeah, 30-point discrepancy there. And I think in Dish Soap's lobby was also Jujasaur, who's in first. So with a double 8, I just realized that's a great start. Back-to-back wins.
Only 2 out of many. There's 4 more to go today. It's not even the half-point check mark. So that's one thing I would kind of put out there. But I think we've seen a lot of very interesting things. I liked how Serenka was playing around this 2 tanky board. I don't know how much of that you guys were seeing. It looked super doomed and able to claw back from that. I thought was really awesome.
It's really interesting about 2 tanky because yes, everyone agrees it is the
Was
strongest
there
board
any
available
players
if you hit.
that you
But
wanted
the
to
problem
see
is
their
Groove 5
cards?
is also very strong. So
I
we've seen comments
remember in
from
the
players like
draft
One
that you were
who say,
saying,
you know, 2
wish that
tanky
you had
is
gotten a
not
look
actually
at
applicable at a high
the
level.
player
You don't want to
statistics a
take
little bit
this,
more.
You want to scout the lobby and
Yeah,
see
because I think
how
like
many
I mean
Space Group
we
players are
we
gonna
have a
be
decent
coming into
understanding
your
of like a
space,
lot of the
and there
Americas
is an
players just because
in
we
APAC
cast
as
their
well,
games
is if
constantly,
you
right?
see a 2 tanky
Yeah.
But
player, you hold those Samiras. You send them
I think I haven't really
if
got
they
the
get
chance
there,
to look through
you're
like
taking over the lobby, but if
EMEA,
they don't, they
CN,
fall off
APAC
really
enough
quickly.
so far.
They
I think
don't
I'd be
have that
curious to
secondary
see
option
like
like a more macro space group where they can rely on the Nami. They have to
Yeah, let me-
definitely Jetasaur
Tanky
and
Serenka had a treasure hunt start. He was playing
maybe
more
like
Vanguards,
Hanmi,
some
Title,
Let's
all
go
that
through-
jazz.
We'll go through everybody really quickly
also
here.
Samira Horn reroll, and he hit 2
Oh.
gold, generating Augments on 3, 2, and 4. Had
Yeah.
a ton of gold.
Yeah, I
Loaded up
forget
for
your-
2 with exactly Samira 3 and Orn 3.
Blind.
So it seems like some players
Yeah.
have some
Probably.
comfort line even without the too tanky, that they're open to play very
Just
often.
wanna
if
join the
not contested,
remix.
and that's the case for Shorenka.
I shall.
To see how
Okay,
much
sweet.
next flex is gonna come up. I know that was really.
And then I
big
have your
in
photo in already, so don't
we
worry
already
about
saw it
that.
pop up in the Americas. We saw it pop up in APAC as well.
Oh,
and I haven't
well,
seen too much
we're gonna go into game.
yet, but I am seeing
Okay,
our
we'll
lobby
we'll
brigade
check it later.
Yeah, we'll check it later.
Do you still want me to join VMix now?
No.
The previous
Okay.
lobby with title in it, and we did see Soju this morning. Some of these players we're seeing for the first time.
One of the players that love the Nova 9-5 or the Vex Flex, as we call it in EMEA,
Oh,
is
cool.
going
We
to be
did get the
Tidal.
lobby we
This is
wanted.
kind of the
Yeah.
resurgent story of Tidal. Him going back to
Okay,
high cap
I'm
compositions.
actually down
He
to
played
follow
5 of
Tidal
these
all
fast 9
day.
lines during the regionals. Did a very good job.
I'm down
with
to
them.
follow Tidal, and
this
I'm
is a
down
line
to
that requires a
follow
lot of
Upset
patience
Mag.
and resilience. A lot of times you need those extra rounds
And,
to get your Graves
Soju.
online, to get that Fiora too. It's a multiple
I like
5-star copy line.
I'm looking at this lobby and I'm thinking about Anima yet again. Tidal and Giosko were two of those players in game 1. Hypno played
I like
6
this
games of
phone
Anima
setup
into
to
Mech Aso in
record
EMEA regional finals, which I think was a big part of him qualifying attack round in the first place.
He knows what he's good at.
Yeah,
Is AQ1H,
behind
for
him.
example, Clement, the type of player that would open for it, would break a streak? Is he a hero type player in APAC?
Typically, no, but I would say that it depends
No,
on the
I think
situation,
we
right?
might have
If he
gotten
doesn't
the
have a good
gods
start himself, then
already.
I do expect him to be the savior. Go in,
Oh, do we
jump
see
in
it
the
on the
ring,
wall?
make sure you don't take a 7th place, and try to break that.
Yeah, because I saw the
Oh, we're
release,
gonna be
so
going into the
I wasn't
game.
listening.
Yasuo
They might
and
have said it
Asol
already.
await us as we are loading in.
Biggest mention, of course, here. We actually talked about it on pre-show. These two gods in particular, but Yasuo's kind of obvious why he's relevant and good and quite versatile in so many different comps. But Asol in particular, if we see Trait Quest on stage 2, can be quite interesting to play into Darkstar, for example. We haven't seen too much of this line, at least from the lobbies I was looking at across the first 2 games.
if
The
you are
Darkstar +1
using
from an
it on the
emblem, Space Crew
side.
+1, of course. Maybe a Meeple +1 into 2 Meeple emblems and a 10 Meeple game. You have
10 Meeple
much
game
more
would be
options in terms of
fun.
these high verticals.
That
I
would
have
be
to assume this
absolute
is going to be a very
fire.
emblem-dominant game. You have the +1 augment reroll to really fish for things like the Earth to come online, or the extra spatulas that you can use, and also like Hube-san was mentioning earlier, when you think about Asol, you have a 75% chance after stage 2 and stage 3 to have hit that extra emblem roll. It happens about 50% of the time in stage 2, 50% of the time in stage 3. So there's a very high chance that we see comps like Darkstar, like the Space Groove start taking over.
Yep, that
Ooh, it's
is
an early
certainly
Diana.
something that
The link that you
players will
use
be
after
looking
the
for,
game
of course.
will be the
Something
same
like the
one from
Arbiter
yesterday.
is also needed to be checked
Okay.
by
Yeah.
them as well. So Huanyi on that
works for
currently
me.
has found an early Arbiter on the back of that Diana, as he's going to be moving through those first couple of rounds. And we're just going to be checking in with what our players are finding.
This is a really interesting start that I've only seen in
think
CN, is that they do play
HUD
auto
on the
attack
main
into
is
AP Arbiter if
glitching
you have
a
a
little
Diana
bit.
early. It's incredibly
But-
strong.
Oh, that's not
Anyways,
And Huanyi,
silver start.
only one in the lobby to be able
Nice
to
slow,
pick up this
slow
expedition
start.
if he doesn't
Slow.
roll it away. One of the
Come on, do
highest
it.
cap
Click the
augments
shield
you can
maiden.
get,
You know
and
you
really
want
good
to.
if you're looking for points.
Actually, some tech that I think a lot of viewers might not know. I hope all players in Attack Round do know. You can hold augments hostage, especially relevant for Expedition. For hero
you
augments on
can?
some patches, like Gragas a few patches ago was
That's
very
fine.
strong. If you don't have the right items for it, you just
I
don't
did
click it,
not
just
know
wait.
that today,
And then
I
when everyone has
learned.
picked their augment already, then you can roll it
The
and
more
make
you
sure it
know.
is not going to be something you're playing against.
Does look like a potentially Caretaker Jinx. That's the only 2 cost available, or it could be a Pantheon. We're going to be wait for
It
confirmation.
is Jinx. We are getting.
Jinx definitely one of the better ones. I think Jinx is just, in terms of her abilities, are just better than a Misfortune in a lot of ways. So he has set himself in a very good spot. Tardament Magic roll. I believe he just got the Pike out of the units coming out here. Another really good option, and I like that he gambled for it. You have a 1 in 6 chance of getting that extra emblem to match up with the Asol.
Have you played any of
Right,
Tengu's
and,
party?
of course, for AQ1H,
Not
with that
really, to
Caretaker,
be
You
honest.
mentioned
It's kind of
Jinx, which is
fun.
pretty good. Also,
You
very
can get,
straightforward. You know what you're going for. Your
old-
game plan is now clear. Problem
traits
is it's also clear to everybody
to
else.
just like have as a passive on
Oh,
your
and I think the
board,
one that
so you can like
will
get
most
cool.
Maestro
test
and
him will be
have all
Kai
of
Wang,
Jin's
because he
violence
is starting with
on your
extra
bench.
blades here.
I had
You know, is
Phantom
locked
the other
into a
day.
physical copy, but you know, just looking at the units he's holding currently, doesn't look that close just yet. Maybe trying to angle more for a Samira. We'll be able to see if he picks this Teemo up.
We did just see
I do
Tartman
love
with
that
a
Kai Wang
Pike 2,
also
which
has
is
the
kind of the
meeples
strongest unit
in his
possible
camera.
in Stage 2. He just kills everything, especially
Yes, I
Very
remember watching the
declarative.
interview last week, and I was like, yeah,
will be one
dude.
of the win-streaking players off of that kickstart for this Stage 2 start.
Yeah, and that was what he got from the magic roll. So he got 2+2 star. Soju, just to finish that one up, got a spatula and a component. We'll need to see if he can find an early emblem on the back of it, or if he's just going to be holding. Like you mentioned, with those extra augment rerolls, that's something players will need to be aware of.
And it's really interesting to see the specific units that the players were still to hold because there's an ASOL coming up. You really want to get that extra emblem online as soon as possible. So most of the times you see things like Pantheon, Cho'Gath, Lissandra. That's a really good line. Or you could do 3 Pantheon with Urgot and then with 2 Nova or Gwen. Those are kind of a very good hold, specifically because ASOL is so prominent in giving up the emblems, and you get the augment rerolls as well. So those
Yeah,
are
I mean,
unique holds
we
that we
did
might
talk
be seeing
about the
extra.
full open
Especially
coming
for Eoscope,
through.
because he trade quests.
This
He's
isn't
on Item 4,
exactly
so
that,
he,
but
in theory, will not have
seeing
really any direction
players
until he gets
play
the artifact. He doesn't want to
or
take it
like
too
not
hard
scared to
in any which
play
way. And
around
if he can
their
proc
health,
a trade quest, for example, get
it's
an emblem,
fine.
and then know that to have his artifact pull, that
A
would
little,
be pretty big
maybe a
advantage
little
there. But we're
threatened
seeing
by
here
the
Meeple
Meeple's
plus
emblem
1 for Soju.
that Soju
I mentioned
has.
it. There's a potential for a
right.
Meeple plus 2 if the high roll
Yeah.
player high rolls.
Has
Setting
the
himself
2-star
up for that.
Nara
Not
already.
really humble TFT, though.
comparatively to
That
Kai
is
Wang.
a little bit of a different
It's a
book
content game, you know? It's
from
Soju.
Soju's playbook. And yeah, I was going to get there. He is playing around the tuber line, which means watch
The
me.
tuber
I'm going to be
line.
seeing something fun.
You get it.
Will be trade quest offered by Aurelion Soul.
Wow, this is absolutely huge for someone
I
like
think
Soju that already
some
has
of the
that
reason
one
why
meeple.
I
He only
don't like
requires 2
to
emblems
play
and then
into
a level
Aurelion
10 to
Soul's
summon the 4 meeple lords to his board, and at
yeah,
that point,
quests. It's just
you're basically kind
I
of
get
unkillable at this point.
PTSD from
There's already a
Ixtal,
very clear win-out player.
where
if
it's
you
just
really
like
think about
I don't know how
And
to
there is a lot
execute
of randomness
this
with the trade
the way
quests.
that
Not
I need
Soju's guaranteed
to.
get a Meeple plus 1,
It
but
feels like I'm
if
Everything's
you
going
stuck
wrong.
on 3-2,
Yeah.
have 1 extra emblem, if you find a Reforger
And
to have a
there's a
triple
waste.
Reforge. It
Yeah.
just opens
Yeah.
up the doors
I know
for
exactly
a lot
what
more
you mean.
shenanigans than you would have in a normal lobby.
Interestingly enough, Kiosko, the only player, if I saw
Hi.
correctly, who's on
Need to
Yasuo
be
here, so
RB
he's going
real
to be
quick.
trying to
Just a
build
second.
out Anima,
Go right
and
ahead.
says, actually, that's too annoying for me to now play around
Hi,
this
in the
trade quest
meantime,
as well.
we'll
I'm just
enjoy
going to be
this
getting the sheer
Anima
power
start.
of those Yasuo hexes instead.
I think it would be a little bit too much work to make sure to proc it on stage 4 with a potential Anima cash out, with a Laden Forge cash out. In this case, Kiosko's just going to play his usual game plan. He does have a Rage Blade already built, so he is not really able to play into the mech line too easily. Potentially just plays into the Shepherd vertical, which is going to be also, I think, one of the better comps to play into from Laden Forge. There are a ton of very strong artifacts, Blighting Jewel in particular for LeBlanc, for example. So Kiosko really hedging his bets on playing around the AP lines.
No, actually kind of surprised that in a loose breach situation he would actually commit himself to the Rage Blade, but as Panda was saying, you know, there's a lot of great artifact options for that. I would also add the Flickering Blades. Any tank sort of artifact does work well there as well.
Well, we're just going to be hopping across boards, and something that we've seen do really well is, of course, that AP Flex. Hypno was thinking about it as well. However, we're checking in with Tidal, who's currently, once again, playing a little bit of everything to build out this Pike into a beast.
This makes a lot of sense with Trade Quest in particular. I think historically this set, Yi has been one of the best comps in terms of, you know, being able to make very good use of a ton of emblems. We saw it from Frontline Foundation and Backline Blueprint in the last few games, but I think also from the ASOL Trade Quest.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing the group stage format title coming out here. It's just an aim straight for third place type of composition. He already has 13 points in the bank, relatively comfortable here. He's under no pressure. A lot of players, if they don't do well, especially if you're in a spot like Dish Soap, will feel very, very pressured to go for high cap comps. Title here, not really, and he hands Tartamin the 5-win streak.
Something we predicted right off of the start on the very start of stage 2. Pike 2 just so strong when there are few units on the board. Gets worse and worse as the game progresses. I imagine this won't be Tarman's main strategy coming into stage 4, but definitely a good start for Tarman, who's on 4 points, one of the lower point players in the tournament right now. He needs a bounce back game in this game 3.
That's right, he does need it. He's also one of the players that's leaning a little bit more emotional, to put it in good terms. We saw him at the Vegas Open, of course, where he kind of made his mark as a competitive player. Very reactive, very led by emotions through that game. Let's hope he can stay a little bit more stable this TAC crown around. Definitely a joy to watch.
And we have Giosko here with his Anima streak actually broken. So most players here actually will go for the 100 sort of cash out. You're not, 300 is actually statistically the worst items you could get. So, you know, unfortunate for Giosko, his lost streak strategy has been broken. Not going to be able to go back to his, you know, Mecha Acel type of line. So I think he's kind of clawing for a top 4 at this point.
Well, you say that, but this is another Kindred on 2-7 for Giosko. This is the second game in a row where he's able to just find that.
Ooh, yeah,
so he can just play around that and say, actually, I never cared about Anima that much. I'm just going to be playing around this Kindred.
And that's the great user for the Rage Blade as well. He had already built from early on in stage 2.
He knew.
It's going to have to hope for a viable artifact from his Laden Forge that feeds into this AD line. He does have the chance of playing to the Maokai as well. Horizon's Focus is a very strong Maokai option, considering he is using that Cosmic Hex on the Maokai from very early on. If he sticks to the Nova tree overall going to stage 4. So there are some potential for some big hits from Giosko still.
And this is a pretty important round for most of our players here. I think I've seen at least 6 Acel players. So how quickly can you actually get that emblem? If you get that emblem on 3-1, like maybe Tartaman was able to do, then it gives you a lot more direction on which augment you want to choose here. So that could be pretty massive for Tartaman if he actually was able to cash out on the random emblem.
When you said there were 6 Acel players, I'm like, the meta's not that bad, Clement. Surely there's not 6 Acel players, but he meant the god, of course.
Yes, the god.
Well, they could. I don't think they would.
I
but,
have returned.
There's a
Hey,
bonus.
another silver?
Very good start here for Tartman.
Wow, and a reforge on the Dark Shard +1 into
So
an
nothing,
Enema
you missed
+1
nothing.
for Tartman. Not what he was hoping for at all. Enema essentially a dead emblem at this point in the
Dead
game.
emblem
because he is
for-
playing from a 6-win
who
streak.
is it?
Obviously, he's playing from a 6-win streak, so he didn't want to play into Dark
Tartman.
Star and kind of have to
Yeah.
assemble some kind of value from that emblem in the stage 3 to continue the win streak. Not a good series of events here for Tartman, unfortunately.
Well, maybe his win streak can continue nonetheless, even though this augment, this emblem is a little bit unfortunate there for him. He finds Soju on the other side, who's currently carrying this Gnar, and Gnar generally is a very strong unit, similar to Pike, but the movement there is
Terrible
not
targeting.
going to be helping that Pike out. Tartman gets his streak snapped, and Soju is going to be very happy about this one.
Not just that, but his shop as well. Acel into Rammus couldn't really make good use of it, so just a really terrible round for Tarman on the side of just variance, really, which is obviously a part of TFT. For Soju here, Marauder +1 doesn't synergize too well with a Meatball. Arbiter also does not. There is one more Reforge.
He does
I imagine Soju would want to wait to try and use that last Reforger after the trade quest proc. Or no, this is the trade quest proc, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That's where he got that.
I want to see it. I want to see it, Soju.
This is a
Do the
really
tuber.
difficult spot for, I think, Kai Wang. He's trying to go into the Corky Riven line, but usually you want to go into that line on a massive win streak. It's, you know, kind of considered a B+ C tier composition, a B- C tier composition where you can't really top 3. And he's also getting contested by K3 Soju that is expected to win throughout the entire lobby. So I feel like his spot is the most perilous, and he does need to find some, you know, some very good luck or augments coming into it.
Well, but maybe luck is on the next page, as we are going to be convening with our gods once
Yeah,
more.
that is a win
Let's
for
see what else
Kaiwing.
Acel has in
Even
store.
behind
looking
on the unit
on their
power.
selections, and it will be Starry Quest.
Starry
on the
Quest
right-hand
would,
side,
is
just a little bit
one
of gold.
that
Storm
I
Hex
would
pretty
expect
big as well.
Kaiwing
Some
to
great
take
users like Jin in the late game just
because
stun
we
pretty much your
want
entire board.
to
Be
probably
quite
power it
disruptive
up a little
depending on
bit
the strategy of some of our
before
players
the
coming into
next
that stage
stage.
4, stage 5.
One of the secret APAC techs is that whenever you
And
see
we
a
have
Storm Hex, it's
the
very
two
good for
pairs,
using
so
Asol to
hopefully that comes
transition
quickly for
because
us.
Asol cannot be stunned when you put him in mech mode, while everyone else's backline can actually be locked down. We've even seen this play being used in sort of like an AP flex line. You just make your Asol roll around, and then you get an extra, 5 seconds of crowd control against their back.
Checking in with AQ1Age, that was the player that got Jing's Caretaker. Can see that he's on very little gold here, so 22 to give. Has leveled to 7
I hope that we
instead of
see
actually going for the
Gyosko
primordial reroll
on
here.
Wolves
Picked up
or
the
something. I'd
Bastion
also
emblem,
be curious
really,
to
really big for
see
playing the Aatrox here on
what
7. Is going to get the
happens
Jinxes from the Caretakers, so doesn't have
This
to maybe
board
rely on
seems to
playing
have
the
like
traditional Jinx
a
reroll
direction
game.
that
You
we
just
can
play for
see.
just
That's
the
an
Jinx
early
3,
Riven.
and pushing levels to level 8
department.
and maybe making
Is
it to
that
9.
the
Who
last
knows?
time we
Playing more
saw
like
it?
a Nova Flex, but without Vex instead
No
of
idea.
Jinx. Especially with the Bastion +1, I think you can do some really cool things in the late game with Shen coming online as well as a nice way to cap the comp even higher.
Yeah, I think you nailed the exact line. It's probably a 5 Nova board with Jinx too, and he could contest a lot of Rammus this year, which would be fun for the lobby.
Well, something that is maybe potentially fun for the lobby, but maybe not so potentially fun for Soju is he rolled his emblem once more. Quick
Okay.
reminder that he's looking for the meeples. He got Psionic.
Oh. Just, like,
You
nothing
can
to
use
do with that.
Psionic in the late game to round out the Shepherd count with Sona, but
Sure.
it's very
Yeah,
far. I definitely
sure.
agree with you.
That's
It's not
far
one of the
away,
premier
though.
options that he would be looking for.
Well, somebody that found a really good option in itself is Tidal with that Space Groove emblem. However, his board is kind of not really too tailored for
not
it. You
grooving,
could
yeah.
maybe move some of those 80 items over to a Samira, but with the vertical Space Groove, you're really looking to carry that Nami.
Yeah,
and
so
move
Kai Wing's
any
gonna
items
see
over.
now if
He can
he
play
didn't
for the
before.
Riven as a carry.
he's contesting
the biggest
Soju for
problem
these
there, he has boxing lessons as well.
meeples.
You're not really getting full value from boxing lessons in Space Group with the Shen setup you usually have in the late game.
Items
as well,
are
so we'll see how Tidal
better,
navigates. And if he does
units
decide
are
to pivot entirely from the
upgraded
Yi plan he
on
had
the side of
into the Space
Soju.
Group.
And I want to pay attention to Hwan Yi's roll down here. He is on the expedition, down to potentially
won't
1
be
life if he
enough.
gets a bad fight matchup. Very rarely will it happen. It's usually 2 lives, but he's cutting it extremely close. We'll see what comp he actually ends up going towards, because I feel like a lot of the comps have already been taken out of the pool, and it does
Asol
look
that we
like he's aiming
saw.
for that Mecha Asol with the Yasuo line. This is one of the few conditions that you can actually play the
Oh,
Mecha.
almost
You really want
out
some
on the
juiced up items,
expedition.
and this is most likely
We'll
going
proc it
to
next
just be
round.
the
Or
Radiant
does it
gargoyles.
go with Krugs?
Unfortunately, doesn't have the gold yet from Expedition. We'll get it after this PvP
What do you mean
round,
by go
sacrificing
with
the
Krugs?
Fizz. So he is going to be tested on 4.
Uh,
One, he's going to have
Panda
to
just
roll down
answer
from
it.
the
We'll
gold.
get the gold
He does have the free
after
rolls, but obviously he can't
Krugs.
push levels yet. We're looking at the very least mech 2,
Like,
I
would he
think,
get
to
the-
stabilize and a
Oh.
clean turn where he can mech both
Would
of
the
his key
gold
units and
from
have
this
maybe
round
Morgana
count
coming in as
towards
well.
it? And it should, yeah.
Well, let's see if the APM giveth, and if the shop giveth for Hwan Yi now that the expedition does come in. Bard and
Not that much
Sona
gold.
going to be found, but yeah, it does go 8 here. Find Asol, find the Mighty Mech to move in.
Radiant.
No upgrades on them just yet. 19 gold to move
Death
with.
Cat.
There's a
never mind.
Wow!
An upgraded Asol
I can
loves
find the
to
mech
see
2 as well. That would
that.
be so big.
I mean, for 19 gold, you
Last
are
free
not going to be
reroll.
mad at this one. Yes, the Mighty Mech upgrade would be even better, but
Okay.
that is a pretty good hit on that Asol.
Yeah, never punished as well. You know, he actually just straight up Radiant items the Death Cap because he didn't have enough time to go through everything here, and does get the Asol 2 on the next shot. So
Find the Void
very
Staff.
lucky here.
The moment he hits that mech 2, I think he should be stable. We'll see what the 4-2 augments will be as well. This is one of the players that, it's not an Anima cash out, but it's similar
Okay,
enough.
I'd
It's
like
a very
to
similar game plan
see
to Anima, where you are stacking most of your
Tidal.
early game, you have this huge spike, and the reason why Mech Asol is
yeah.
so strong as a cash out
I'd like to see Tidal
exits
here.
from Anima and from Expeditions, because these mechs
They,
essentially
depending on how
can
this
benefit
goes, is
as
I
kind of
think
like
going to
1.5,
maintain
2
that
times
loss
the item
streak
strength
and
on
needs
Radiance, on Artifacts,
to get
on
some
Anima
power
items
to
as well.
bounce back in this next stage.
And for this round, I think Tardaman is the player that's still
Funny,
we're not really
though,
sure
might
where
pick
he's
up duo
going
Q
yet. He has
here,
that Pike 2 and Temple
because
play.
he's got
but
the
got kinda
2
snapped by
5+
stage 3 how
already.
aggressive the other players were.
Oh, that
so
is true.
I'm really curious where
yeah.
he can
Yeah.
go with that just
Okay.
lingering Anima emblem on his board.
Well,
Why not?
it is going to
2
be
5+, I guess.
golden odd
there
ones
was
for
two.
players. And
It's just the
Tartman
Bard
deciding to
over
go for
there.
the
It's just the
reinforcement. Will
one.
buy the Tom Kench here. And the Riven from the shop is sitting on a Riven pair. No items for her, though, as he is going to be building out Space Crew from the looks of it.
Title picked
This is the board a lot of players will
Duo
default
Q as
to
well.
as their I'm loose streaking, I
probably
need to
was looking
stabilize
for a
on
power
an AP
spike to
line.
save
5
them.
Groove is definitely the strongest of this line. You can flex in a lot of great units like the Riven, like the Morgana here. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't really find
Upgraded
the Nami
Morgana,
2 here.
holding
So
a
not
gargoyle
a lot of
plate.
damage to take opponent units
Alongside
off the
that,
board at this
Tom
point.
is a pretty strong
And
front
Title
line.
did end up
Kaiwing
moving
finally
into
got the
Space Group line as well,
upgraded
so both of these players are looking for the
Gnar
same units. They are
and
going down
has
heavily on
a
4-2.
Jhin
But they will
to
be making each
support.
other's time more difficult in terms of finding
That's pretty
the key upgrades
good.
like the Nami 2, as you're mentioning, Clement.
Yeah, we take that.
Title moving there with set up Brawler E items is a very interesting move and bad news for EMEM. I'm very interested to see Title's board next.
Yes.
We're going to be trying to take a look at it after we finish Kaiwing and Tartman here in the matchup, but there it is. So Morgana in play with, of course, that Space Groove emblem in the front
Dang.
line, has found one Nami, and the rest of the board is not
Title
upgraded yet. There is
probably
a Shen to help
since
it out
mid
just a
stage
little
2
bit,
has just been
but
like
we're certainly
a
missing
little
lot
bit
of those
off
upgrades,
cadence.
and we're missing gold.
That's what I was talking about
Behind
with
Yeah,
Dan's
just like a
upgrades
little,
and
just-
lessons and the Shen. We're seeing here you're not getting full value from the Shen sword,
I'm
unfortunately.
I'm
Title, I
thinking
think, has to
in
cut his
French
corners there
right
and
now,
just
which is very
decide it's for the
upsetting.
best after he got that
But
Space Crew +1. Adapt.
here we are.
Hey, go for it. Hello. My game.
Oh no, have we lost?
My game. Let me bring us out
Not
really
the
quick.
Into the emblem, as we talked about in the
okay,
pre-show, this
of
is what
course.
these players have to do when you get trade quests from Acel.
Yeah, very interesting. He just completely abandoned his own line that was wide open for this contested Space Groove line. I'm not sure he can make it through wholly. On the meantime,
Shepherd,
Gyosco actually found
I
the
think,
best
is
artifact for this
uncontested for
Misfortune composition. It is
Hypno
going to be
right
the
now.
Dawn Core Challenger Misfortune,
it?
which
I
just,
don't think
as you
I
can
saw
see right now,
anybody
is
on it.
spitting out spells like it's her auto attacks.
And it helps with the Maokai
I haven't seen
investment as well from early on. You're going to get
in a
max
bit.
value from Maokai
might
being
be
your main tank. You're
outdated.
able to 3-star him, and this is really the only line that's able to do so outside of like Lulu, for example, in a really high roll situation.
time.
And he benefits from the Kindred as well. So he said, I need to spike a little bit earlier. I won't be strong enough on stage 4 just playing off of this Kindred. I need to find a way to just maybe off of
Aurelian
NF3,
Soul
take over
offers
the
the
game in stage
skim
4 and fight for a top 4.
package.
Last choice here between our
Yeah,
gods.
definitely
to really solidify
appealing
which
to a
those
lot of these
blessings are
players
also
who
going to be
are
taking the Yasuo, of
already
course.
halfway
Very
to that
strong.
threshold of
If
health.
Built into those hexes
Yeah.
for Yasuo, the answer is going to be Acel, and he will be getting a gold inflection as
2-star
everybody else
Jhin
that
for the
will drop low
Kaiwing.
on 21 HP.
This is an interesting spot for Kai Wang. So as I expected, the Corki was going to be a little bit hard with the Soju on the same line, but he did get a legendary out of nowhere just on level 8, going in with the Jhin 2 to help him stabilize. The problem with this board is he'll never be able to really print anything. He's still so far away from the Riven, still 2 copies away from the Corki.
Oh, because
this
they
is
had
kind
the
of a
sword.
salvage situation.
And he just committed. He sold the Corki for the Kaisa. So he is all in on this Jhin being his salvation. If he finds a Jhin 2, that could be his path into
That is a
top 4 as
Jhin
well.
2.
I mean, yeah.
Is it a Jhin 2?
That
it
is a Jhin 2, yeah.
He's cheating already.
Oh wow.
I was looking at our stats feed. That's okay. So
He's
never
cheating
mind.
already.
I have full faith now in
Amazing.
this Jhin 2. I was surprised he was investing in a
just
Jhin 1.
like I
No,
was
no, so
saying.
Jhin 2.
That makes a lot more sense.
Our observer went to the board
wait.
and then sent us a skull emoji saying Jhin. Yeah, so Jhin 2 waiting in the wings there for Kai Wang, helping out on the board, and Huanye, who we were talking about
Yosco,
earlier
when
on
they
that
roll down, is
expedition,
probably going to
missed
hit
out
those
on
2
the Mighty Mech
3-stars
2
that
when
they
we were
need
watching,
in
has
MF.
found it since, and has
So
been
how is
very,
that going
very
to shake
stable
up the
on this
lobby?
board
Because
as
they're
well.
already
He's
on a
made back the
5-win
econ
streak.
and has been streaking.
I just want a slight correction here. This is Huan Yi, which is, they share this first character, which is Dream. The second character means Wings. So
Huan
his
Yi,
dreams hopefully
Huan Yi.
can take flight from this Mecha A-Soul spot. I think it's a very strong situation for him, and he's also found his necessary upgrades in the Galio. I'm never calling him Mighty
okay.
Mech. So he's just kind of scooting
It
his
is
way
the Mighty
onto
Mech.
level 9. That's true.
his name.
We're seeing Title there on the other side, rolling to 0, Donkey rolling on 8, desperately trying to find the Nami upgrade, the Morgana upgrade, still paired on the bench there, and an expected loss, I would say, against Huan Yi with the Expedition cash out. It's going to be hard for both Title and for Tartman. I would be surprised to see them both make it out. Although Tartman is on a 3-win streak, and at 50 HP right now, it's a really good cushion going to stage 5, especially looking at the HP totals from Hypno, Huan Yi, and Title right now.
I want to share words of wisdom with you guys while our players are
Title
going to be
got
picking their
the
blessings
two-star
here.
Nami, thank goodness.
Sometimes it's enough
Oh, good, amazing.
to not outrun the bear if you
with
can outrun the
that.
other campers. That's exactly
Oh,
what's
and
happening for our
another
players here
upgrade
right
to their
now.
front line.
They're all kind
Oh,
of hoping
Soju
on each other
3-stars
to
the
fall
Gnar, though.
first, to not take
Well,
that
that's
8th
fine
place.
because Title's
Even a
already
7th,
kind of
your
out of
mental
Meeple.
plays
I
a
didn't
big role, and any
think
point
they
you
had
can
the
salvage here
Gnar
is going to be something
still.
you're looking for. Among the
But
bottom
definitely got
three
rid
there,
of that
Title,
Corki.
Huan Yi, and Hypno, they're all kind of looking at each other, trying to push each other off the cliff.
Hypno, yeah.
Really strong setup in the end from Gyosko. Double artifacts
that's-
on both of his potentially 3-star 3 costs. He's one off of Maokai right now. We haven't seen too much MF reroll in regionals. I think it's a really cool comp for Gyosko to bring out in this exact situation. I think it's an expected top 3.
Do
Maybe
you
even a
make?
first place from Gyosko, depending how strong Huan Yi gets off of the map.
I think you
An
make
average of
the
5.8
Morello.
overall in regionals, but he has the perfect spot for it. He
I
has
think
gone
so.
for the best artifact you can
I
ask
guess
for,
we'll never
and he had
know.
a 2-3
big test.
Maokai.
There's the 3-star
Right,
MF.
we're going to be seeing it
that
go
did
up
come
against
through.
each other. The Maokai 3 unfortunately was not found just yet. Gyosko has enough HP to fall back onto, but can that misfortune actually reach the backline before the Ace Hole finishes her off? And the answer to that is no. Huan Yi is going to continue to
Hypno.
streak. Hypno at the bottom there, though, did find the LeBlanc upgrade, had to sell the Morgana pair for it, so one of the
Okay, and
Morganas is
Title
now
won
gone. Was
their
able to get a
fight
win
as
on the back of
well
that
after
as
that
well.
front line. Those few
Blitz
front line
2
upgrades
changes
came
things just a tiny
through.
bit. I would say that was a Maokai 3 diff, but now I'm not so certain anymore, especially if Blitz is going to start getting itemized for Huan Yi as well. Those two players definitely seem
Yeah,
to be the
the
strongest in
Morello
the lobby.
did get
Hypno
made.
Now on his last
So
life.
did
We're in
the
stage 5.
Seraph's
13 HP is
Embrace.
not too healthy at this point in the game. Trying to play around a comp that wasn't seen too much in the EMEA regionals. Almost able to buy this Morgana upgrade, but
should
just a
be
little
making
bit
some
short.
moves here. I
Trying
can't
to cheat
remember
forward
what
towards the
what
top 4, but
upgrades they
I don't think
needed,
there's
or if they'll
anything
just go to
special about this
9.
composition. And in this patch, you really need great augment synergies to elevate your compositions. On the flip side, I think the same is true of AQ1H. You know, he's going to 9 on a Nova 5 board without a Nova emblem. This is also considered kind of salvaging position. You're just trying to claw out as much as possible.
Problem is the front line there for Hypno, definitely not very strong, is going to be able just to claw that win here against AQ1H, but you mentioned it, that board was already weak.
Soju took
This
another
Morgana 2 will
loss.
help
Now
the
to
front
10
line,
health.
but it's not going to be the answer to some of those other boards.
That was a huge fight to win, though, considering the rest of the players who are also now on 1 life. 4 different players, depending on matchmaking here, could be going down in this next fight. Soju among those players.
Okay.
I was really surprised at how far Soju fell, despite how strong his early game was. This is the
Yeah,
problem
me
with the Gnars.
too.
If you can't natural enough
Yeah, true.
copies, it just takes too long to actually print all of them out when you go to stage 4. He's still he does have the Gnar 3, but was very, very late on the Rammus.
Hypno walk.
I think
Hypno's
Gyosko,
up,
for me, is one of
stressing.
the... Gyosko and Huan Yi, definitely the lobby
Oh, yeah.
leaders
He's
here.
been looking
Very
at
strong
that. I'm
boards
like,
in this
"Ooh."
situation, and Maokai passive gets you 50% extra max HP.
Dude, Hypno standing up and watching from afar, definitely relatable here. An unfortunate placement is going to be the
Yeah, that's
only
tough.
player out of the 5 players that were on a single life that will get eliminated in this round. Makes it hurt just a little bit more. You always had the hope of maybe getting the minus HP
Item
to
for
count here, but was
Samira
not.
here, or we have
And
tank
that
items
final
available.
upgrade from
Quicksilver,
Gyosko as
something
well,
that
bad
we've seen been
timing to
taken a lot.
face,
Looking up
Hypno right
into
after
the
he
red
hit
buff.
that major spike, which makes him one of the stronger players in the lobby. Definitely
Makes
has to be frustrating
sense.
on Hypno's side. For Title, he has hit the Nami 2. the contest has slowed him down. His force
Gio,
has
can you
for
explain
quite
to
a
me
while,
why
so
blue
it
buff is better on
not level 9
Samira
yet.
than on
You don't see
Nami?
a single copy of Blitz on his board or bench, so
Is it
his
just
cap is
'cause-
quite low.
I mean, that's
Potentially,
the
this could
change
be a
that Tidal
7th
made
place
here.
for the Japanese player who had a
Is it
really
because
strong start in the
the
first 2 games. He might
spread
be set back a
from the
tiny bit.
bubbles is better to have the
I think he was
burn?
scared off by how many lines were requiring the
Oh,
Kindred,
that-
so he felt like he didn't have his
Probably.
most stable carry.
And
in
also,
that
doesn't
brawler
she get a
E
lot
line,
of benefit
and
from
he
attack
pivoted
speed?
directly into this space group,
Especially with the
contested with another
Nashers?
player. I feel like he was a little bit too
Not
averse
enough.
to
Tidal
just
gonna
staying
fall.
the course on his own
Yeah.
path, and space group not really worthwhile.
Oh, Tartman
Yeah,
also
I agree with you,
fell.
Dara. I think he got a little bit baited by that
Okay,
emblem. Maybe you should
from-
have just
we go from
forgone that
7 to
space group,
4.
just played for the emblem and stayed on his line for sure. But with that, we have 3 more eliminations coming in here in game
Okay, that's
number
gonna
3.
open up
Tidal in that 7th
Soju's
place, followed by
possibility of
Tartman,
getting the
followed by
Shin
AQ1H,
2 now that
and
Titles are
Soju,
back
who we
in
were
the
talking
pool.
about, actually makes it out into
Or
the
not
top 4
Titles.
on the back of those meatballs.
The Scavenger does what he does best,
can't
which
remember
is
if
salvage
Kaiwang fell or
placements,
not
go
now.
from an 8th
I
place
don't
in
think
2 rounds
so.
to a 4th place, getting a ton of points on the board in this game 3. And he goes out here, yes, most likely. He's facing Gyosko. He's looking very strong, but job is done for Soju in this game 3.
Yeah. Top 4 secured.
And, there's a player that has silently been taking over the lobby. We really have to mention how good Kai Wang has been playing this
Yeah.
one. Of
Kai
course, he
Wang
got
since
lucky
getting
off
that
the Jin
Jin
2, and
2.
then he got lucky again, reforging
But
into a Dark Star
took
emblem.
2
But
losses.
having the presence of mind to just shift gears into
So
a stronger
probably-
emblem-centric composition was just beautifully done. He didn't limit himself to just playing the Corki.
This Jin.
Itemization as
Big.
well. Double Deathblade, IE.
Wow. We have another Deathblade too, if we wanted it. All of those BS swords really helping out here to beef up that backline there, to beef up the carries for Kai Wang. Do we have any bards in play? I don't think so. Gyosko doesn't have one, Kai Wang doesn't have one.
I think
believe
Soju had the
he could have one.
bards.
Did
Yeah,
we get a dragon?
There's a Bard pair played on his board for this round, trying to get an Elder Dragon for the stage 6 fights once he's able to push levels. Every player left alive on 1 life, so we could see a very interesting round depending on the matchmaking here.
Ooh, and it does come down to some of these hexes in later game fights. The combat power of the Storm Hex earlier on is going to make a huge difference here against some of these backline carries like the Kindred and the Misfortune here. We do have him going up against Huani, so we'll see how this Aurelion Soul is going to path. Can those small carrier fighters actually target the backline, or is it going to be, a Soul moving himself into a
Big
bad
bard
position?
on the other side.
I do see that he wasn't able to pick up that Elder Drake, but
Scary
this
one.
mecha
The
board still
targeting
is going to
doesn't
do
look
a
bad
lot of
from
AoE
MF
damage.
though.
All the
She's onto
Qualities
the bard.
have
The bard
exploded,
is
the front line
down.
is gone as well, and the Misfortune
Doesn't
will
matter.
be falling here as well.
not
Nonetheless, a great game
And that's a
played by
double kill.
Gyosko is going to earn him a 3rd place, followed by Kai Wang in the 2nd.
Alrighty.
And Huani is going to be the one that takes this lobby home.
W.
Dreams sometimes
Yeah,
do
huge
take
W.
wings. That's what his tournament ID means. And this was a really beautifully played game. Of course, on this patch, there can only be 1 player with that expedition. Everyone kind of knew where he was
Pretty.
going. He got blessed by the Yasuo hexes in terms of the Storm Hex, one of the best options for Aurelion Soul, and was able to stabilize on 15 HP. So everything going well for him. Congratulations to this JOC mobile player.
Anima,
Oh, yeah.
Expedition, no diff for Juan.
Oh,
Apparently taking a
interesting.
page out of Gyosko's book. Gyosko's like, you know what? I'll let it slide here. I'm pretty happy with the 3rd place. I think for
See
Gyosko and Kai
the
Wang both
points over
deserved
here.
top 3s for these 2 players. I think they played some really good gameplay from stage 3 onwards in their decision making.
Waiting for 1 lobby. Looks like they have
trying to
about
find a way
4
out on the
players
Soju contest
left.
that someone like Tidal and Tartman could not, and we saw them both
Wonder
going
if
out
there was a
in the
delay
bottom 4,
there.
for example. So this game
Could
and the
be,
fact that it
yeah.
was Trade Quest in particular, I think adaptability is the key word
Hopefully
for this
we'll
game
jump
3, and the players who
over,
adapted
though.
better
Looks like
were
we
able
will
to bounce
be.
back.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at lobby 3 here. They're still ongoing, so let's hop in together
no, we're
as
just
Elder
patching into
Dragon
them.
is currently before us, and
Big
Xiaoge is
Morgana.
leading the lobby. The other 4 players
Oh,
on a single
yeah.
life, though.
CN 1, 2, 3, 4. I think Horo also counts as like an
No,
honorary
No,
CN member sometimes.
That's not how it works.
It says me on the tag, that's what it
Exactly.
is. Sorry, Clement.
That's so funny.
No, I think, you know, I've listened to Horo in the study group. He's, you know, a great player and very calm, very stats heavy. So I'm glad he finally gets to make it here under the EMEA flag after 5 different attempts at regional finals. This time, the 6th time, was finally the charm.
And another consistent game from Brabrahu in the top 5 right now. Could potentially climb up a few more placements. Definitely a strong start for one of the rookie players coming out from Americas.
Come on, Omer.
Gonna be checking in with some of those boards here. Li Sao on the Zaya
Oh,
altar
another
with
big
the
Rammus
Stargazer,
too.
whereas Chitu is playing around the Riven Corki, one of the lines that players usually just kind of fall back into, not really lines players look for from the start, but if you cannot find anything else, this is what we'll see. The board from Brabrahu is certainly a little bit more interesting around this ASOL, but not the mecha version.
Oh, you know what I haven't
Yeah,
been
looking
paying
across the
attention
board, I would have
to
to give the
was the
strongest board
stage
to
at the end of the
Lisa here.
game.
This is a completed altar Zaya
Oh,
board.
I forgot that was in our
has all
pick'ems,
the
you're
correct
right.
conditions online
Yeah.
here. Has the Jin 2 even in the back line. So he's looking
think he
like
went
the
with
player to win out
6-2.
the lobby.
For the
I
short.
think it,
Awfully close
for
there
the
between the two
shortest,
of
yeah.
them.
It is a Bard 2.
Did I
It
go
is a
6?
lot
No,
of
I think you
upfront
went
damage, a lot of
6-2
burst
and I
coming
went
out from that Bard
6-1.
ASOL plus a Shen combo. But I think I agree with Clement. The
I don't-
boards did look fairly strongly.
think
Brabrahu
I-
had
I think I went
check out the
7-2.
posted
uncertain board in terms
video.
of the composition he had built.
Ah,
For
yes.
Chitu as well,
Oh,
they
I should probably
cap
update the
fairly
command
low.
for the YouTube.
We are seeing a pretty strong
and the
ribbon setup.
beacons.
Get ready for your
I'm pretty sure it
pick'ems. Horo
published.
knows he's
I
not
should
going to win
check
with the
on that,
Brawler
too.
E. He has
I'll
6
check on all of that.
Fioras
Oh.
online.
I put 0. No, please, Horo, don't do it.
Go,
to me.
Horo,
Come
go.
on, Horo. Come on, Horo.
They're hiding on his board. Not letting people
No.
know that he has them.
Yes, he still has an extra life here to spare as well. So the question is, how many more rounds can he make it? How many more copies can he actually natural? And will anyone start the ping train at Tactician?
And if he's winning fights regardless, it just buys him more and more time. Doesn't have to sell board or do anything crazy until he sees that he's on 1 life and facing a stronger board than his.
Look at this
For
TG.
now, he's just looking naturally strong.
Whoa.
2 players
Edge
left
of Night
alive.
Deathblade TG on the Fiora 2 that he was hiding on top
Not
of
bad.
everything else. Horo with a chance, but not enough gold to make it happen here.
He will try this fight. He will most likely lose, and if he does, that's where we see the fireworks start to happen. How good is Horo on his APM? Do you EMEA casters have a clue?
I'd say he's not, I think, like middle of the pack, I would say. Not the flashiest, not the craziest. I will say Lee Sao can potentially hold a Fiora locked in his shop without telling Horo, of course, and Horo can just roll for absolutely no reason. So we'll have to check out Lee Sao's shop as well after this round concludes, if Horo loses.
That's right. That's the big question. Li Sao, though, with 18 HP, could definitely hang in there one more round as well if it's just close enough. So let's see if the double Fiora is going to be good. The TG, not the worst, not the best. No healing, no Edge of Night there to sustain. The second one, the main Fiora has already fallen over, but it looks like it's still going to be good enough. This Tom Kench is just such a chunky beast.
This is the best possible result for my pick'ems. Horo, you're looking strong. No need to do anything crazy.
Go, Horo, go.
He's probably holding a
Horo,
Fiora in his
go.
shop. You don't need to sell
doesn't.
your board.
No one knows. No rats.
And the group hug value is insane here. The Warmox value as well for
Horo,
both
you don't have
overflow is
time.
pretty insane as well.
Go.
Yeah, bodyguard here.
So
It's all
remember
the best
when we
combat augments,
said
pretty much triple combat
that there
augments, and
might
Tom
be
Kent was able to stay
one
alive so long.
3-star
Usually
5
this is a
cost?
top
I'm
3
seeing
composition, but
2
because he is able
2-star
to get
Fioras
that
on
many
that
combats,
board.
he's looking
Yeah.
like the clear winner here. I know we have to root
If
for
it
Lee Sao,
wasn't
okay?
1
Let's root
HP.
against
No,
Lee.
no, no,
Lee
no,
Sao,
no,
I
come
mean,
on.
I
He
think you
didn't
should have
even
done it
roll for that
anyways.
Fiora, because Li Sao
Yes,
has a
makes.
Fiora on his board,
he
so
has
Horo
it?
says,
I think someone's
okay,
holding
Two
though,
two
right?
Fioras, two, or yeah,
No?
she's behind the Zaya.
Yeah.
But let's see if the
I
positioning
think he
is good
was
enough.
If
holding.
Horo loses here, he can maybe, I guess not. He doesn't have time to go 10 for the bodyguard training value.
First Fiora going to be falling right now. That was the additional one. Our main Fiora now also on the floor. It's only the Kindred in the backline there. And while that Tom Kench buys time, this fight is not looking good for Horo, and he will take an L this matchup. One more fight to conclude our lobby.
The big difference here is that his Tom Kench wasn't the first one being targeted. You really want your main tank right in front of the 2 snipers right there, taking away the damage, and it's going to be a positioning fight. We saw the differences
he sold the Fiora. So if Horo knows, he can still go for Fiora 3. I'm not giving up the stream.
He's
Yeah,
baiting him.
me
I
too.
feel baiting him
38
now.
gold.
Makes gets me.
Baiting
I
on the
need it for
board.
my
I think
chickums.
Lee Sao knows that was kind of fight RNG, that maybe he's not 100% guaranteed to be stronger. And with the Ultra, he can swap out both sides as well, so it makes life a little bit more difficult for Horo X. The Fioras, if they get targeted early, he could be in big
gold.
trouble.
He needed 15. A good chop, and it would have been yours, Horo. I'm just saying, but maybe it will be good enough either way. Let's see if they can find their way around and maybe reach the backline. Those Fioras being the answer to the success as they wrap around the front line. The first Fiora has reached behind, is targeting that Ross, but it's
Looking
not
difficult.
good enough. Front line going to crumble here. Hold on.
Close fight. The Yi does not come up in time. The Kinder does go down. Horo goes down with him. Unfortunately, Lee Sao will be taking the game when it was a close-fought fight, though, from both players in the end.
Amiya second
Congratulations to Lee
place.
Sao, such a consistent
I know they're
player.
happy about
Whenever
that,
I see
though.
Lee Sao and most of his fans see him, they have this warm, fuzzy feeling knowing that he's going to do whatever he can to get the best ranking right here, already averaging over a 3 in this tournament.
Why didn't we roll a gold? 38 gold! We could have had it. We could have had that
He
Fiora
won the
3.
last
You
fight.
didn't need anything else. What were you saving for? There was no more HP to move. I'm upset. Horo will hear of this.
I think he might have thought that when he sold the Fiora, he had one locked in shop. That's like the game theory element of this final 1v1. And it's unlikely still with 40 gold. It's hard to hit a Fiora 3 from that.
It is unlikely, but also that gold is not going anywhere, so you could have just
Yeah,
sent it
like
and
you
tried
weren't
your
gonna
luck at it. I
level.
feel like you
Sure.
kind of
Yeah,
have to in this
nothing else is
moment,
happening
but
with that.
I personally would have
Send it.
really liked that. That was, of course, one of our other lobbies that was still going on here. So we are hopping across the lobbies wherever we can, and we are also
So I
following
think there's
all of
one
the lobbies
more.
across this
Matrix and
broadcast. I'm
BCLF
seeing
don't
two
have
of
their
our awesome caster friends over
scores
there getting
reported
ready.
yet.
Gangly, Hupasan, you guys have been watching, but we're going to
Ready
take a
for
look at the
them, though.
standings
Love
first.
that.
So we're going to be seeing Dish
Oh,
actually having
man.
a little bit
Oh
of
no.
Peppo
actually, a little
Glad.
bit is
7.
an understatement. A
No,
big
Peppo!
fat
What the
start.
hell?
I want to give out a
I had so
historical
much
fact.
faith.
The lowest points someone made on day 1 and still be able to make it to
Oh.
finals in our current format is 25 points. So even if Dish goes
Okay.
8-8-8, like he can still
25
do it. He
means
can
it
still do
is
it, but it's very, very difficult.
prosperous.
First, you mean?
Yeah.
Or
And yeah, I think
It's
that
not
third game
out
was
of
a make or
the
break
scope.
for Dish Soap, and now it's
It's
going to be
tough.
incredibly difficult just purely from a stat-based perspective for him to come back. But if anyone can do it, it's a 2-time TAC champion, of course.
True.
Hopping across the higher
Dark Nub
placements
breaking
here
that
for
top
now. A lot of players
20.
on those 14,
I'm happy about
15
that.
points in our halfway checkpoint through the day after game number
They
3.
went 8th this
And
last
here,
game,
top
though.
16. Title still among them, was top
Yep,
4
Title
before this
still
game. Had a
top.
little bit of
Oh,
an unfortunate
Conda.
situation as we were watching. And Horo, a little bit
Another
of the
good-
opposite story. Not the greatest start, but that second place really helping out. And Jedu not going to be able to get away with it. It's not going to get a
Oh, they did
triple
get a
first
picture for
place. It's
Steelo
still
Bora.
very, very
That's cool,
solidly
'cause it
sitting
wasn't
in
on
that first
the
place.
That's
pick
true.
on
A
the
lot
site
of
when we
surprises
were
on
looking
that
through.
last graph because we have 2 APAC players with combined less than
Okay,
30 tier
so
1
I'm
games
good for
before
you
this
to
set.
join
Along and
the
Steela of
Discord
Bora
now. You
right
can
there in
walk
the top
through
8.
some of those,
So, wow, okay. Interesting.
Well, I
player
mentioned it
cards.
already. You guys had a little bit of a
Yes,
pause
in the
to
VMAX.
think about it
Yeah.
longer. Gangly, Hupasan, what do you have for us?
Okay, well, they do that segment. We'll come in and look through these.
Give me 1 second. Pop
Yeah.
link.
But I have an honest question for the casters here, okay? I'm going to set the stage. It's the Evelyn God, it's stage 2. Steamroll is presented. How many fights do you need to win?
I'm trying to
Alright,
convince
let's
my
see this.
Riftbound friends to, who also play TFT, to come to the open.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Okay, so let's start from the front. They're not going to be in alphabetical order, unfortunately.
That's fine.
But yeah, so Gyosko, some good performances we've seen from them so far today. I don't think I know this player at all.
Me neither. We're not very well
Yeah,
informed
versed.
for EMEA.
Yeah. 2 times qualified here.
Dude, this is crazy. Average placement 3.6 plays. Has not gone 8th, has not won.
Yep.
That's
Just-
crazy. No?
I mean, consistently top 4, but this is, to your point, someone that you wouldn't have confidence in to put for the win rate
In a
player.
checkmate? No. No.
Yeah. But it's enough to get them qualified. So, good for them. I like this picture.
Yeah.
0 times qualified, here to throw some hands.
Yeah.
Very nice average placement.
I've heard about this player. Very nice average placement.
2 times qualified. We'll see if they make it onto day 2.
Yeah.
I wonder which region has the most. Oh, because this is the mobile player, I think, is what we were hearing earlier.
Yeah, I think that is correct.
Dang. So, gonna come out with some stats rather than come in with some stats.
Jetasaur.
And we'll leave off with Tartman. I think we're close to getting into game. Oh, okay, so we can go through somewhere. Oh, wait, no, they're picking the gods. They're revealing the gods.
Yes.
Evelyn and Yasuo returns.
To game number
love
4.
So
We're
much.
entering with the lobby. You just saw our portal is going to be coming in there as well, of course.
I just want to say,
dear.
Tempo Timmies, rejoice. This is the best setup for this. You get 2 extra items for perfect
Tempo
items.
Timmies,
You get,
rejoice.
Evelyn that might offer you Steamroll that is
Wow.
lowering
What's that?
everyone's HP. And then
I'm
you have
into it,
Yasuo
though.
that
That's
is
me.
also pure combat. So we're in
Are
for
you a
a
Tempo
fast
Timmy?
and furious
I guess
fight.
so.
Reroll George as well. We just talked about Upset Max and Steelo of Bora. Gangly and Hubeson gave us the juice over there. They were re-rolling that last game. So having component anvils, having a chance to not just fight for your base as you're mentioning, Clement, but also
wonder
have a
what
3-item
the
carry
pause was
online
for, though.
earlier is a big deal as well
I'm
for
happy
reroll
that we
overall.
get to see
As you can of course see, the
R2
game's currently been paused. We'll
yeah,
start as soon as
R2
we can.
players
but
for
this
in our
allows us to
pick'ems,
talk a
Dark
little
Nub
bit
and
more
Upset
about
Max.
the
We're
lobby.
gonna
I
have
feel
to
like we
be
talked
rooting
a lot
against each
about
other here a
Sappho,
little bit,
about
Domino.
Mia.
Hope that's
Comment,
alright.
maybe tell us a little bit more about
No,
your
how
Impact
dare.
players, because there's 3 of them in this lobby. They're all rather similar in points right now. Of course,
Well-
most people know about YBY1 and Ironbach, but maybe for those that are watching for the first time.
I think
I think it
YBY1
probably
is
is
the
something in
strongest
this
player
arena
of the
since
TPT era.
this referee
Get
is
ready
like
to listen
talking
to
a
his
bunch.
stats. They're absolutely
Okay.
insane, okay? He has made
I mean,
8
that's
out of
kind of been a
9 TPC
consistent
finals.
issue,
The best out of any
unfortunately,
TPC
yeah.
player.
Wow.
His group
Alright,
stage
let's come
AVP is
back
also
and
the
look
best.
at-
3.5. And you know how many times he auto-qualified to finals? 5 out of 9.
Le rest.
Now, we might think
Le
of
rest.
players when we think of TPC.
He's your dude.
Bebo!
Iverson as the second best, and he is. But you know how much of a gap is there?
Could we
between
talk about the
YBY and
shirt?
Iverson?
Trust
There
number
are-
1.
Yes, there's a 50-point gap between
Wow.
those
It's
two players.
good.
I
I
like
like
it.
it.
Careers, and there's a really good reason why basically every single tier list
Oh
has
wait.
put YBY1 the
Good top
player
4
to
rate
beat.
too.
He's incredibly fast in his mechanics.
Yeah.
And
I
this
mean,
sets particularly
it's
he has developed a very
okay.
interesting play style where he levels to 4 on 2
I feel like you'd want it to be higher, but his win rate is super high.
Mhm.
So he has figured it out that that's actually just the most
Feels like a very
cost-effective
risky
way to
player.
Thank you so much, Clement. Yeah, I think a lot of people are now, of course, YBY1 fans. Although
This is a high top 4 rate for sure.
we're giving you a
0
overview
8.
0 8s.
I wonder if that's
Nuts.
still real. Let's look really quick.
Because this is what we get to have
Yummy.
here at the Tactician's Crown cost all of the lobbies in case you ever wondered.
Still no eighths. Started the first game was a second, and the lowest out of these 3 games so far was 7th. So strong.
No eights.
No eighths as of still.
You don't miss what our EMEA players are doing, who's losing their anima streak. It's just so much fun to see everything.
Kai Wang, good America pick coming in.
Yeah.
I'm still happy to go into it as well, especially with the lobby we have. One thing to mention with lobby I won, Clemens, that I think is important.
Oh, I love this photo for Dank memes. I love the heart fingers.
The little heart fingers. I love it.
One of my
It's a great
favorite
photo.
emotes.
Yeah.
2 times qualified.
With 40 players competing in the TAC round, so he's my favorite to win it.
I'd be very happy with a day 3 showing from Dank memes. That'd be lit. And sitting on upset max will come back to game as we have gotten out of our
like you
pause.
mentioned, Clement, back on track. Tempo Timmy, we have component anvils. We have the chance to play around the steamroll from the Evelyn. Or we can just go for perfect items and a reroll composition with the Yasuo Hex.
Whenever you see just the Poppy coming up as the encounter, usually you want to check the Stargazer as soon as possible because Xayah compositions are super enabled by the amount of bows that you
standing
can get.
desk
Okay, I'll tell you, it's the
activated.
boar.
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
that's really
I
good.
love
You know,
when
we've seen,
Darth
Dialme
goes into
play that
standing
to a
mode.
second place
Yeah,
already,
me
so
too.
might be a lot of players
see the
angling that.
focus on,
JJ
in
definitely,
his
I think, one of
brows.
them that are thinking about that.
Also, we have Yasuo, so you can pick up Acceleration Hex, very, very strong with Xayah, especially
Yeah.
with the boar, where I think you're more locked into your positioning anyway.
They're talking
you don't have that much of a downside
about the
from
boar
Yasuo,
and
if that's gonna
Yasuo,
be the
which
case.
is
so
something
Xayah definitely one of the
that
comps
I've
to look out for.
also
Can't
kind of
usually be played in
seen
every
in
lobby,
Amare
so
lately,
we'll see some more variety in
that
terms of
Xayah
forecasts
comes out.
that are available in the stage 4.
Well, we are checking in with Darthnob, our reigning champion, of course. He had a little bit of an unfortunate game previously, but the first 2 games went really well. Is going to be able to get the Cho'Gath upgrade here. Thinking about going down
like
that Cho Lysander
Steelo.
reroll that
Okay,
we've
it's
been seeing
updated
a lot
now.
about.
I was gonna
But
say
of course,
Steelo
like you
Boro
mentioned,
might have been
component
doing that
anvils, you
full
have to kind of
open,
keep
but
in mind
oh no.
what the rest of the lobby is going to do. If
Not
you're
yet,
unable to
if
get those
anything.
1 costs upgraded early on, you can quickly get caught between the tempo pressure.
We see how many players are holding on to Chos and just trying to bank on the fact there might be a Cosmic Hex coming on. There's 3 players like, yeah, I'm holding all the
Portable
Chos possible.
Forge.
We're going to get a look at the artifacts here. None of them immediately
maybe
scream
Blightning
a
Jewel
Cho'Gath line
here?
to me. I think Sniper Focus is kind of the one that's like the most
Yep,
flexible.
or-
But if you're going this is something that we have already seen Darthnub on, and it's most likely
Okay.
going to be the Shepherd.
Yeah, LeBlanc incredibly strong with that Blighting Jewel. I think her best artifact. We're seeing at a triple item Veigar 2 already built. This is the power of component Anvil Stars. You
Veigar's
have a really, really
online.
strong setup.
We're getting word on what the aura farming is there for Upset Max, and it is going to be Vex. So I was actually talking about this earlier. I feel like we've
Okay,
seen
Upset
not a whole lot of
Max.
Vex. The AP
That's
Flex usually
interesting.
leaning more into the lines of LeBlanc, like we've seen.
I mean,
or
it
even
means you can be
around the
pretty
Darkstar or around
fairly
the,
open
Space Group
with
Nami.
how you get
so
there,
he is going
right?
to be locked
Yeah.
into going for that.
Because
And
you
the
do
issue
need
is,
the specific,
even if you have a Vex
the-
too, if you don't
the
have the
specific
5
items
Shepherd,
to
it's
actually
items,
make
but
her
they're
work
so
and get online.
flexible.
So it's
Yeah.
pretty much kind of a Nova line, and I have to say,
Oh,
Upset
wait,
Max
two
is a
two-star
loose
Chos
streaker, but this is a pretty
are
tough
already
lobby to
out
try and pull it
for
off because everyone is on the Tempo
Sappho.
Timmy route.
We're seeing the power of the anvils and 3-item setups. We have 3 players on Portable Forge, 1 player on Apotheotic Forge as well. So a lot of artifacts coming into play here in this game 4. Sappho's on 6 Cho'Gaths as well. We have to check his setup. I think he maybe was one of the Forge players. If that's the case,
Yeah, I
he
think
can
it
be
was the
incredibly
6.
scary because Cho'Gath
Yeah.
scales and gains more HP depending on his
And
star
Darth
level.
has
You can't, or
3,
you
so
shouldn't
it's
rather,
still
play
possible
Cho'Gath as long as a
for
reroll unless you have Cho 2 on 2-1 because
Sappho.
he just gains less HP off of each ability cast.
Yeah.
If you 3-star him very early, he
There's
can
so many
very quickly
copies.
get out of control,
Yep.
especially
Imagine
on
this
Yasuo
Arbiter
as your
from
god.
Upset
He finds
Max
a Cryogenic
is
Hex.
the Leona.
See you later, because this board will not be losing once that Cho is 3-star.
But maybe it's the
Well,
mana.
first it needs to get there, and Sappho is setting himself up for success, of course, making sure that he has the highest chance to still get those 1 costs appear in his shop to really find that upgrade. And then, of course, we'll have to see if the cryogenic does appear later on. I checked his camera. Don't worry, there's no wasps here right now, so he's safe for now.
I feel like the lobby is quaking underneath Safo's weight that he's putting on against everyone. He also has the brawler.
Was there an
emblem,
incident?
So it's
Yeah, I
actually very
need to
easy
know the
flex into
context
a
behind this.
4 brawler
Was
composition.
there a wasp
Dark
in his
Star
room
endgame here.
one
Very
time
powerful
during
combination.
tournament? That's terrible.
YBY,
That's
also another one.
terrifying.
Whenever you see a Space Groove emblem, you just have a warm, fuzzy feeling in your heart. This is one of those spots where you're like, yeah, I can't really
with
do worse than
what we
Finn here.
know as a classic Soju camera angle.
Knows his game plan. That's always
yes.
a plus on
The
top
forehead
of having
cam.
a really good game plan, right? Being able to identify it so early, you know
love-
what you're playing for.
We
The
stand.
rest of the lobby also knows. So we're just going to be hopping across boards for Ironbog. That was the Veigar 2 that we saw earlier. AP item slammed and also picked up the artifact there onto the Leona.
And it looks like around 6, maybe more players will be angling AP in this lobby compared to the AD, just from itemization and the different artifacts that were chosen off of Portable Forge. So a big indicator that contest will be coming through. I think YBY1 might be fortunate. At most, it looks like just League 2 Trauma might contest him on the Space Groove line, not really finding too much direction just yet. Could be very interesting on stage 4. The 4-2 roll downs will be dicey for some of our players. If they feel their forecasts are contested, they might have to roll a little bit earlier as well.
Well, we're
Ooh,
getting
Steamroll available
a quick
from
selection there for
Evelyn.
most of our players, going for the Cosmic Hex in the immediate.
Only
The
gonna
Cho'Gath in
attempt
particular for
some of
Safo could be a very
the
strong synergy, of course, with Cosmic Hex.
players.
You want to invest early, and you want to invest in a big way in one of your key tanks you know will be staying with you the rest of the game, and Cho'Gath is that tank for Safo.
We have a single player that is going to double down and to take Steamroll. The only one in the lobby. Oh, 2 of them. Sorry, I
So
missed one of them.
Jijit and Ironbog both on the Steamrolls now. The worst thing that could happen right now is for those 2 players to go up against each other, right? That's the one thing you do not want. We have seen it time and time again. If you lose this Steamroll in the immediate, it is ruined.
I feel like Ironbog is one of the most precarious
Hey, are we gonna
positions in this lobby
see
because he doesn't have an
Safo
obvious place to
roll
land on. He's
Krugs
just
then
trying to
for
play
that
AP tempo here.
3?
And the lobby started out
Maybe.
with 5 players going for
You don't
Rod.
wanna be too
You know you're going to
behind
be
on
contested
it.
many different ways on all of your carries. So this is his gambit. This is where Ironbog is actually traditionally most
maybe he's
comfortable.
waiting for
when
it
he
to be
has to go
sold
all in and he has to up the stakes again
everyone
and
else's
again.
boards.
This is what he is known for.
Well, that first Steamroll is certainly working out in his
Yeah,
favor.
could be trying to wait
JJ
for
has
that.
been on a win streak before, on the 100 streak there. I would assume that he's going to be able to carry his as well, but we'll need to wait and see. It's going to be a yes.
Yep, 4th win for JJ for Ironbog here. I think a Gnar, not going to be too impactful. Zoe there would have been fantastic in terms of getting that 5th win potentially. For Upset Max, he's back to doing Upset Max things. From what I heard in the American Regionals, a lot of open forwarding, a lot of lost streak starts from Upset Max, and then taking over the lobby in stage 4 off of these massive spikes. It could be
That's the
similar
hope, at
here with the
least.
Vex, but this is not like Anima, this is not like Expedition. You want to try and preserve HP so that when Vex comes online,
Well,
you're not
is
on one
Upset
life.
Max
Because as you mentioned,
doing
Clement, Vex is
the
good,
swap?
Vex is strong, but all by
'Cause he's
herself, she
got
can't do
the
enough to win every
Nasus
fight in
on
stage
the
4 if you don't have that
bench.
strong front line.
Yeah,
So it
usually
could
in
have
the
been
Nova
going
compositions,
in.
you really need to find like a Fiora or a Blitzcrank to kind of stabilize. If he's going for the AP
Could be
route,
reading
I
the
just think he's
secret
dead
anima.
because there's way too many AP player flexes coming into here. I think
have my
JJ
count
has
right,
landed himself
which,
in possibly the
I
best
could
spot.
possibly
He's
not.
clearly going to be angling for the Zaya that we were
Counting's
talking about.
difficult.
He's carrying over with the Deathblade. And he's the only AD player, right? It can be other options rather than Zaya. The
Okay.
Corki is also
Well, look
available
out
to him.
on the side for Safo's roll.
This is great news for JJ because he's looking at every other player and he's saying, wow, you guys are all AP.
playing AP.
Fantastic. I don't
Thank
even have to
you.
consider the
One
fact
Cho'Gath
that I could
over
be in trouble.
here.
I wonder as well, maybe if he's playing from a lot of tempo, he considers rolling on 4-5 instead of 4-2. Lets all these other forecasts get out of the pool, hits the Zaya 2 essentially for free, and then can just push 9 off of that.
I really want to see the roll down coming in from Safo. He is very far ahead, but a big problem is that there's a
We're
ton
not
of players
Cho'Gath
that are
yet.
holding Lissandras and Cho'Gaths.
No.
I do expect him to roll a little bit here, and if he does hit, Wow, that's massive tempo. If you get that Cho 3 starting on 3-1 with Cosmic Hex, it's going to be absolutely disgusting. And here we go.
Or
I think he has to roll deep. Just what we mentioned earlier, the fact that he scales so much harder off of being a 3-star.
I mean, he's one copy off. Surely he can find it, and he
Whoa.
does. So Cho'Gath online on the 3-1 for Sappho here.
We see the small nod from Sappho. It's like, yes, I will accept
Lissandra
that.
Brawler for the rounding
He's
4
going to
here.
reforge a glove here, I have to imagine.
Pretty cool.
Or
Pretty
no,
good.
just goes for the, yeah. I imagine he was going to play strikers first on Lissandra and then try and reforge a glove into a tank component, but opts to just play for the better item right now, not greeding it too much, and just playing for tempo.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times if you have a Cho'Gath that is this far ahead, you're willing to just throw on the Gargoyle Stone Plate. Otherwise, I really like going for something like the Adaptive Helm here. Solo tank, you're ahead of the curve. You're going to cast more often and just stack even more aggressively here. I think Sappho, even though he's low HP, is going to start turning the corner. He's in a very comfortable space. If I'm Sappho, I'm willing to say, you know what, I don't need to go for this Lissandra. There's way too many Lissandras out of the pool. I'm just going to go straight level and play around something else.
I think that's correct. You can hold him, of course. You can also go for Baron's Lair here and hit the third tank item for the Cho'Gath. Also giving the rest of your board some time. Sweet Treat's also interesting. Golden Gamble. I mean, all options were fantastic for Sappho here. Really, any item on which were great. Loses the Gamble, unfortunately. I think would have been especially good in this case where you have
Upset
one
Max
item is a
does
Radiant
take
and you have
Baron's
the
Lair.
next item to immediately finish on
So
Lissandra and
does
have your
Darknub.
two carries fully itemized and no leftover items.
3 of them coming up.
And we have another miss here from YBY as well. Doesn't find the Radiant item, but you know, it's fine. He was looking for the Nashers coming in for the Nami later on, but I still think he's in a very decent position. I wonder if I wonder if Ironbog was able to keep up his streak here. I think he was the player that, you know, was in kind of out in the wilderness. We didn't know where he was going. He was banking on just the steamroll working for him. And it seems that, yeah, he actually did hit the Zoe off of the steamroll and was able to stabilize.
That's huge. Fourth win streak or a fourth win from Ironbog. Only concern
So
is
we
it is a
talked
Razorblade
about
build.
it at the
Yet again,
beginning, or they
there are
talked
a lot
about
of players
it, I guess.
angling Razorblade
But
LeBlanc
I'm
on
not
the
seeing
AP side of
anybody
things,
fall into the
which is a little bit concerning
Stargazer.
for the stage 4. Some players might bypass maybe
That's
from a
true.
very high
I mean, we
position
saw
level 8
some
altogether.
Zaya,
play
but
directly into level
that was
9
about
and
it.
use Vex as a carry. Although with 3 Vexes out of the pool, with upset maxes, aura farming, that could also be a difficult game plan. It's going to be a really, really scary stage 4 for most of our AP players, I have to say.
I can't imagine having like a B tier composition, LeBlanc 3-way contested between Darthnub, Ironbog, and Upset Max. It's gonna be just. I feel like Reinforcement is
like to
actually one of
see
the better
Upset
arguments in
Max
this
here,
case. You're already
or
tied, committed with the Blighted Jewel and also the
our
Gwyn's
8th
Rage
place
Blade being built
player.
here. So yeah, we're gonna see a rush for that LeBlanc.
This is the kind of
After
lobby where
this
it looks like Steelabora and Ironbog off of the steamroll
need
and the
to-
win streaks.
need to
They're
move
very
it.
well positioned to top 4 this game. Sappho,
Especially
very well
when
positioned off
Upset
of the early
Max does
Cho'Gath 3
that
and the setup he
pivot.
has. Everyone else scrambling for
really
the same
good to
units.
see.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath in terms of the disparity in HP potentially as we move through stage 4 between these 3 players and everyone else in the lobby.
This is what we've seen from these Tempo Timmy kind of lobbies here. Upset Max and Lee Tutron, the 2 players that opted from their augments to start playing Loose Streak, are going to be under tremendous pressure. They're much lower HP than they typically would be in other starts.
Okay, Darthnub's fight's still
Ironbog streak
going.
has been broken, so it is now just Steelabora who's on the top page in the standings, had a great games 2 and 3.
It does
It's
turn
starting
around,
off really
so
hot
something
on this
happened
game
on
4
that
as well, so really good
board.
momentum for one of the lesser known players from APAC in this TAC round stage.
Upset Max
Will be
also
our
turned
God
it
selection here once
around.
more. Storm Hacks on the side of
A
Yasuo.
JJ or
Pretty even split between our players on where they're going. But I do agree with you guys. I think for some of these AP players, this could be a little bit of a bloodbath coming up.
YBY1 and Jija, the only 3 players, going for the Evelyn here. So they're going to forego their chances at hitting lucky shots and saying, I'm comfortable enough just going 8. I don't need my shops to buy any upgrades. I'm decent enough to just go for stage 4. I think that's a sign of confidence. Those are the players that are likely to be able to make it there comfortably.
Karma, a piece of the puzzle here for Darth now potentially for his stage 4 board, is found there off of the Pengu Orb. The Blighting Jewel is a huge, huge upside. If you can hit LeBlanc 2, I think LeBlanc 2 in particular is going to be the one unit that whoever hits LeBlanc 2 first will be winning most of their fight.
I don't know
Everyone
what's
else is
going
in
on there.
so much trouble.
They'll figure it out.
You got
Upset
that.
Max has
Yeah, he's got that.
currently the Nami in play there as item holder for the Vex later on, of course. I do think Space Group
Yeah,
is
so
something
here we see that
players can
flexibility.
think about if they are unable to find that LeBlanc, but it is just so much harder to play without the additional emblem to just get together. And of course, you also still need an answer for that front line then, if you're going to be playing around that as, or just in general, very popular.
It's really high EV as well, I think, for YBY1 and Safo to hold any LeBlanc they see. I think this is the type of unit where you kind of scout the lobby and say, all right, I'm not trying to grief everyone, but I kind of am, because it's just such a good thing for my own game plan to have everyone else miss if you can hold 1 or 2 LeBlancs on your roll down. This is what separates elite level players to just kind of your regular strong players on ladder.
I want to say, if it's only one person needing the LeBlanc, that's personal. But if it's 3, that's just business, right? It's good business.
If it's one person, that's checkmate, actually.
True.
True, true. Well, for Steel of Bora, that Karma has also come online to help out here for now. She is going to be holding 2 of those items and really help out with the AoE spread, as Veigar can't do it all by himself.
Very comfortable position for Steel of Bora
Okay,
here.
so
this is one of the rising
board
Korean players.
that we're fighting right now. That is on our
we've seen
8th
him mostly
place.
actually in the 4v4 circuit this year around.
With
and
the
he played in
context,
just maybe
makes
20
sense.
previous tier 1 games. So
Looking
kind of a
forward
complete
to
unknown,
their
but his name is
roll
really cool
down,
and very
'cause they're
memorable.
already at
He is known
7.
as the style of
so hopefully
purple.
we get to
That
check
is what
that
the
out.
direct translation is.
Bora in Portuguese is also kind of like let's go in some ways. So every time I see his name, I just think he's a BR player because of this. So he's maybe like a symbolic BR player from Korea.
A double agent, maybe.
Yeah,
Who knows?
potentially.
While we're
Oh,
checking
and
in
it's
with
basically
Lichuan, who's, of course,
pre-leveled
on
to
that
8.
Tiniest Titan, has been aggressively loss streaking on the back of it, down to 10 losses, printing gold here in our stage 3, and is very, very close to that level 8 as we are getting ready to get some rewards from that PvE stage. You can see players a little bit confused there as another game pause has hit, but that's, you know, going to allow to take a moment, hydrate, make sure you're looking at your game plan closely and you know what to do. We are getting word that one of our players has DC'd, so we're just waiting for them to reconnect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do have some weather conditions going on in the Pacific here, so there might be some incidents where we can talk about the players more. You know, I'm always excited to do that one. Lee Tu-Chuan, I have a special connection with him because he's actually my most watched player. He explains every single move he does. I think his closest comp is someone like Dish Soap. And like Dish Soap, he also has the best stats starting from the set 11 era onwards. A lot of players do put him in the S rank in terms of the CM players. Very, very stable here.
Yes, chat, you can wear the Tactician's Crown trophy on your head, unless you're Dish Soap entitled, then that would be too many. So, you're welcome for that piece of information. Apparently, people have been asking on whether or not you can actually wear the trophy. Yes, you can. It is big enough to fit
Darth
average
posted the
human-sized head.
selfie.
Some of our
W
tacticians out there are really
selfie.
big brain, though, so I don't know if it fits everybody the same.
Personally, I would limit
my
test. I
Emmy
think
should
3 is
arrive
possible.
today also,
We have
according
to
to
get
my
there with
shipping
our engineers, but
Would you stack them?
yeah.
Or would you try to...
No, make there's
That is one hell of a
How
sentence.
would you wear 3 crowns?
How else would you wear it?
Shoulders.
I want to
your
go
shoulders?
to a like garden
shoulder pads.
and
Good.
do
Not
a
rounded
little.
anymore.
I
I
don't
will
think you
do
can
this.
balance 3.
But do a little photo shoot with it.
Yeah, you should.
Okay.
Take
Looking
some
at-
photos with that Emmy.
Yeah, Upset Max here, with their player card. Before we jump back into the game.
Wow, wow, wow.
Gotta love
A
it.
lot of our players are
Yeah.
nervous, are expectant on their shops, on those rolls, especially the AP players.
I think YBY1 is definitely hate watching Lee Tu-Chuan right now. He is clearly going into direct conflict with him. Going to go for the roll down onto the Namis. Hits 2 Tahm Kenches right off the bat right here. It really is about the Namis since Upset Max already has one. Can he find
Well,
those
Upset
to
Max, I don't think is gonna keep it because they're gonna move it, the Nami, because they're gonna move into
there
the
goes the
Vex.
first copy.
Have to pop these anvils potentially soon as well to try and get some more space on the bench. It's a hard turn, a lot of gold to be rolled here from Lee Tu-Chuan. Still missing a Nami pair even, so far away from one of the key units here for the board for the CN player.
The good news is the front line is really strong, and sometimes that can kind of just fraught your way through fights if it buys you enough time for your 1-star unit to actually scale up to do the damage, while that front line just tanks everything. And the good news is that Ironbog also hasn't found the upgrade that he's looking for yet, so he's sitting on an Aurelion Soul 1.
Or the
he does have the
Morello,
Zoe
that's
2 in
totally
the backline there
fine.
that's triple itemized, but that's not going to be any threat to that Tahm Kench, to
Especially
that Morgana.
with Morgana
so
as a
Lichuchan very lucky
holder.
on the matchmaking here.
Like
Are you guys ready for the LeBlanc sweepstakes? Here we go. Who's going to hit the reinforcements, the panic button? And it is gold. That does mean that these players can potentially find that option. Of course, update, it's Darth Nub, it's Upset Max, and it's also, I believe, there's one other player that also needs it. Oh, Ironbog here, looking for that LeBlanc.
Ironbog has rolled all of his gold. There's not a single LeBlanc on his shop or board. This is where things get dicey. Of course, it's just the Rage Blade that's linking you to the LeBlanc. You can try and play around other AP units we're seeing here with the Mech pair and the Acel pair as well.
In the meantime, we did see the Nami 2 being picked up by Upset Max. And, I mean, if you pick your augments fast enough, that allows you to roll before everybody else, so long as they take a little bit more time to think about it. That might just be the windmaker for
the 5-star
Upset
from
Max
Aura
here.
farming come with the item, or
that
he
in.
just
Also has another
preemptively
Nami
placed
in
that?
shop, even though that's not
It
even the
comes with a
carry he
tailored
wants
item.
to run for the rest of the game.
YBY is
Yeah,
thinking,
then-
hey, you're the Vex player. Why is there a Nami 2 on your board all of a sudden?
He's going to sell it next round, so YBY just has to wait a little bit. 4-3, the Vex will come down, and I expect the Nami...
Yeah, that's
will
what I
actually-
thought
I'm
too.
not so
Oh,
sure.
but
I
he
think this
also
Emo
has
might
the
be going
Nami in the
first.
shop. That's
Probably.
Yeah.
Especially if a Blitz is found.
That's
for Upset
brutal
Max,
for every
they
other
might Have
player.
like a Vanguard, Vex,
No
Space
Namis.
Group hybrid.
No Namis
not
for
playing
you
the Shepherd
guys.
at all, considering how contested that line will be.
We are getting word on our Cho'Gath stats as we take a look at this legendary board. So currently, the Cho'Gath
Here
has
is the Zaya.
1,600 HP and 9,000 HP total. So 1,600.
Maybe
as an additional,
Guardbreaker
and
comes
we are checking
out.
in with JJ, who was actually the player that picked up
Morello onto
reinforcement.
the
We were talking
Zaya.
about how he probably should have a little bit of an easier game, being on the 80 line, being basically uncontested in this lobby. but he's been
USS is also
free-falling
still
7
an
losses down the
option.
drain, and maybe he was looking for that Zaya 3.
No.
I think could be an option here.
It's an out. I think it's a desperation off of your reinforcement pickup to break the loss streak. You're playing the boar. Ideally, you're playing this from a win streak, so you can farm gold and just continue snowballing the lobby.
He
Has not
was
been the
for a
case.
long time. At the beginning, he was win streaking.
Not for too long. I mean, it's a seven loss streak, so most of stage 3 was a lot of losses, a lot of HP lost, and you're also not seeing the best items.
Yeah.
Morello having to be built here over the red buff, for example. When you have double death blades, your auto attacks hit so hard, you want to attack very fast. So the setup is not really there for JJ, unfortunately.
Do we find a 2-star 4-cost Zaya from Evelyn?
That means that he would only be 2 copies off from going to the 3 stars.
1. He has,
1 copy
He
off?
has 2 Zaya on his bench.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
a Zaya
you're right.
2 on his board.
This
so
would be a... I feel like...
could be a difference maker here for JJ. Could be the answer.
I think he needs to take
Yeah,
it.
you might
He's
need
on a
to take it.
generational low roll. To find not a single bow when you're the only one playing AD Zaya is kind of
Show
painful.
me Zaya 2. Come on, JJ.
Oh.
Not going to be the case. Finds a
Usable.
Nunu instead. Lichuan also chasing for potentially finding an upgrade, or maybe just holding the extra Namis as he is holding that LeBlanc.
JJ not getting too much extra value from his third augment with the Sweet Reach, playing reinforcement due to that desperation. So all in all, it's not looking too great. Didn't find a Jin as well on the roll down, only has a Samirina 2 for now. We'll see this new item build with very little attack speed is going to be good enough
Vex
for
has
the Zaya
come
here
through
against
for
all of
Upset
the
Max,
AP board.
you
One of
can
those
see
being
too.
Upset Max's Vex
Oh,
2
yeah.
has come
That's
online.
good.
Nami, Vex,
That's
duo
gonna make a huge
carry.
difference.
But I believe a Blitzcrank was also added in that we saw in the shop earlier on, and it's looking pretty good for upset max for JJ though. He's on his last life, and there are some very strong players like Safo in this lobby knocking on his door.
It's not a lot of upgrades that JJ can do.
Yeah, it does
though.
look like JJ's just going to go dead last in this one. The items are just way too far off. He was really banking on hitting the acceleration hex in the previous God Boon offering, but doesn't find that one either. So I think he's just kind of stuck in the water here.
Ironbog also rolled.
None of the outs
didn't
really
seem
working
to
for
hit
him. Neither
anything.
going for the Zaya
YBY.
3, nor finding the Hex, nor finding any bows at all. So
Still on
very,
the
very
Nami
unfortunate
one.
situation.
Yeah.
As he finds himself on 5
That's rough.
HP. Leetutron not too far off. So is YBY1.
I feel like
Both of these
Darthnub
players on
must have
13 and 14
gotten the
HP
Shepherd on like a
respectively.
2-star.
Let's see if they can survive
LeBlanc
one more
to be
fight.
on the
Maybe Darthnub
3-win
doesn't have
streak.
the
Oh
upgrades
yeah, right
on
here.
his backline just yet. That's a Karma one, that's a LeBlanc one. Sitting on pairs for both of these units. Maybe the Zaya can clutch this one out.
Mordekaiser still main tank, Blitz one as well, so this is one of the better boards that JJ could face. It is Gilded Steel, Baron's Lairs, some very strong combat augments coming in, but the Mordekaiser not going to hang on for too long. The Zaya, if she gets onto the backhand, oh no, the LeBlanc gets to the Zaya first. It makes the fight much closer than it should be, but in the end, JJ will be surviving here. Darthnub taxed a tiny bit. Does anyone go down? No, Tutron now on 4 HP as well, so 3 players on 1 life. One of those is YBY1, and he is still sitting on the Nami 1. He has to feel quite frustrated considering he had the best early spot for Space Groove.
Yeah, victims of the AP car crash here, and this is the problem with letting players pick their own items, is like a lot of times someone can go,
I really
all of
like
them can go
the
in the
high
same
gold
direction.
offerings. Like
So
at
we have
that
2
point,
Space
most of my
Groove
items
players
are
are
main.
likely going
I
to be
don't
falling out relatively soon.
often
I don't
feel the
see
need.
them ever going up to 9 here. Ironbog, I think, is in the very same situation. So it's kind of down to Steelo Agora versus Upset Max. I think those are kind of like the strongest players in the lobby so far. And of course, Safo.
I just realized something. Safo is playing LeBlanc 2 as his backline carry
yeah,
with the
we
Dark
haven't
Star
seen
choke at
Safo in a
board.
while.
He gave on to Lissandra. Oh no, this guy wants to be the villain apparently. I think no one's going to forget his name for the rest of this tournament after this betrayal in Stage 4.
That's genius. I absolutely love this play. You know, it's not your ideal carry, but if it kills all the rest of your competitors, why not?
We were hearing pings all game long in Stage 4. I think now we know why that was.
The
Maybe,
villain.
yeah.
Like,
We're
what's this
finding
guy
some
doing
last
with my
second
LeBlanc?
upgrades for our players here across the board. And Leetutron, unfortunately, is going to go up against what can only be described as a wall
I also
of
like the
Cho'Gath.
Dark Star
Let's see
on
if he has
to the
anything
ASOL.
to choose
for
through that
Safo.
to try and help. Of course, in the backline, that Aurelion Soul is very, very high on the single target, so will help in melting. But look at that. Frontline is
Yeah,
still
the
holding
melting
strong
should
for
help
Leetutron.
Proc.
5 Space
Yeah.
Cruise is one of
Unless
those scaling
this Morgana
compositions
just
where you continually just get
heals
80 and AP.
everything.
Does not
and
die,
that allows you
ever.
to deal with the Cho'Gath if the fight goes on
Okay,
long
Darthnub.
enough.
Leetutron also the
Lost
villain. He's playing
another.
5 copies of Nami, so
YB
really making
okay, I'm
YBY1's
scared.
life very, very difficult. YBY1 was hoping for an elimination here from Safo, but that hasn't been the case.
And JJ has a huge find on his items here. Does get just a 1 Kraken at the very least, 1
Yeah,
attack
picked
speed
up
item.
the
Singular bow.
Jin also
I
for
can't believe
JJ.
he didn't find any
so
bows
good
starting
sniper
this
support.
game. It's actually kind of
if
crazy.
they
He
can
actually
get
had 2
online, and
PB
I think
rounds.
He was
that
picking
the
Evelyn as well. He was like,
Morgana
please,
and
let me get better items. Let me lose
Yeah.
HP.
the
I'm
Nunu
too
will buy
strong.
enough time, but maybe not buy
He
enough
is going to
time.
go up against Safo
against
on the left-hand
this
side. Leetutron is
Cho'Gath.
up against Ironbog. So right-hand side, very likely
It's
will
so
give us
big.
an
Look at
eliminated
that
player. On the left-hand side, JJ needs to survive to hang in the ropes, maybe claw another placement in game number 4 here at the Tactician's crown. Right-hand side, Ironbog is going to be fallen on the back of not being able to find that Nami. Clement, you were saying you find that Space Groove emblem, you get that warm fuzzy feeling.
Oh
you
my
know you're just going to
goodness.
cruise into a top 5, not
It
if
finally
everybody
goes
else
down.
and their mom is looking for Nami.
Your mom's too? Oh no.
Everyone.
Okay. I mean, for YBY1, there was 6 Namis out of the pool before he could really do anything about it. And it's a very unfortunate situation. Usually when you're playing that Space Groove, you don't have to hit the Blitzcrank so early on. You can use
here.
Shen as a secondary carry. There's a lot of different outs,
And
but
Miss
his items were very
Fair, no
concentrated in that Nami.
Redeemer.
Didn't really find them early on. And I think it's just kind of an unfortunate situation that Upset Max was also using that
Okay,
Nami.
Darth does have the
Darthnub
LeBlanc
has
too.
turned the corner LeBlanc 2 was found, still sitting on Karma.
Oh,
One still sitting on Blitz.
Pair
One still sitting on
Okay.
Mordekaiser, main tank. That's maybe the bigger problem. A lot of
These
Morganas
Blitz
also out of the
are
pool from so many different
yeah,
players
these
using the
Blitz
versatile tank.
items from the
Safo
Thieves
not on the
gloves
best ASOL build despite it being ASOL
aren't
2.
the
We saw the
worst.
last few fights lacking damage, not able to get through these Giga tanks. Through Mordekaiser though, it should be a little bit easier. This is maybe the fight Safo needed to try and stabilize this loss streak.
He's still also lacking on the upgrade of the Karma. Both of these players sitting on a pair as they go up against each other, but like you mentioned, for the Mordekaiser, it is good enough. Can he find the backline though? And the answer to that is no. The ASOL getting confused a little bit easy and targeting the wrong side of the board. Safo takes another hit. Unfortunately, JJ going to be going down in that round as well. And we're down to our top 5. Can Safo make it into the top 4?
He really needs a better item on the ASOL over the QSS. He's clearly lacking the burst that ASOL really needs with this Dark Star comp.
Yeah, the QSS is no more
Staff,
here.
Archangel.
It's not ideal.
Better than QSS.
You already have a lot of base AP coming in from 6 Darkstar, and you're hoping for a more bursty fight with ASOL as a carry.
Yeah, in this situation, like a Striker's Flare would really have been the ideal
Safo
situation
in
for
the
him. He's just gonna have to make
standings,
do with this
sitting
one.
at
You know, sometimes
13.
Aurelion Soul can just go through into the back line. Not in this case. Li Tuchuan position absolutely
Good
on
for
the further
good for you.
sides, and Li Tuchuan did win the
Because
previous
Upset
two
Max
fights here.
will
It's about how
outplace.
long can Li Tuchuan stall out the fight and get that additional 80 AP on his Namis.
That's a good question. Tank is down, so that was the main tank on the side of Li Tuchuan. So let's see if our Aurelion Soul can actually do something, and the answer is no. He won't even get there before the enemy backline finds him. Very, very unfortunate rounds for Safo there.
I think we know what's going on there.
Avoid the bottom
Upset
four.
Max
Fifth place,
also is
though,
probably just going to go
I don't think you can be too mad at that, but if you
9,
know
and I
that
wonder
could
what
have been
he's
the top
looking
4,
for
it just kind
now.
of stings a little.
Yeah.
Safo also not really on the best sides. Most of those fights, ASOL on a Giga tank, and it just getting stuck pretty much all throughout. It was a really strong start, but yeah, couldn't quite make it work. Big props to Li Tuchuan though. I think he survived a very dicey stage 4 and stage 5, and now that the double Nami carry has been working wonders for him, and he's healing as well with Tiniest Titan, so he's maybe fighting his way into having 2 lives now, even in stage 6.
I really like the augment build that he chose for himself. He's healing at the same time, and then he has the glass cannon. You need damage amp if you have a lot of 80 AP with that Nami stacking right here. So I think Li Tuchuan probably overshot his expected position here, and I feel a little bit bad for Safo. I feel like probably too many Tom Kenches were out of the pool.
Punching the
He had a
Morgana
very
there
strong,
actually saved her, right?
bruiser
Because
position,
it
but
pushed
never
her
got the
back
Tom
out of the
Kench to the
damage range.
Well, Darthnub also going to be
you're
falling
right,
here
it did.
to the power of the double Nami. Yeah, I mean, we know 2 tanky is really good for the space groove. I personally haven't seen too much 2 tanky Nami without the 2 tanky augment, but
We'll take
Li
a fourth.
Tuchuan proving that it can work if you just bully the rest of the lobby into obedience.
I wonder if for Safo as well, you could have considered playing, just dropping the Brawler, the Tongue altogether, and playing around Morgana 2 and Mech 2, Mech especially being uncontested this lobby, and not going for the greedier 4 Brawler setup for just the Cho as the main star, but some regrets that maybe Safo will deal with going to the next game. For now, our top 3 here. Upset Max in particular, also a player that I think we have to give props to in terms of aura farming, not off of a strong start, always dicey in terms of how you stabilize. He did it fantastically with just the Alawi as a main tank in stage 4.
Upset Max got some
that 1-star
upgrades.
Alawi to get through it. And Li Tuchuan here, I think the space groove is really strong because every single space groove actually benefits and adds to the amount of like groove that you get on these units. So every additional unit, even duplicate units, do count towards that.
Very nicely done, as we do get a look
Little
at
Elder
Upset Max,
Dragon
and
on
I
the
see something
bench
hiding in the
cracks me
background
up.
there.
Yeah.
So he was able to Bard abduct an Elder Dragon.
I don't want to upset you, but that is not Max.
That is Stilo of Bora.
Stilo of Bora.
Yes, I got baited by the camera. Yes, Stilo of Bora is our Meeple player, but he has an Elder Dragon, so that is the important thing that he can use if he can fit it onto his board.
He almost has the goal to make it to level 9 to fit in the Elder Dragon. Yeah, we're seeing there. Immediately gone to 9 now that he can fit it. So a big spike for our HP leader. They just lose his last fight. I think Tuchuan is trying to send a message like maybe I am the strongest player in this lobby. It'll be close.
For the Vanguard, true.
Upset Max also won his last fight. Arguably that was a ghost fight, I assume, because Stilo and Lituchuan met each other. So let's see
moving
if
the
this
items
Vex
over to
can take down the
Blitz.
opposite board. That is
Makes
going to be Stilo of
sense.
Bora with the Elder Dragon this time
Let's
on the
see.
board.
This is something I'm looking at
See
now.
if he has the power.
Large number of stuns that can be utilized here. We saw on the end, wow, Upset Max gets the triple stun onto the backline into a Nunu snowball. So very well positioned, very good use of the Sona positioning, the command button. But is it actually still enough? He stopped a ton of damage from coming in.
Gosh, that
and it looks like
dragon
it is.
lived
He is
to
going
the
to clinch
very
this fight,
end.
even against a level 9
Yeah.
with 8 Elder
Very
Dragons.
last second.
Stilo of Bora finding himself a little bit with the back against the wall as Li Tuchuan and Upside Max now both have more HP to work with, and he only has this last life. Not really much to do here. Is going to be moving some of those items. Lysandra is not going to be doing much with them
Hello,
anyway.
Radish.
And hoping
Welcome to the
find the perfect positioning
to
here
the games, the
against
craziness of day one.
the opponent.
Yeah, I think a mistake having those items on Lysandra in that last fight, just Lysandra 2 when you had the Karma 2, and I guess he's hoping for the Bard 2 in particular, but it will be Lituchuan against Upset Max. Both players still on 2 lives, 20 and above HP, still very, very healthy. The Battle of the Blitzes here immediately gets targeted by the Namis there. Maybe some risky positioning in terms of the Blitz now, not having any more of a failsafe if the Namis target him again, or if he can sneak into the back
but
line.
the
The Namis
Namis
have been
are
stunned for
stunned.
such a
They were
long
stunned for
time.
so long.
The Blitz will be going down here before he
So
casts.
many
Another
Namis
stun.
Is that
Okay,
a difference
W.
maker?
W
Frontline
Max.
is gone, and with it, will that
Oh,
backline
that's a lot of
Lituchuan
damage.
is going to be hanging in by a thread, though. 2 HP and a dream as a minor boon does come through.
This is the
from
tinier.
our
This is the
god.
heal, right? That's happening from the
necessarily
tinier
the best
Titan.
thing of what you were hoping for, but will help
yeah.
on hopefully
Yeah,
making that Kench
holy
a little bit
moly.
stronger.
I think this is the end of the road for Li Tuchuan. I wonder if he tries to sell here. I don't think he's beating either of his opponents. He's going up against multiple combat augments.
I'm
while
pretty
he's on
sure
Tiniest
with
Titan.
the amount
He's going to
of
give it one last try.
health
And not trying
healed
to sell. He probably
that if
has it in his mind that, you know, third place,
if it
good
wasn't
enough
healed,
with
we
where I
would have
started.
ended at 6
Especially no Blitz
6-2
2, that's the biggest
probably.
loss here for Li
Because it's
Tuchuan.
like 3
Gonna go up
fights
against Stilo of Bora
that
one
wouldn't
more
have
time.
Yeah,
We're gonna be
happened. That's
seeing
true.
that Elder Drake and how it can just tank pretty much anything in front of your eyes, but there is a chance that the Bard finds its way into the backline and just abduct the Namis, which would be a big matchmaker here for Stilo of Bora. Tom Kench is down.
Damage.
And
Yep,
with
I think we
that,
have-
hold on, Nami clutching up.
Stilo is out. Li Tuchuan versus Upset Max in the final.
Okay.
1v1 Upset Max still on 2 live. We're almost in
know
stage
your
7.
pick'ems.
My pick'em said 7-2.
My pick'ems
can we
are
make it? I sure hope
coming.
so. Does the math out? I don't
Yeah,
think
so
so.
I think
Can I say sorry to
we
how
mentioned
good
it right
Space
now.
Goof
I'm
is? That
pretty
was
sure
ridiculous, man. That was
that
a
for the
3-star
longest
perfect
game, you
artifact.
went
He had the
7-2 and
Elder
I went
Drake,
7-1,
everything
and then
maxed
for
out
the
Viger.
shortest
I
game, I
didn't
went
think it.
six-one.
Still
You
did
went
not win.
The
6-2.
Karma did go down right
think we
before her final
flipped
count. I
on
think I would have
those.
swung that fight in
Oh,
Stilo
maybe,
Bora's
yeah.
way.
Well, let's see. I'm
Well,
sure
we
if
are
I can,
looking
if
what
I go
could
to
be
the pick'ems
last
website, I
fight,
can find
unless
out.
the Namis
Oh,
can
yeah.
do it again. It's still only a Blitz one with the tiniest type, no combat augment, but on the other side is that Karma 2, there is that Vex 2 that Upset Max has been knowing about ever since he found that aura farming, and he will try and breach that backline, and he's
Oh, the
going
Blitz
to
pass, that's
succeed
huge.
in that, and will take Lituchuan down. Very, very deserved second place, though, and a very deserved
Let's
first place
go.
for Upset Max as well.
I
In the
went
lobby,
longest
everybody was
7-2,
looking for
shortest
those AP lines.
6-1.
I love to see the
Yep.
bounce back from Upset Max. 8th place in game 1, debut in the TAC round. It's a hard
I
place
love
to
the
be,
little
but he
meep
gets bounced back in a massive way.
next
A
to the
really well played
names.
game.
Yes.
He fed into the chaos with the aura farming, but still worked out.
Of course he bounces back. He does breakdance.
That is true. The bounce back against the caliber of players here must be a huge boon here against the reigning champions, against YBY1, Ironbog here coming in as 2 of the most, you know,
I will
highly
finish up
rated
these
players.
players unless we get hopped into another game. But since we had so many pauses, I think that we were probably the longest. But we'll finish up these players before we kick it off to a break. That was game 4, so they're gonna shuffle and reseed the lobbies for 5 and 6.
Players to find out who goes into day 2. Lots of exciting action is in front of us as we move through
This photo, I can never get over it.
It's so good. And this
Yeah.
jacket from the Paris Open is so tough.
Yes.
It's so swaggy. There he is, 5 times
It's
qualified.
a huge
Our
win
man.
rate.
Yep.
Yeah.
.444 average placement.
Dude, it's a huge win rate, but also a huge 8th rate.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't like the middle of the pack.
No. And why would you, honestly?
Yeah. I like that there's not his full name on the card.
Yeah, there's no who, it's just blah 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 blah.
It's just blah 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 blah.
It's soju time, maybe.
Perhaps. Perchance.
Yeah. Darth, why is he sideways?
Oh, wait, you're right.
It's so silly.
It is silly. It suits him, but it's silly.
It does. Well, I wish they would have used his crown photo.
Oh, yeah.
Steffi, one of the players that I had my eye on.
Mm-hmm.
Milo, another player. I didn't know this was their second time qualified. That's cool. Makes me feel a little bit better of having them in my picks.
Hey, Long. Ringo.
Steal of Bora.
Oh my god, the
who
instant
top three.
zoom in on the photo.
Yeah.
Best run first. Yup.
W. Title, one of my other top picks.
Ooh, big win rate.
Mm-hmm. These game counts are pretty surprising.
Interesting to see, right?
Yeah. Like almost 400 here, and if YBY makes it through all 3 days, they'll easily surpass, or could easily surpass that 13 games needed. Just
Yeah, that's true.
to reach 400 games, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Best run second.
Let's run first. Okay.
Yep, 6 times qualified. Big win rate.
20% win rate. That's nuts.
Alright, that's gonna do it for our player cards. We will kick it to a break. The main broadcast will bring us back in, and Domino and I will be back with you when the game starts. See you right after this. They'll go over the new lobbies as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the Tactician's Crown for Space Gods. We have completed 4 games today, which means we only have 2 more before we cut our field of 40 competitors down to 32. My name is Nekra, and I'm excited to be back alongside Clement and Hupe-san to talk through these next 2 games and final 2 games of the day. But I hear we've got some updates. Hupe-san, why don't you share what you watched off screen?
Yeah, of course. I saw the lobby 4, so we had Soyu playing the humble Corki line that you guys were mentioning some more. He got a 4th, and the spot was so difficult because actually Huaji, he was playing a Gnar into also the meeple line, so he get the Corki for fun because he didn't have it itemized, so it was just so stressful to watch Soyu there. And of course, in the end, Tidal was taking the risky line, that Nova 9-5 that is so difficult to accomplish. He got the Misfits, very difficult to get there, and then he pop off with Thresh, additional resources, first place for Tidal. The other lobby that also was very interesting was seen by Gangly, so I really want to hear about it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So, you already know I had to watch the King of the Americas, Dish Soap, as he tried to get out of this hole, right? Dead last right now. And so, I'm gonna set the scene for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stage 2, patience is a virtue. Generally speaking, this is taken as an augment where you do not roll, you save up, you bank your rerolls, and you spike really hard. Dish Soap instead, every 2 to 3 rounds would use his rerolls to make his board strong and 8 streak all the way through stage 3 into stage 4. He's playing Xayah, he's playing Altar. Altar's unlocked. 4-2, roll down comes, 1 Xayah, 0 Nunus, no board. What does he do instead? He uses the rerolls, he finds Rammus 2, plays Jax Rammus, a Bastion Xayah board on Xayah 1, and knowing that Jetasaur is contesting him, he instead of Donkey rolling on level 8, goes 9. 5-5, he's level 9 now, finds Jin 2, plays a 4 Bastion Xayah Jin board, and he runs that all the way through stage 5, 6-1. He open sells Shen and Rammus, knowing the only way to truly cap his board is by finding Nunu 2 and the rest of the traditional board. Never finds Nunu 2, and instead of winning out, he goes 3rd, but had to be one of the best played Xayah games I have ever watched. Extremely adaptable game by Dish Soap, and what it showed me is that the king is not out yet. You can't count him out. He's still got some life left in him.
Oh, thank you so much, Gangly, for that report. We are going to take a look at the standings to show you exactly where Dish Soap falls. It was a very tough road at the beginning of the day, and it's still not over. 2 more games to make up the point differential. 11 points, even 9 points is doable to get out of this danger zone.
And as we talked about, 25 points is the historical benchmark here. So both for Dish Soap and YBY1, they're angling for 2 back-to-back finalists to get themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, for APA, also 2 bad placements here for Milo and Ironbog. Kaiwen also the same. He was a little popping off here, Nekra, but in the end, once again, getting a tough return, playing the IP flex that didn't work. And middle ground there with the Spaniards, with Safo still holding up with the Mex and Anima.
There's a lot of competitors here that have had a previous Tactician's Crown run. But if it's been a little while, I feel like I worry about some of those players because it really is a different beast to have to play amongst so many different regions who favor different play styles. And I feel like you're kind of seeing that reflected in the results a little bit. If it's your first time here, you really don't have that experience. If it's your second time here or if it's been a while, then you might find yourself having some struggles today.
Oxema, for example, being true to his style, maybe sometimes 8th place, got a 1st place now and it started to pop off.
And Along and Steelo of Bora, I think they're the biggest surprises out of APAC right here. They're not the heroes we deserve, but they are the heroes we need for our region.
Yeah,
you deserve it, Clement.
We have like a pack sandwich, right? Kind of towards the bottom of the standings, but then you've got a couple of competitors at the top that do have a lion's share of those points. 2 more games though, and so what are we talking about here? Let's set the stakes a little bit. If you're at the bottom, you are trying to avoid going 8th. You don't want to be on the bottom 8 to get eliminated at the end of the day. But is this really the time to press the button, try to get those anima cash outs? Do you feel like that has been successful today?
I think it really depends on where you are at in the lobby. If you're sitting at Dish Soap or YBY's positions, I think 2 of our most popular players out there, you need 14 points in 2 games. And the only way you can do that is if you're playing for the highest cap out possible. Again, I think we're looking for expedition starts, we're looking for anima cash outs, and we're looking for spreading roots, things that give you the most cap possible.
also angles that show player expression. So we saw this show, as Kangli was saying, playing different, playing whatever the game gave him, but you need to get variance into that. So actually, as you mentioned, I think emblems will be the name of the game, especially with goal augments or anything that can give you that influx of power. And of course, you need to then handle that resource in your favor. Anything can go, and next game will be hype.
I want to see a recombobulator game. That's on my bingo card. Well, especially after you got me so hyped, reminding me about what we saw at the regional finals. I thought maybe if somebody picks Build-A-Bud and then we get Thresh, we'll find out very shortly as we get ready and we see our players about to launch into the game. We are going to be focusing on Tidal and Dish Soap, two different ends of the spectrum, both double Tactician's Crown winners. But it's going to be a tough road if you are Steppy or Dish Soap with only 11 points.
As we talked about, this is the GOAT fight, what we've all been waiting to see. And, you know, it wouldn't be that exciting if Dish Soap really does drop out sooner rather than later. I'm rooting for Dish Soap to make a comeback. If you think about his second championship, he put himself in a very similar position on the start of day 2. Yep. He was going 3-8 and then still made it in at the very end. So he is a miracle worker.
We also talked to him. You interviewed him in Necra, and he was like, I'm above average. And that's not normal, because this show normally says, I'm playing normal. No, he knows he's above average. He knows he can play the game. And now starting off, and we see immediately Thresh coming in and giving randomness and packs here to the players.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
It's on the table now with Thresh. As a god in this game, you could get offered the recombobulator.
If you're Steppy and Dish Soap, I think the God of Packs is exactly what you want to see. Highest RNG possible. It's just, you know, I hope luck is on their favor. This lobby will also be very tempo
I'm a little
heavy.
bit of a
Again,
liar.
we
We did have to say goodbye to Domino for now. They have some things to take care of outside of the game.
Thresh is more significant right now. Everyone going
We'll
for
come
those resources. As Necra
And
mentioned,
as
if you have
Necra
something 2-star already,
mentioned,
you go for that
we'll be
recon
taking
buff
a
and try
look
to
at
maintain
Tidal
tempo,
and Dish
or
Soap.
just try to go for the full
Dish
cap
Soap,
of
I'm
board
really
like
hoping
Horus
has a
and
good
Dish Soap said
game
that they did
to
recon
break
bubble
out
with the
of
augment,
this
and then got
low
immediately
position
the
that they
recon buff with
have
the
in the
Thresh and get something
standings.
amazing like a
A
3-star
little bit
critical
better,
very early into
holding
the
at 36 now after game
And
4.
I feel like because you know that Dish Soap and Steppy have to go for something that's high cap, it also
And Steppy,
alters the
another
game
player
plan for
that I
the
had
rest
my
of the
eye
players
on,
in the
is
lobby. They can
at
settle into more comfortable top
35th.
3, top 4 type compositions like the Shepherd and the Corki. You know that, you know, these two players cannot contest you on those lines.
Yeah, and you also don't want to be the player that has to do the contesting.
Yep.
If you're trying to break an anima streak or something like that, do you even have the points to be able to do that? Because you have to think about the long game here. Points carry over from day 1 to 2. So even if you are at the top of the leaderboard right now, looking at players like Stilo of Bora and Tidal, you want to maintain those top standings because you could promote early into the grand finals tomorrow. It also just makes your day a little bit easier.
Yeah, you cannot do it if you have to. You can do it if you can. So, for example, economic augment, something that really leaves you like, I can totally lose streak and it's okay, and then I can pop off immediately into the game. Apotheotic here, Forge, very interesting for Divine Artifact, and of course the 2 tanky with decent items here for this show.
See, I would worry about taking 2 tanky, though, because people will want to play Space Groove. That's been a very contested line. We've already seen a lot of games on stream and off stream where Nami has been very popular, and you're going to be playing a bunch of those units regardless. But he takes it against all odds. He's going to take the 2 tanky and just hopes that nobody else is going to go into the lane.
Yeah, probably seeing the early game of the other players, seeing that no one has a perfect spot for that Space Groove angle, but of course, as you mentioned, is the preferred angle. It's the thing that gets you to level 8 easier, it gets you stable, and of course, you can cap out later into the game.
I'm just saying, if I'm Tidal, I want to straight out win the GOAT fight, and he has the econ edge over the 2 tanky. We have seen this over and over again in regionals. If you have the econ edge, you can roll before the opposing player. Wage and Iverson has done this many, many times. You just go straight into that lane and derail Dish Soap. So I'm getting really nervous. He's already committed the items into the Samira, but everyone knows if you just contest him here, you take a potential GOAT out of the game.
I mean, it just does, when you think about it, like the strategic element of that, you're kind of playing defense with your offense. Makes it a little easier maybe for your path to the finals tomorrow, but we still have a lot of game to play out. I wanted to call out a couple of the other augments that we are seeing in this game, one of which Horo X did take the Jax hero augment. We've seen this a couple of times. Clement, what are your thoughts on this?
Another
Reach for
Jax
the
hero
Stars is a
augment
great
game.
augment depending on kind of the
That'd be
setup
fun.
of what you have for
Hopefully a little bit
Stargazers. I
better
think
on
that
tempo
one's
than
really
we
important. If you get
previously
something like
saw.
the medallion, it actually does a surprising amount of damage.
Oh,
And it's also
with the
something that I think
medallion?
is very tricky with positioning. A lot of the times you want a straight B line into the back, so it really kind of depends on where your Stargazer positions your Jax.
So the Stargazer this game is going to be the altar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we already saw Altar Stargazer in a previous game with a Jax hero element going first. So actually the possibility of Altar to give you that influx of power later into the game, and of course the slow that gives a chance for the Jax to actually pop off, because if you focus the Jax, I mean Jax is just eliminated directly. So this is the perfect setup. This is the setup that actually already got a first place, and it's something we haven't seen on regionals.
Yeah, Jettistor did have a combat augment with that. It was the Baron Slayer. So it was something that was scaling throughout the entire game. But that might be something else that you have to think about. When you take a look at Conda's board, this is going to be early learnings.
Yeah, I think it's the ideal setup for this Vigar board. It's very strong still with his specific augment, even though it was nerfed. We saw it played a ton in both EMEA and CN. The only issue with this is you want to play tempo, but you also want to hit that magical 4 copies of Vigar, so you don't have to like put your Vigar down to print.
And Nekra, you know about this. I've
love
seen you
this
play
comp.
Vigar so many times throughout the weekend.
Look, it's been to varying degrees of success, and I think something that we've seen a couple of our competitors struggle with is this isn't going to be a comp that wins your game. You're not going first with it, but you can,
Leave it up
if you are in Conda's position where you're in the middle of the packs, hope that it's going to be good enough for a top 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready for the random boon?
I'm so ready, Clement.
This might be the only chance for Dishop to dig it out. He really needs some high rolls. Free rerolls would be great right here. Let's see what each player goes for. It's Divine Intervention, another really high cap one.
Yeah, but you have such a hard payoff for that. You need to drop below 30 HP, and that could be a tough amount of HP to give up relative to where people want to go in the lobby.
Yeah, that's exactly what we see. Only Steppy and Tidal, both lose trigger, actually going for that line. As you mentioned, Nekra, you need to be in a position where losing is not relevant right now, and the ones doing economy are the ones going for that risky line.
Now, what do you all make of this? So we do see the Rage Blade pickup and the Heavy is the Crown. Do you think that Tianlong could actually be trying to go for LeBlanc instead?
Yeah, I think this is a Tempo, LeBlanc, or Vex line if it does come down to it. I think, Heavy is the Crown with Guinsoo Rageblade. It's such a classical combination for tempo streaking in the early game. It's a really nice build around just the fact that I think he probably popped his anvils after he saw his first augment, knew he had the Heavy as the Crown, and then built the Guinsoo's Rageblade to go into this line.
Yeah, I love the LeBlanc in this line. Safo, on the other hand, getting an early Voyager here and coming into AP. Normally the Voyager is very flexible. I've seen it more in Corki, but of course AP Flex, once again, is the name of the game. Safo has played AP, I think, in all of the games. The Anima for sure with the mech, and now going into a more flexible angle here and fast 8.
Oh, wow. Dishso from the Mystery Loot actually got a 2 cost plus a lesser champion duplicator. So it wasn't the rerolls like you were thinking it could be,
Yeah,
but a dupe
but
is
that's
pretty
good.
good.
It's
yeah,
still helpful.
sorry, I was just kind of stun-locked that Tianlong accidentally lost that fight because the Vigar took down his Heavy as the Crown. I was like, there's no way you lose this, right? And I was like,
Hey, that's the drawback, is that if your carry holding the Heavy as the Crown actually does get eliminated, then you lose.
Yeah, that was actually pretty huge for his chances right there because he's optimally looking for a Fast 9 Vex angle. Probably not anymore. We can settle for the LeBlanc. That's good enough.
For Tilos Bora, this is perfect, maintaining the win streak. Has the infinite removers also, and this is perfect because he can just move the hat around depending on what makes more sense. And this will pop off. For now, a good win streak, and in the end of the game, if he managed to maintain the win streak at least 5 more rounds, that's a lot of stack to 1 carry.
What is your favorite hat in the stack of hats?
Ooh, there's a Timo one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite for sure.
Okay.
You have a favorite?
I like Timo too.
Okay, that's 2 Timo. Clement?
But it's only because that's the only one I can name.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I can't name the other ones.
Okay, we all like Timo.
I like the name though. Kappa Juice is such a fun name to say.
It's awesome. I wish the item felt a little bit better, but let's take a look at what Tidal is doing. Savings account, so there's going to be a huge influx
of gold for title throughout this early game. That's what both of you are mentioning. Sometimes if you are able to accumulate enough, you can beat a couple players to the punch. And you're right, but it does kind of look like this might be more of a Vanguard game. Now that he's put together the the Leona, I'm thinking of LeBlanc. I'm like, that's coming next.
Yeah, similar plan that of the one we saw before. Can be LeBlanc, can be Vex. We already saw taking a first place with Vex, 9-5 Nova.
Since we're
and of course, this is an angle that title loves and can really execute well.
Got Arbiter in now as well, finding that early package.
If this doesn't turn out well for
Diana
title,
with
it's not
the
gonna
coming
hurt
in,
too
so
much.
He can potentially even print 2 Leonas around here if he wants to. I haven't really made sure of the Arbiter. Oh, it is going to be
it's gold,
chance
not
for
Leona.
gold. This one is typically
That's
seen as a little
fine.
bit harder to activate here, but Diana is a great item holder for a potential LeBlanc later down the line.
I mean, look at that. That was just item slams right into the fight.
And Steppy also with Winsus here. So we have 3 players going for Winsus, probably contesting the LeBlanc. One of them will have to go to the Vex line that is more difficult.
One of them will have
but
to
I
pivot
mean,
to
that's
Vex.
the preferred line, right? It's early game, so just try to tempo out, preserve HP, and we will see many going to that line.
And I do want to point out the reason why LeBlanc is so favored is because she is essentially single target damage. She allows you to take enemy units off the board and preserve HP.
Always
Earth's
tempting to
Gambit
me.
here
Earth's
would
Gambit
be,
is something that I
quite
think
interesting.
that
21
would
gold is also
probably come
necessary
out
if you're going for this double 3-cost reroll
depending
line for
on
Dish Soap.
where the
But,
line
I'm
is
sorry,
here.
this
We're
is
going into
Horo. I was baited once more.
Stargazer, and it is the
Horo,
altar.
you know, going into
You could
the
go
Reach
for
for the Stars
it.
reroll. None of these options are great for him.
Yeah, I wonder if there are maybe any emblems that you could think about having the... Yeah, I mean, you are going to get the Anvil, so it was the Earth's Gambit. I'm thinking maybe, like, is there some sort of class emblem that might be very good for this comp?
I actually can't think of one off the top of my head.
Maybe?
Yeah, a difficult spot for sure, yeah, to get a possibility. Still Bora here, having just
Kindred
tempo out
online
fully
is
here
pretty
with the
good.
finds an elite Kindred. This
Marauder.
is very good. Kindred has been buffed since a few patches ago. Even Kindred 1 could make a difference here until he finds the Jinx or the Samira 2-star.
Okay, so now we're
I feel like
just
this is a
waiting
sigh of
to
relief
find
coming from Jisoo. So this is one of the players that could have gone onto the Xayah line and have kept a couple Samiras for
Master
himself.
Yi.
But now that we
Pretty good
have
spot
the
for
Marauder emblem
Bora.
down on the Kindred coming in early, he's pretty firmly established outside of Jisoo's zone.
I'm just waiting as Kindred does
Steppy
the
did end
victory
up
dance
taking
for
the
the hats to
gold,
start falling off
so
the
they'll
stack.
probably. I would love to take a look at their spot.
Just keep getting bigger.
See if that's.
I mean, that
to
is
hold
a
some
great
priority.
print of the early 3-star.
Yeah, with a 2-win
Are you
streak, it
still
looks
trying
like
to
they'll
reroll
probably
in this comp, or
taking
is
that
this
gold,
because you got the
gold
early
priority
Kindred, you're
somewhere.
thinking a bit more about trying to get levels?
I would try to get levels. 6 Marauder Kindred
Maintain
is an incredibly powerful
some of their
unit, and this
tempo.
lobby is
Dish
not going to be
Soap
contesting you on Master Yi, so I think it's a very comfortable
also
position for him. He also
holding-
is the point leader
could
in
be
this
holding
lobby.
pretty steady.
I don't see a
I think
way
we're gonna
that
fight him here.
contesting
We're
reroll
not.
and giving your destiny up to chances would be a good option.
Konda here, not looking happy, has a good item, but still capping here with the Veigar 1. So naturally not getting the Veigar, the items are actually mixed there between the Veigar and the Lissandra. So an uncomfortable spot here for the Brazilian.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough because
Yeah,
you would also really
Konda
like this Veigar.
not hitting
to be
this
paired or
Veigar
have
is
multiple
pretty
copies
tough.
on your bench.
And
Can't
this is
print.
the hardest part about playing the Veigar line. Sometimes you want to roll a little bit on 5 to make sure you don't have to find those copies later. Let's go into the Thresh. We do have the random boons coming
so
in.
many.
This is the spicy
Only
that we've all
title's
been
gonna
waiting
go
for, and
with-
Dissoap goes for it.
There's too many for me to keep track of, honestly.
Title, the only one going for the attack speed. So attack speed scaling for Title, thinking once again into the later stages of the game, and the
Yeah.
rest are just going to have fun with the Gamba.
You could get something really good. Let's find out here. Ooh, a Misfortune 2. Dish Soap, I think.
Oh, what did he get?
Oh,
Got some
title also
rolls.
just leveled,
Oh,
I think.
it was just 5 rerolls. All right, that's the less spicy one, but still very good for his spot.
Decides
He
to
is going
pop off
start
here.
to roll.
Not
Trying
gonna
to
roll,
stabilize.
instead Dish Soap.
One Samira is
Yanlong
not
rolling. Steppy might be
Yeah,
rolling.
but I think he's full win streak, and the most important for stage 4 is actually going to be the Ornn. So I feel like he's in a fairly good spot, you know. 4 Ornns already found, you know, doesn't need to roll too deep for them, is stabilized right now, has 2 tanky online, and also has that Xayah in too. So I feel like this
Xayah
is
for the
this is a pretty
sniper
decent
support
spot
feels good on
for
top
him.
of the 2
And the great thing
tanky.
is, nobody's in his lane.
Yeah,
That's true.
nobody's
He's not
looking at
contested
this.
at all at the moment.
We have confirmation
Okay,
that Bishop
Tidal
got additional XP
on
together
the
with
30.
Gold. So that's the reason he popped off here on level 7 and tried to stabilize.
Ooh,
So
scary
easier for him
stuff.
maintaining 30 gold. Pretty good, as you mentioned.
Tafo's doing something quite interesting. So I ended up getting that
with
Voyager
the-
emblem early, and so is played around for Voyager. Would you want to ever
Upgrade.
add in a time breaker here just for some
You're still
additional
getting
econ,
close to
or are you happy
that
with just rolling with
Ornn
the 4 Voyager?
2-star, just needs 3 more.
The Voyager comp is, I
And
actually like to
the
play it a lot, but Aurora is
Nasus.
such a disappointing unit that I often feel like it's, like, unless you actually have, like, the karma.
Oh,
it's-
perfect. I was going to say, I'd like to
typically
see
want to take out
Steppy.
the Voyagers, but, you know, you can't say no to a Pike 2, Meeple 2, a Meepsy 2, potentially in this case.
Yeah. Steppy, on the
I
other
don't know
hand, he
where
got
Steppy's
the,
gonna
the
move
boom
from
from Thresh,
here.
so he will get 1 gold each round.
Oh,
Pretty decent.
That's really good.
And of course, we'll think about the later stages of the game. Also with a Winsu, and now losing again to Yanlong, the crown is just too strong in this moment of the game, especially if
Mhm.
you can protect your backline.
Okay,
And now we
Tidal
should
on
be looking at
21, so
Tidal.
he
I
should be
believe
moving
he has
here.
already finished his deposit here. 9
Yeah.
loss streak. This is the moment where we see where he ends up. There could be a situation where he's like,
see
oh, this
the-
first shop has 3 Namis. I guess I'm contesting.
Yep, here's the cash.
And as I say that's
There
the
is
first
one.
Nami.
Wow, look at this though. A Tidal is going to get the savings account payout and also the orb that he picked from the Echo God offering in that first round. So let's see what else he gets. I mean, that's a very early
Oh.
LeBlanc. That feels nice.
Yeah. So
Skips
huge
over
for
the
him
Nami,
being able
so
to roll
gonna go into
this
LeBlanc.
early, knowing that he's contested by at least 2 players that want to go to this line.
And he has a duplicator.
Ooh.
Duplicator would help. I would.
Very spicy indeed. You know, this
please.
could be those 1% duplicators you get from like just
Please throw a Vex right in front of
Scuttle
us.
Puddles. So we'll see if he can finish out his items right
Oh,
here. Already has
yes.
a full
We
item
love
stack.
that
LeBlanc.
Sona.
Sona comes in early, so he doesn't
Big
have to
Shepherd.
run Teemo.
Big
That's a
Shepherd
huge
hit.
find for the Shepherd composition. He's starting to look in to be in a very
Big
strong
front
spot.
line
Wow, there's
moves.
the
LeBlanc
upgrade.
2, excellent.
Then you can use your duplicator on the Nunu if you're so lucky to be able to find a pair.
True.
Okay, just use it on the Morgana instead.
Morgana's good.
I mean, this is perfect.
We are gonna
Good
probably
tanks,
put
3
the
or 4
Warmogs on
main
her.
tanks there. Everyone
Maybe
2-star, the LeBlanc
the
2-star
make
with good ramping items. This
the
looks
heart
amazing for Tidal from
steal
now on.
or
Low in HP, but this is exactly what he
a
wants.
Hodge.
And for Tianlong, it's the exact opposite. Why did Tidal hit so well? What am I supposed to do? What about me? That's the
Where's
question
my
for him.
unit? Still has a lot of gold though.
Winter's Approach. Or whatever
Tianlong
that
might be the second
item
player
is.
to roll. Since we're still waiting on some level ups to come through from the rest of the
Okay.
competitors, Tidal was just the
Cool.
first player
Tidal
to 8.
good.
Yeah, I feel like he was kind of baited by Heavy as the Crown. Once he built the Gwinsus, looked around, there's like, wait a minute, there's 2 other Gwinsus? Very poor position for Tianlong right now.
It's not ideal, but he's holding 2 Namis,
Good.
and we know
Good
Nami
to
can
show
hold the
who needs
Winsus, not
to have a
ideally,
good
but that's probably
game.
the out that he's looking for, knowing that it will be very difficult to hit the LeBlanc.
Dummies.
Final gold
for
augment to round
Tidal.
out our augment choices in this 5th game.
Heroic? Heroic? Come on, you know. Side effects is not really
Plot
worthwhile.
Waiting to see the reroll. He
he's
takes
gonna settle.
cybernetic.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Looking
not actually settling.
for-
He's close enough to the copies where he just wants to take an additional combat combat augment. Yeah, I didn't see he was only missing 3 on each.
Wow, Conda steal on 1 Veigar here. So tough.
That's
He's getting
so
ahead right
sad.
now.
Wow, he's gonna copy the Lysandra
He doesn't believe
instead.
it. Yeah.
This is the most awkward situation, so it's like you can't
Yeah,
even print
this
your
is stressful
Veigar
for
because then it's
Conda. We
Veigar
can
2 and you have
see
no additional
in
cost.
that
Yeah,
player
wow.
cam.
Oof. We were talking about Horo X's position, and I do actually like Alter quite a bit because it's a symmetrical Stargazer shape. It allows you to kind of shift positions for your Jax onto either side of the board.
Lulu is online.
I do think
for
this
Horo
is
X as well.
slightly a little bit of a low roll, but he should be fine for stage 4. You know, he's just does have that only the Jax
Conda with
copy,
no
and he's down
gold.
to less than 10 gold.
He looks
This
like
is
he's also
tough.
only 3 copies away from Lulu 3.
Yep. Oh,
So
didn't see
it actually looks like he's in a great spot.
You're right. That changes a lot.
Ramos 2 for Conda to get a breather, but he just
Okay.
lacks so much damage here that is so difficult.
This is painful to
Lissandra
watch.
3.
Look at the hacks.
Man.
Oh,
They're
Oh,
ramping.
Dishsoap has the Samira 3 now.
We're like, how much?
That's
Like
big.
6 rounds
Getting
away
it
from
before
full
the
strength, maybe?
Ornn.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, there's the
actually
Ornn now.
choosing to reroll the full composition.
Laura's roll
here.
down also
okay,
goes
he didn't
pretty
want to bank on the
well.
Kindred. 1 copy away from the Jinx, and just want to keep full momentum.
I mean, you're so healthy.
Still
you
looking for the
had a lot of
Jinx, so
gold to
not
work
going to
with.
be able
You're
to
seeing
bring
everybody else is
on
also doing a
a
lot of
Yi
reroll
if
lines,
that-
or they're going to low
I don't
roll
think
their
this
comp.
board plays
I
Yi
love
this
taking
iteration.
this play just to ensure that you're going to get through this stage 4.
It's a difficult fight here against the Jax holding strong, and if he loses here, Stilobora will lose a lot of hats, and that's exactly what he wants to avoid, and that's what happens. So the power of his artifacts will get so much lower right here. He really needed to hit the Jinx 3-star. He didn't, and now he pays the price.
I'm not sure that the Jinx 3 would have solved that fight, though.
It would have helped.
It
but
would have
yeah,
definitely helped.
Maybe couldn't
but-
change the outcome. You're right.
Oh. Random artifact, or do you take the bones?
The
I'm rolling the
bones.
bones every time.
Me too.
It's so many rounds to get something usually quite disappointing. So I feel like gold in the most cases is better unless you're, one of those players like Asafo's going for it, and Steel of Bora I think so as well, where you can use a lot of these artifact slots. In the meantime, I think we might have to say farewell to Steppy. Oh, this is a great news for Dishsoap's board.
Yeah, finds everything. Finds everything 3-star, has the space sort of on place, now thinking about the finding Nami into later stages of the game, but he's so strong. Great items, maybe lacking a little AD on the Samira, but looking strong enough for this stage of the game.
Yeah, only looking for burn here, and Steppy down to 10 HP. We know he was multi-way contested. Finally gets the LeBlanc 2 onto the board, but he's playing a hybrid kind of Shen board here to kind of stabilize himself. He's on the same side of the Jax. That's going to be the most important part of this fight. The Altar is definitely down for Horo at this point, so that Jax is incredibly powerful, cannot be CC'd anymore.
That's
as
right.
we see the LeBlanc
Get off
quickly
of my
proccing
Jax.
onto that Titan.
That's what I say in
I mean, that's still going to be a lot of
Jax.
focus fire, though. If the LeBlanc can start to cast fast enough and actually get damage down before that Bloodthirster can heal back up this Jax. But it is so doomed. The board is so strong, and
Wow.
Steppy is eliminated.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Clement. I mean, it was on the side of the Jax. The Jax didn't die, so the
Idol
additional
just
units were just so much, and
lost.
he got an 8th here.
Yeah, I also never found
wonder
the
if that was
burn.
against
So I
Dishsoap
think,
or Bora.
honestly, Horo might be the Grim Reaper for a lot of these players, especially against 2 tanky. It's very easy to allow that Jax to just reach your backline. He's naturally positioned on the second row and positioned in a way to wrap. So Dishsoap needs to pay very close attention to that matchup.
For Safo, Voyager, that's great. With Anima, Voyager. With Voyager emblem, go mech angle also. So it's great to see that he has a spot, but he's playing it according to whatever the game gives him. So that's also preparation.
Oh, okay. Well, Tidal might have caught a nice break here. Kondo was able to get the 3-star Lissandra, but everything else is looking kind of bleak. There's a big wraparound from the Morgana as this LeBlanc has been untouched, and
Wow.
so Kondo takes a huge hit.
Is he really going to die with Vigar 1? That has to be the most unfortunate game that we've seen from an early learnings player.
At least Morgana is still going to be getting value from the early learnings as a 1 cost, right? But holy Blitzcrank!
What is this
Yeah,
shot?
double blitz
I
is
think-
kind of nice,
Oh.
kind of
Gold,
tempting
so have to wait
for
one, and
me,
he's
but I
low
don't
in
think there's
HP.
room
He's strong
for
enough
it in Title's board.
to survive.
Are you sure you don't just like take? I was gonna say, do you actually
mech,
take out the
yeah.
Karma, or do you care enough about Darkstar?
Well,
3
Voyager.
Voyager is a lot of damage amp,
Yeah.
but I feel like at this position you have to go for like the Blitz 2.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
I think Blitz 2 gives you
Oh,
a
has an
lot.
additional
Maybe,
item coming
but
in
you'd
from
have
Sona
to.
Command. Only
Maybe
7
he wants to
seconds
move the
left.
items if that's what the position that he was
Come on,
gonna
Title,
take.
Come
yeah,
on,
do
go, Title, go,
This is
go,
the
go!
one that you have
Yeah,
double,
he's
right?
good.
No,
Anomaly.
yeah, you had the double planning phase is always a bait, so he has
Oh,
more
yeah,
time here.
you're right, you're right.
Oh, I
Yeah.
liked how he was thinking about it though, because did you see that he had the Thieves Gloves on the Blitzcrank, but he wanted the Anomaly on it instead. So he benched the Thieves Gloves, put the Anomaly on the new Blitzcrank that was in the field, and so the Thieves Gloves just popped off without having to use a remover. Now he gets to put those on something else.
Nice.
Maybe he was also just looking to see what the Thieves Gloves rolls would be, so he knew that he
On
could
the
put it on
other
a
side,
Out
a
of nowhere, he
one-star
has a
LeBlanc,
massive
but an
Blitzcrank.
itemized
So the Fighter
Sona.
Assassin actually gives you a triple of 35% AD and AP when you're low HP. So that Blitzcrank, if it gets into the backline, is going to be an absolute assassin.
I mean,
And
you're
he
trying to
doesn't
go
even
after
need it.
the heavy as the crown right now.
Yeah. But I
Yeah,
think we
you're
have it. Our front line is a little bit
Tianlong is like,
stronger.
come on, guys, I'm not even wearing the crown. Can you give me a break?
Fighting.
Unfortunate line selection there.
Oh, Conda won.
Conda want to fight? Am
Yeah.
I seeing that correctly?
Oh, you did?
Who did Conda beat?
I guess
so
it had
Horo
to have
lost.
been
Could be-
Tianlong.
Maybe Horo doesn't have a good enough front line?
Oh,
Horo
Horo
has
took
the
a loss, so
Jax
yeah,
3,
maybe.
so
Unless
I
it was
wonder-
against. That one was against Dish, so.
There's ping coming through also.
Thing.
Rammus
Focusing damage. Conda
2.
really needs to hit the weak side of any opponents. He has a chance here to kill units so low right now. Very tough spot.
I wonder if people are pinging the Blitz too. It's like a little late for that,
Possible.
but you know, you should definitely know that it exists now.
Yeah, we'll be scanning across all of these
Yeah,
boards
Dish
right here.
Soap
Title is
against
fighting a
Title,
Ghost.
I
I do
think.
expect him to just win out on that side.
Ghost.
Meanwhile, Conda gets another
Conda's
break
gonna fight the
against
real
Tianlong.
Dish
I
Soap.
assume one of our weaker players here, if he can still damage the front. Looks like that Morgana had a good TG roll with Adapted Helm.
Yeah, double good tank here for Conda, for Tianlong, and the LeBlanc is just ramping up, but is enough here? Carry versus
Oh,
carry
no,
damage?
Tianlong. I'm
Ah,
sorry.
Conda.
I was
Ouch.
baited by the.
That was such an
Little
unfortunate
legend.
game. You have to carry a Lissandra 3 instead of the Vagar, and
Yep.
you can't print the Poppy either. That's kind of one of those where you're like, okay, GG go next. At least I got a 7th. Safo actually getting eliminated in 6th place in this game.
I think justice has been served. Not all spots are Mecha ASOL spots, and I don't think Voyager +1 is actually a good enough reason to go there. I know he had the
That's
Echo
fair.
potentially for the extra damage that you can put on Aurelia and Soul, but I just feel like that was, you know, inching it a little bit too far.
I think he saved it, Clement, because if you get Voyager, you can play Corki. That is also not great. And the other thing you can play
Hey,
with Voyager is maybe some
Bishop's
LeBlanc
position
uh,
still
AP,
looks
because he was already
pretty
committed with
okay,
AP. So
or, like,
with
pretty
what he
good,
gets, 3
because
points,
he's on a
it's not
5-win
terrible.
streak.
But for sure, it was. I think it's just a difficult
Fighting
spot there.
Tianlong right
Oh, just
now
so cut the
should
Sonya's
be
Paradox
okay.
from the Echo Boon.
Very good find, especially on
Good.
Nami that
Yeah.
wants to stay in the fight as long as possible.
Dishop is 5 streaking now after this win versus Tianlong.
Title gonna take a
eliminated in 5th place. Just couldn't keep this level 9 board strong enough. That was with the Blitz 2, by the way.
And with Title out of the way, Blitzcrank is actually a pretty big counter to 2 tanky comps that
Oh,
usually
Marauder
like
onto
solo
the
tanks.
Jinx.
So I feel like
That's
Dishop, his
fun.
only real fear, I feel like it's Horo somehow finding his backline.
Yep. Here's a split, finding the Lulu 3, finding the Nunu also. Very strong here for Horok, so now
Yep,
having more chance
definitely
for
happy to see the
for the Jax
Nunu.
to fully cap and having good possibilities. Still, Bora is not as strong as he wants to. He has the artifacts, but maybe only half the hats that he wants to. Against Tianlong on the right and against Dishop on the left. Dishop is just too strong here. Same side for Horok, so there will be access to the backline from the Lulu. So Dishop will need to be careful with the Samiras.
Ooh, does deal a lot of damage onto that Ornn. Is going to take him down before Jax makes it to the backline, but stuck on the
Jax
Nami.
down.
Oh, wow. I mean, the Nami just does so much focus fire with that Samira that you're able to clean up the fight at the end of it. So Horo X is going to take a loss, as does Stilo of Bora on the right-hand side. This is going to be a level 8 roll down, though, for Stilo. And we'll see what he actually finds.
Wow, I'm so impressed by Tianlo actually just making it across all of these different LeBlanc players, just getting good tanks and just making sure that his front line actually outlasts the other to get him here. I don't think he was expected in the top 4.
So
Yeah, very
Heroic
very good
spent
item
all of
economy.
their
Great
gold
item
and then
tanks
just
here, being
leveled.
flexible, having
They've
the
either
clock
given up or
healing,
they've
having the
hit.
reduction
We'll see
there on the
right
karma.
now.
And I mean, perfect setup to have a
Oh, I mean,
humble
yeah,
board,
we
if
knew
you
it
will,
actually
but
they
actually
are
that
hit
everything
the
makes sense,
Lulu.
just giving time here for the LeBlanc to pop off.
And Horo has had a massive upgrade. Going to level 8 and adding in the Ross for this composition is huge. He also has an extra emblem to use for it. It's a lot of extra attack speed. I feel like Horo does have a chance to now take down Dish Soap. For Dish Soap, the next upgrade is going to be finding his own Blitzcrank. Can he actually do that?
Taking a fourth here, Tianlo, it just wasn't strong enough, and this is the board that beat him. Just too strong. It had so much damage, the popping off here with the Jax, and decent front line with the Nunu that also gives you CC. And this is the board that actually is popping off right now, and Bishop, the one with the full win streak, should be the boogeyman for him.
Yeah, but we saw this fight play out not too long ago, and it was Dish Soap that ended up winning it, and that's just because the Samira and the Nami were left alone a little too long, and that was with a Nami 1. And so a Nami 2 would make a huge amount of difference. If you get that Blitzcrank 2 upgrade, I think that's also something that might win against this Horo X board. So we'll see what we can find here as we enter into stage 6.
I feel like Dish Soap, if he can get the top 2, his job is pretty much done here. The next game, he gets a first place, then there is still a high chance that he can make it through. The margins are extremely thin. This is one of the most important roles that we have seen. The Caitlyn has been moved off the board for the Morgana. That's going to be another solid upgrade coming in for Horo's board.
There is a Blitz too.
Oh! Okay, well, I think that question's settled then.
Another one. Another one.
Also
in
with the
lobby.
Sonias making the switch immediately, and this Blitz is just so strong. This positioning everyone and just ramping up the damage.
I mean, the Blitzcrank is actually going to be on the Jax. And once that Zhonya's activates, Blitzcrank is going to be so strong. This is a ghost board on the left-hand side, so it's not going to be fully indicative of the fight that we will see play out between the real Horo X. But Horo X and Steelo of Bora are fighting on the right-hand side. Does Horo X actually make it through this?
Wow.
Just barely.
I mean, the Steelo of Bora just wrapped, so the Velvet went into the backline and deleted everything. You need to be attentive. You have to position against this, and this is a rock, paper, scissors. You have to position against the wrap, and you have to keep strong the front line if you get to the front to back.
We just saw Horo X get a high roll from his Thresh dice there, completes an item, gets one of the better ones there as well, Sterix. I want to see some positioning trickery for him. He needs to dodge the blitz and somehow find the backline. Very difficult to do at the same time.
Well, now Horo X is facing Dish Soap's
Riven
ghost.
can circle around in the opposite way of the blitz.
Might be going down
that
here.
might
This
be happening right now.
Scream that there are going to be any wraps possible. I feel like Dish Soap did a great job making sure that the pathway to his Samiras was completely airtight.
I mean, the Nunu just got instantly deleted, and now it's going to be the Jax, the target of the focus.
The Jin
Mirror
2
onto
was
the
also
Lulu
now
2, and it's going to be Dish Soap's Ghost that takes out Horo X. Steelo of Bora
and that's
falls
double.
well to the real Dish Soap, and Dish Soap with a first place keeps himself in this Tactician's crown.
Double kill, finds everything. Two tanky, gets everything on place with tempo, and then obviously finding the Blitzcrank together with the Sonias. Just amazing gameplay, and now he can pop off low in points, and now with a first place before a second place, and having a chance here to come back.
Even though this game just was super dominant, I actually felt like it was a lot of early game line selection that cleared him out of the danger zone.
He thought about it, yeah.
He took his time. There was 3 players that went for Gwinsus. He was like, "Oh, okay, you're out of the way.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
there."
just
And
making sure.
Steelo of Bora is like, "Oh, double Marauders. Yeah, he's not coming back." So, so he just goes full commit into that line, and you know the story is still alive. If he does make it, this could be one of the greatest comebacks that we have seen in TechRun history.
It's happened before. It only takes a couple of games to get yourself back in the driver's seat, and then hopefully you can cross that finish line. But it is going to be a tough road ahead still. One more game left, and we're actually, before we even get to that point, going to finish one of the games that started a little bit later. So let's actually jump back into a game 5 for Lobby 2.
Immediately on the right, we see 6 Aurelion Souls for AQ1H trying to get the miracle. We already
Everyone
seen
is
a
still
4-star,
alive here.
3-star, 4 cost there with the Karma on the early stages of today. And Cheetos right now playing the
Upset
best comp right now if
Max.
you just want to
Okay,
win.
Domino also said they might come
Additionally,
back
the Super LeBlanc.
if we
Well,
were still
Shepherd LeBlanc
going
seems to have
after
been the most
their
contested comp we've seen so far.
errands were
He's also
done.
hit this LeBlanc just using the
Considering we might
reinforcement, so
be
that kind of points
like
to
a
me that
whole
there's
game,
other
like half
LeBlanc
of a
players
game
coming into
behind.
this lobby as well.
Might be able to say hello to them again.
Oh, there's at least a mecha player. AQ1H has kind of hit a lot of good things. I have to imagine, was this from no, maybe that was just from a Latent Forge.
Yeah, got the Varus's obsession here from Latent Forge, but can his... the thing about this one is you really need your front line to stay alive for a long time, and he only has the 1-star Galio. He's not getting full value out of it. This might be the turn where he has to send it. I think we should watch AQ1H. I don't think he has another option realistically.
Yeah, we just saw it in the last game with Safo, with the Boyar Emblem trying to play mech without a good artifact, without Anima Cash Out, and it's just not enough.
Oh, never mind, Soraka. Okay, we can play another round.
12 HP.
I jinxed it.
Everyone going for cryogenic. This is huge. You get a great... the one who has the biggest tank, the one who can get the most value out of the healing, is just amazing. So rerolls will be great, and of course the mech now improves a little.
I believe AQ1H was already 30th place, in a lot of trouble if he can't find another out, and I guess this is the reason why he can't find the Galio. Along also contesting. He had the 400 cash out, but can't find his Aurelion Soul. So there's no need for AQ1H to even roll down. AQ1H is just trying to go 7th here. Step 1 is he needs to take down Along, and step 2 is he finds the copy himself. I feel like that's a little bit of a tall ask.
Yeah, trying to find the angle here. Going full right. There's no weak side. I'm going for the mirror
Oh.
here. Double mech.
There can only be one in this lobby, and so they will find out right now who gets to actually stay here. Oh, this is a tough one, though. You do at least have the upgraded Aurelion Soul in the backline for AQ1H. But you have so many stacks on the Aurelion Soul for Along, and it just is too much with the Mighty Mech 2 upgrade. And so AQ1H goes out in 8th place.
Yeah. Item diff also. It's only A Soul 1, but it's just so strong with the items, and that's the difference here. It's just too much damage. Even with the 1-star, and now he has a free pass for the A Soul 2-star.
This could be very dangerous. Might be the worst out for AQ1H. He was second place in both of his second place in APAC in both of his TAC rounds. And this time he's looking at a day 1 exit.
Is it the storm?
So, we might have
Or the
sacrificed
hurricane
AQ1H
hex?
for Along
Wind
to
hex?
prosper, though. I'm willing to accept that trade given how many points he has.
Okay, yeah,
You
I
offer
mean,
him to the gods?
27 points.
Like, take him.
Yeah, the altar. All right, well, Dialme, as we check out his board, is going to have the Meeple printer printing out those Nars. Very close to being able to get that 3-star Nar. Should be in the next turn or two, depending on where that printer is. But you've got to go up against this Upset Max board. Upset Max has loved these AP flex lines throughout his entire regional finals. It's not really a surprise to me that that's going to be another game for him. But he does have the Nami too, which is a pretty significant unit to have.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Upset Max, we know about him, he always plays a loose trick into maybe Cash Out or something like that, but the 2 best games has been Jinx with Tempo, and now once again playing Tempo with AP Flex, so he has, I want to say improved, because this is a different Upset Max, being able to play different lines from what he got him here.
I
so
love to see
very interesting
it.
that he decided to play it in a different way
Not
and
Kai
have a more
when
variety of
piloting it, and this
Just wanna
gold
say,
option would
Upset
tempt
Max
me
has
as
been
well.
the bane of APAC. He's holding 2 Aurelion Souls on his bench and main carrying Nami at the same time.
He's
so.
the griefer. He's going to grief your anime cash outs, and he's going to grief your board by holding your units.
I can see how you guys feel over there in Americas.
It just gives us drama and entertainment, Clement.
And breakdancing.
Yes, actually so true.
For Diaume, finds the Corki 2-star, already had the Jinx, but decides to switch the items here, and 1 run away from the NAR 3.
I feel like once he finds
second
the
planning
Rammus, he's in a
stage.
very decent position here. He still has decent HP, 44 HP going into stage 5. That's
Not doing
perfectly
anything
fine.
just yet.
We haven't seen a board, I think, that can actually
Just
contest
the
Along. I feel like if Along, you know, even in his current state, is likely to just win out the lobby.
I'm also
upgrade as well, I
inclined to
believe.
agree with you. As we check out some of these other boards, we don't have eyes on every single one yet, but this board is looking pretty good here with the Karma and the LeBlanc, but is the Aurelion Soul just going to destroy everything?
The 400 cash out from the Annihilator is incredibly powerful. It gives you mana gen.
Look at him.
See it. Yeah. He's vibing. He's vibing.
He's like, oh yeah, I've got this game in the bag.
Yeah, feeling pretty confident
for
that
XCC
5-win
had a good
streak.
LeBlanc, but the tanks, I think it was a Dragon's Claw together with
Seal.
yeah, Sanguinaria. It's just the block turret is just not strong enough. And you don't have the time here for the LeBlanc. Now Cheetos with a good possibility to even improve his board, trying to find the Karma. Tanks are there. And again, lacking a little item, especially for the Morgana.
Yeah, this is a critical round still for Alon because he did find
we have
Fiora
the
quite
5
early.
Shepherd,
He's
we
on
have
14
the front
HP.
line.
If he gets to 16, I think he's kind of like out of the
I
danger
don't
zone
know
of being just
if we're
one hit
gonna
knocked out.
live
And
to
he is
get
going
to
up against a board that
9.
I feel like still relatively weak at this point. Still running with the single carry, with the Teemo, no Sona. So this should be another round where the kind of rookie out of Vietnam is going to do very well. This is a player that VNG actually did a special interview with, and he is a relatively young player. He says his strength is his flexibility, and he's actually taking a short pause out of his studies to make sure he does the best he can at Tech Round.
He's taking out everyone.
I love the dedication to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soil here with a different line than what we've seen so far, playing Master G without Master G being actually the carry in the composition. Kindred is the one doing the heavy lifting here, together with an Urgot that normally is the holder, and then you transfer the items. So for me, getting into this spot and not being in the bottom 5 is
end up
pretty
rolling
strong.
down
Just trying
in
to
the
save
second
points
half
here and
of
get
this
as much point as he can.
stage, or this planning phase.
Will not win the lobby, but doing what he can with what the game gave him.
I'm surprised he took this line because he has 9 points.
Sorry, Laura.
He can't really top 4
right
and
now.
call it a day. So I wonder if this is a bit of
short link, though.
a bit of for fun mode, or is he gonna give us like a mad dash for Master E3? Like,
yeah,
if he gets the top 4 this game, it doesn't matter. He's still out.
Yeah, it needs to kind of be first
Have
place
the
or
long
bust.
range.
Oh, but the Kindred! Oh my goodness. It's actually a pretty critical
I guess you can
fight
just
win.
put the website, actually.
Oh, he has no gold to roll
The
either.
website goes to...
Wait, Tom Kench? Aww.
Link out from
Okay, well there's a little gold.
Soil
Laura's
is
gonna go in instead.
known as the hope of Korea. He is the
link out
first Korean
this.
player to actually win a TPC. There's massive, you know, praise for him in scrims. He's an absolute monster, but it seems like today just wasn't his day, you know? Even with the Master E2 online, I don't think he can actually salvage this.
There's no way for Master Yi to go wrap onto a backline unit, is there? Is that
I mean, if
something
he's
that you
got the
can do,
path, he
especially
can get
against,
there.
Like,
I've seen it
especially, like,
against
Vex?
Aurelion Souls. You know, some pilots are just, some pilots do not
Need
value
some glasses?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna focus in on this matchup between Along and Upset Max. Upset Max takes a huge hit
Yeah, it's
here,
kind of a long
and I
command,
fear that
but
Along
it's
is
there
going
now.
to end up running away with
And
this lobby.
then
Soul is
this is also
eliminated
updated.
from the fight, and so we do have our top 4 in this game.
That puts Soul right now at 13 points, and historically speaking, no matter what he does
if
next game,
Upset
it's
Max
not
can
enough
steal
to
this
take him
from
to day 2.
Along,
It would have to be a first and a couple of things to
That
fall
would be
into place
good
outside
for
of that.
Domino
Yeah, it's a
again.
massive point difference for Soul.
What is the cutoff estimated? 23?
And
It's
it's
honestly
honestly,
even
it's
higher
looking
than
pretty
that.
okay. It's looking pretty possible.
Oh, sorry. The
We
cutoff,
still have the
cutoff
Jhin
is lower, but I'm
threat.
looking at the potential for finals. Sorry, because I have higher expectations for him. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Upset Max,
Jhin isn't
full flex
upgraded
here,
yet,
playing
so
the
that's
Nami
good.
together with the Azul, just getting good front line and already getting a fourth with this. He's happy, trying to get a little more and obviously concentrated damage for now on the right.
Oh, big stun though onto the Nami and the Aurelion Soul.
Oh, Aurelion on the back. Jhin is down, but too much damage from the Gnar.
Yeah, I think that huge stun onto the backline carries just took away so much damage from this Upset Max board. Not quite over yet. Oh, Ringo actually out means that Upset Max has secured a top 4.
I think he's pretty happy with this result. I just want to say, how many Anima Mecha Asols have we seen won today? I feel like this is at least the 5th win coming in from this composition.
On broadcast or off broadcast or both?
I think personally it's the 5th one I've personally seen so far.
I mean, that's going to be kind of a theme of the weekend is the anime cash outs into the Mecha Aurelion Asol. And we'll see, we'll be going over that in more detail a little bit later, what our competitors are actually going to be expecting or looking for out of these 400 and 500 cash outs. But we still have a couple of fights left to finish this game.
For Oxemax, Blitzcrank 2-star for Diao main, also getting a 2-star there with the Bard. So everyone getting stronger at 6-1, and so important because damage increases. Alon also with the bigs 2, everyone right now capped.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a lot of fight RNG to see who can avoid Alon the longest. But of course, Upset Max only on 13 HP. This is probably going to be the end of the road unless Aurelion Soul does something truly silly. That doesn't look like it. This is a very decent pilot that we have right here. Annihilation comes through, wipes the board away, and also takes down Upset Max.
Oh, wow. It's like 3rd place for Upset Max, but that's a lot of points accumulated over these games. And it's going to be a big finish for Diao, who is sitting at the middle of the pack. 16 points now, extended at least 7 or 8.
Upset Max
really
taking
great, but I feel like it's going to be 7 as Alon takes away this lobby.
You can't escape fate. That's the kind of name of the game here as he's about to face this really capped out Alon board. For Diao, I wanted to give him a little bit of intro. We didn't talk too much about him, but he's actually one of the first players in the CN server to hit Challenger. He's definitely knows his way around both the mobile and the desktop version of TFT. He's in kind of the study group with Flancy, with a lot of the APAC server players as well. So he's definitely a known threat coming into this one, not your average JOC player.
Along with less HP, but stronger here than the main, just trying to hold up, but the damage coming on through, the Gnar loses, and Along is just too strong. Too much damage, the front line's not going away, and now the Blitzcrank is even helping more.
Yeah.
Well, this might be the earliest game we'll see end on broadcast. 6-3.
I think we got the 6-2 last game, but yes.
But
It's a
don't
great
worry.
comeback from Alon because he was actually contested so many ways on the Aurelion Soul, able to outlast AQ1H. He accepted the sacrificial offering that we proposed here to keep Alon afloat in the top half of the graphics, and I think he's going to come away with another strong win. So, what an amazing time for the rookie! 35 points in just 5 games for a player that almost no one has heard before.
Let's watch the victory lap of this Aurelion Soul. We've seen this game play out just this last fight a round ago, and I don't think that there's too many things that can be done to change it. Even though there's an Elder Dragon on this screen now, it is just going to be another fight win for Along and a 1st place, extending the lead of 27 points.
Aura points there for Alon, taking the headset
Yeah,
out before the fight ends.
lot.
I know, man. I got this. And taking the win once again with Aso.
And Alon could be chasing history. Our record here for day 1 is 40 points by Nanda, another JOC player. And this could be the first player to surpass that and still make it to finals. You know, like Nanda didn't make it last time. So he might be setting 2 records at the same time if he can keep this up.
That would be super cool.
That would be so cool. But we've had other action happening in our lobbies off stage. And so we have our correspondent standing by. So fill us in. What you got?
All right, guys.
Yeah, what
we have
happened
seen
in the other
very
lobbies?
interesting things happening over there. Earlier in chat, people were asking, can you actually wear this crown? The answer was yes. You can also
Yes.
wear the crown that you get from Heavy as the crown, although the player we're talking about did not.
It was one of the strangest anime games that I've ever seen. Brahu guaranteed his loss streak by picking Heavy as a crown on 2-1. And if he was ever going to win a round, he can just put it on any unit that's about to die and guarantee that loss streak. 500 cash out, 4-2. He's already pre-rolled all his gold to stabilize on a LeBlanc board. He has pretty much everything stabilized, upgraded, no gold. His cash out is Battle Bunny Crossbow and Echoing Batblades, 2 AD anima items, no Reforgers. What does he do?
Well, it's very
Pivot.
simple. He just plays 80 Karma for a while to try and get his lobby together. In some cruel twist of fate, it's good enough. He starts winning those fights on the back of having a strong front line. And from there on, it's just history. He built a board that we have never seen before.
I love this
His
outfit
level 8
from
board
Minx.
he was carrying Karma, Yi, Fiora, Tom Kench, Morgana, and a Graves 1. And he was not using his crown at all because he was scared he would lose those fights. The
Even
crown
though he
was
had
on the
3
bench.
lives.
The crown was on the bench for like 2 stages. He didn't use it any round in the late game. He took over the entire game in the end.
I'm here to say 2 things. Number 1, I put his exact board into
There's
the
Gangly.
Data Explorer and found that no one else has ever played this board ever in the history of this set. And number 2, let it be known that I was the one fighting for this guy to not be C tier, but he was listed B tier in our official power ranking. So you're welcome. BBBW is the king. Sorry.
There was a fight where Soju loads into this board. He's just smiling, like a polite smile. And then at the end of the fight, he sinks down
Into
and
his
he's
chair.
eliminated. And the webcam flashes off. It was
It's a
very
great
funny
clip.
to see.
Great
There was
clip.
also 4 Leona 3 players in the lobby. They ended up 3rd to 6th. But Bensack came in 2nd in the end with a Lulu 3 board, Treasure Hunt. Strong setup, but not strong enough to beat Brahu.
Was on the mountain as well as most of the Lulu boards are. But yeah, I mean, that Rahu board, magic. Really.
I love this. I'm also now realizing we need to come up with a new name for him.
Yes.
Brahu is far too long, so if you're hearing
It's
this,
just
please help.
we know now
We need a
who you are.
nickname
We don't
for
need
you.
who anymore.
I
It's
have
just
a
bra bra
suggestion.
bra.
Can we just do Brahu? Is that good enough?
Or just
Like-
call
Brahu?
bruh.
Bruh. Bruh.
Yeah, I like
yeah,
bruh.
Okay.
Even better.
See, that's what you can say when you now see him
Instead
going
of bra
for
bra
the
bra. Who?
heavy as the crown,
Bruh.
but not wearing it.
That makes sense to me.
Bruh.
That was it for
I
that
was
lobby,
saying
though.
a lot of bra, trust me.
Well, thank you so much for that update on the lobby. That is going to be the next one that we are following. But let's also
Okay,
take a
good
look at the standings before we get
standings.
into that game. And you can see where our cutoff
Soap
is.
out of
15
this
points
last
right
panel.
now for
Love to
Iron
see
Bug,
that.
Peepo Glass,
Sad
and
for Steppy, who was
AQ1H. That is the
in
bar
my
that
top
they are
or
trying to
in my
avoid. As
pick'ems.
YBY1 is on the
And sad
cutoff
for
at
Pippa
17
Glad
points.
for
So the way that
Dom.
this usually works is we're going to add basically about 4.5 points or 5 points. So it should be roughly 21 to 22 will be the expected cutoff for 32nd place.
I feel like this is that meme where I'm saying, this is the worst day of my life, and someone comes in and tells me it's the worst day so far because there's so many APAC players in the bottom.
Well,
The difference between the full bottom and the top 16 is 2 points. So it's actually brother. It will be very difficult to surpass.
But does it make you feel better, Clement, that Milo did just go first with 10 meeple?
Let's go. I
like
trust
10
in the
people?
unknown APAC players.
So it can be your best and worst day.
Okay. You know, second day's the worst. Like, finals, we win. We're doing the America script. Let's
Oh,
go.
okay, the submarine. I got it.
Long on top. Let's go.
Jedusor as well, after 2 first places and securing a great number of points, is going to be not too far behind at 33. And of course, Bra. Just Bra. That's it. Full stop.
And I want to say, I finally see Juan Mia at the top of the leaderboard. It's been 10 sets since Juan Mia has actually ended group stage in the top half. It's been a very long time. He did win opens, but at TAC round, it has been trials and tribulations. So if he makes it and Lisa makes it in, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, both of them on the top, Juanme and Lisao, and that will be the return of CN to the Garnet of Greatness, if you will. So obviously trying to pop off and trying to get to the final lobby.
Well, let's tune in now to Lobby 4 for our final game of the day. This is the last one to grab points and avoid elimination in our bottom 8. That bar right now is going to be YBY1 right on the cusp, and we'll see if Zaiku can get out of the danger zone as we head there and see which gods we have.
All right, we've got Kale
Okay.
and
Kale,
Ari.
Ari normally some economy, a little on the mid phases, and of course, Kale amazing to get items in the early and try to propose something interesting directly and try to maintain tempo since the start.
Well, we're going to have a very heavy gold start here, and with the Ari just coming in, I think there is a lot of chances for fast 9s. I think that, you know, suits players with lower point totals that need to kind of gamble and make sure they have a good finish right here, especially for YBY1. I talked him up a lot, but, you know, this is the time to show up, YBY.
Coming in, there it is. Soft start here, just finding the replicator line and holding Stargazer. Having that possibility, we know that Jax has been a prevalent game. If you find early Jax, maybe find the Almond early, that could be an angle also to consider.
Yeah, I want to check the Stargazers at some point to see
what is
the
our
answer is here.
constellation?
It does look like a standard Vanguard AP line start. The most common start that we've seen across this entire tournament here. Again, YBY has to angle for something that has incredibly high cap. We're going to be taking, I think we should take a look at his augments going into this to see what he ends up on.
For everyone else, you can see kind of what they're trying to favor. Bensak hoping to put the Primordian package, but Zyko actually does have the Arbiter with the Leona and the Zoe early, as does Bruh. So YBY1 might actually want to think about something else.
Okay, too tanky
Maybe too
already
tanky,
coming out. I
Once
still
again,
like speedy double
items
kill.
are not the
if you
best
want to
now.
play into
Not having anything slammable, maybe frontline items
the
there
flexibility
in the Anima Visage,
that it
but
offers
not
you,
having
you
anything
could go
for the
into
Samira.
Vex, but gonna opt
Would
not
make
in
sense either way, but maybe in a Lustric to try to find then some sorts in the anvil for Carousel.
I would probably see too tanky
Calculated
here.
loss might be a decent option here if you need to win out. I
With
don't see
17
the spot
points,
for
you
too
might
tanky. I
be
think
inclined
it might be a full,
to
near
go
full open spot for
for-
too tanky if he does take it. Okay, so he's still gonna commit to it. He's gonna follow the dish soap script. But as we said before, this line is very easy to
Soju's
disrupt.
in
We're gonna have to
this
check if the spreading roots players have hit Space Groove at all.
Yeah, don't see, at least for Bruh, ended up with a Meeple emblem and the Brawler emblem.
Meeple Brawler.
And it's going to be Stargazer and Nova for Hypno.
That could be fun.
This is so tough for YBY. We need to dodge 5 different emblems as Zyko also is going into 3's a Legion. We'll be reporting which ones players hit for you here. Hypno looks like he's going to go for maybe a Lulu and Milo reroll.
That would be kind of tough though, because we actually do have the Jax hero augment for Huan Yi. So you might not want to contest that.
Also, it's Huntress, so it's difficult to navigate. We'll be very interested what they do with this Stargazer. A difficult constellation for sure. And Brower here, probably just trying to tempo the Meeple, trying to go into that vertical. Very beautiful for this set that we have 2 verticals on Origins that are so prevalent. Meeple, you can play and then you put anything, and obviously the space group that is so important.
Wani now just trying to go full Lost Streak. There is, I believe, K3 Soju that is also playing for Lost Streak. So we'll see if Soju gets his Lost Streak broken. You know, winning the first one definitely feels decent for Soju. So maybe he was trying to break another player's streak. We'll take
This
a look
is
at that.
tough. The lobby has 3
Primordial
Amer.
emblem. That's fascinating.
And
I think that does move him outside of the line of the Samira
Kai
reroll, most
Wang's
likely
in
going for Jinx.
danger with 20 points.
Yeah,
I
guess
say
you just
in
have to go
danger,
in just
but
to get
there's still a
Rogue
5-point
online.
discrepancy.
But do you want to drop anything? Because you don't need the emblem in order to get the...
You drop
Primordial.
the Briar, that is the unit that doesn't go into the final board for the Jinx, but for now you use it. Tempo,
gotcha.
great
Got
unit,
it,
and
until
then
you
you
get,
just
like-
don't need it, and you get the free 3 Primordial, keep maintaining economy.
Yeah, the fun thing about Primordian is the monsters actually continue to scale up even beyond 9 stars. So you can like have like 13 stars of
Oh,
Primordial.
you actually could get 4.
Yeah, yeah. It
Okay, you
still
could
scales
play
beyond
4.
3.
Wow.
So it's a very interesting thing that I think nobody really plays towards because it's not actually that strong, but it's kind of cool visually.
But that's cool.
It is.
I do like them.
Oh, so K3. So this is so interesting from Soju. He's actually doing like a gold loss streak typically, but actually win streaking with it. This is a very Soju-esque type of playstyle that we heard, like very similar line like Distope took with the Patience is a Virtue, where you take an econ, you actually try to tempo with it.
Oh, but he's gonna lose.
Ooh, I jinxed him. Sorry. Now you can sell his board. Now you can sell his board.
Okay.
Difficult spot also. Hypno having the time breaker and winning, so getting that possibility also to get additional rolls on the later stage of the game.
Sorry, turning back
Time
in,
breaker, something that we
just doing
haven't
some
seen at
messaging
least
about the
that,
announcement today from the
early. Everyone's going
Vegas
for Anima, maybe Primordial for more tempo, time breaker
Convergence
a little more
Fest,
difficult
which
to
I'm very
navigate.
excited for.
I think it's kind of
Talking
it's
within
harder
the Gal
to get 'cause
community.
you need to have two costs as well as the
A
one
lot of our
cost.
players opting to go with
So I think it's just
Kale.
kind of harder to find the package overall. But if you're able to upgrade it, then sometimes it's not even about getting the re-rolls, but if you're winning, then get the XP.
We're gonna have the God of the Reforger on the right here for Kale. So if you're in that 5-6 position where you know you're gonna get Reforgers, or you're planning to go for a Reforger in the augments, it can outscale what Ari Gold gives you. But I think Ari Gold is a little bit more direct coming into this one.
Do you ever take those and reforge some of the emblems that you got if you were these Spreading Roots players? Because that Stargazer and Nova emblem might be better to reforge.
I think you definitely try to do that there. We
Yeah,
are playing
you
Huntress,
could,
which is
yeah.
typically considered unplayable for Lulu. So I think if I'm on the Milo line, I might consider just going somewhere else.
Bensack here maintaining flexibility, double tank item together with the emblem, and just trying to hold up, be open to chances. Has the Briar, so for now just holding strong and see what the game gives him in the next round.
I really
YBY and Hypno, the one in the win streak.
This Heart of Steel build is actually pretty disgusting. You can stack triple Heart of Steels on the Poppy and print her later on, and she can like substitute Rammus very, very easily. I really find that build quite fun.
But by the way, an update, Hypno actually did reforge the Stargazer emblem and got a Vanguard. Kept the Nova emblem.
Much more flexible option here.
Yeah, Vanguard
So
open
I
with
think
AP
you can go
as an
into a
option.
Nova Fast 9 board with just usually you put like the Nova emblem on a Fiora later game, and you also have a pairing for something like the Blitzcrank. Yeah, he does sell his board for K3 Soju after losing that. It's like, okay, I don't need to be so strong anymore. I should actually try to save some money, plan for a retirement. Okay. No Samiras, but full win streak. Still decent spot.
Yeah, that's really not too bad.
Wow, he must be... that's actually kind of obscene that he can get a full win streak off that.
Yeah. No value of the 2 tank, win streak.
I mean, a lot of these players, like, they didn't really get very, strong synergies, for example. Like, Hypno with the emblems didn't get a whole lot of power out of it. And everyone else is trying to lose, like Kaiwing and Huanyi are trying to string together loss streaks. I don't know if it was just a matchmaking here, as YBY1's win streak eventually gets snapped.
Hypno really unhappy with that one. He wanted to continue to lose streak into the later rounds.
Not
He did
gonna
have
the
Timebreaker working in for him.
Psionic on board yet.
But I think the key thing here is for YBY1, because he actually had a big win streak, can he find the correct items to play this Samira line?
Yeah.
There is Kale there, but you still need a lot of swords to stabilize here.
Yeah, it will be.
One thing
it
from
would be
today's
easier
games
if he
is that we
lost and
haven't
just get the
seen
ambush
so
here, and now
many
he's, yeah, as you
long
mentioned,
win
going for the
streaks
randomness
into, you
and
know,
trying to get that
stage
possibility.
3 and
Has
stage
also a Miss
4.
Fortune as a chance, but of course we know he's going for the Samira and finds tank items. So he will have a great Ornn, but Samira will be difficult. Only a bow for the last Whisper.
Yeah, this build at least needs 2 swords. The Shojin is the most important one, and then you would have prefer the Infinity Edge. So he's still going to be starving for items going forward. And that's typically why we see more of like an open style being played with something like the Samira reroll.
Ooh, pushing here.
For Primordian.
Getting more stacks there.
More bad guys.
Now, the magic number you want to get to is 9 Primordian overall star levels. That gives you the big bruiser dude.
I love him.
Yeah, he's so fun.
He's so cool.
I thought he was Darius the first few times I saw him because he's wearing the same armor. And he does 100 DPS in damage.
I love how he just like, he like sprints onto the board and just pushes people over. It's awesome.
Nope, hasn't got there yet. Just has the Lancers for his board here. And I wonder where he's... Oh, he has the Reforger, so he can reforge his items. He's just trying to play strongest board around the Gwen.
Yeah, I think it's kind of okay for now. You got to wait to see your augment, and it is going to be a silver for the second one of the game. It's an easy pickup there from YBY1 to get the team builder augment. So you get a couple of those lesser duplicators. And best friends. So a little combat coming in from Soju and Hwanyi. Oh, wow. Late game specialist for Who.
Wow.
And a slightly magic roll coming in from Bensak.
This is going to be so fun to see how Kai Wing actually pilots this. So if you take power up on 3-2, you're guaranteed to get a prismatic later on. There isn't a chance for silvers on 4-2. So, you know, this is always basically an... you know, you instantly pick this up whenever you get the chance here. So he has a really, really high cap. He's going to be the only one here with a prismatic augment coming into this one. And the conduit is incredibly strong. You typically want to try and play around the Ace-Soul here and then move it into the Bard later on.
Will be tough to get there. HP is being stacked here. So thinking about the later stage of the game, he knows how to play with low HP. So will be a little hard here for Kaiwen just to pop off. Going up against YBY, that Socho in a dire spot here, not getting value skills from the Tutanki, more the Kaiser only.
I did get baited a little bit, by the way. That is not a magic roll for Bensak. That was restart mission. And so you can actually see what he ended up getting out of that board. Some really interesting units there.
Does he know Heart of Steel gives you plus HP permanent? I'm actually kind of surprised he restarted that because he lost all his stacks.
Maybe he just wasn't happy with what he had.
Yeah, completely pivots out of it. I thought he was going to commit to the Vigar line a little bit. He did have the... he did have the early start.
How that has
Back into
gone, though,
the
for a couple
star
of competitors.
board,
Possible if you just didn't have
or the
enough
potential
Vagars,
board
and you
that we
said, okay,
saw
well,
with the
I
Jax.
really don't want to be running a Lissandra
Might have moved
3
out of it already.
instead. So
Actually, the item, Clement, it maintains the HP.
Oh, even if you...
Yeah, because it's in the item itself.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. But don't you have, like, sell your... Oh, it's in the item itself. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Bensak here just trying to hold strong and getting that chances. And of course, Kaiwen in the lose streak, thinking more about the later stages of the game. Will be very difficult to ramp up. Bensak in a great position right now, maintaining tempo.
All right, wealth or just a Negatron cloak?
Normally people wait here because everyone wants to get the Ari. 5 people get the Ari, so they're like, okay, is it good or not?
Yes, who cares? Just let everybody have gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, Negatron is usually not a very attractive option for an item, so I feel like everyone's going to get their cash out just going with the Ari route.
I'm surprised that it's not more...
K3 Sochi, did you see him? He's like, what? I didn't get in on the action? 2 extra gold for everyone else?
I was gonna. Well, I feel like the Negatron cloak isn't that bad in my opinion because
so we're
need
an Ace-Soul here.
Gold. Very smart. But I do have a bunch of people that are actually playing AP. I feel like we've seen more Dragon Claws get built over the last couple of weeks since LeBlanc and Nami have become more popular.
Yeah, we have for sure. Especially when you're going to that line. Is the component you least want in general, but in this meta, I totally agree, Necra, is a great possibility, especially if you already have the other one to slam, and you go for item economy. Bro, thinking about fast 9 here, has the time breaker, has already the bastion, so we'll have to make something different happen here, or maybe just try to find a reforge.
No, he reforged these.
Oh.
His original spreading roots were Meeple emblem and a Brawler emblem, and he got Timebreaker and Bastion instead.
Okay.
Don't know how many
Yeah, I
reforgers
remember.
that
I don't
took,
know
but
when
they're
that,
there now.
that happened.
Yeah, I think this is probably a better transition. Transition emblems coming in from him. He finds another win here. Bansack with the restart mission, I shouldn't have questioned him. I'm sorry to all the French viewers out there. As he continues his very, very strong win streak here. So I think general for me, for like the heart of this story, it's really about YBY, you know? I think he should have started his roll down. Oh, he's about to start next round. And it's going to be pivotal because he didn't natural too many of the copies that he really needed to look for.
I mean, this is feels like such a rough spot to be in with the too tanky and a single copy of Samira and Ornn. But nobody else is in the line right now, so I think that your bets might be pretty good in order to actually get your units. There is an Ornn out of the pool on Brahu's board, but that is it. So let's hope that this roll down is strong for him.
Yeah, he really needs to find 4 copies of the Ornn to kind of stabilize, 4 copies of the Samira. So it will be a very substantial roll down coming in to the next round. He also needs his items here. He did find the 1 sword for the Shojins. Of course, we talked about that's the most important item to proc the knockups here. But he still needs more, right? Because he's coming from a win streak version of the Samira.
Well, you do have PvE now, so you might be getting dropped a couple more components, but there's a lot to do on just one turn, so we are going to see some of that transition start now
starting
as
with
we do get the 2
YBY.
Ornns in and 5 Space Groove activated. Another couple copies of Samira as we will see where YBY1 can put this together.
The wave has ended. The wave has ended. Okay. Yeah. Save at 50. Save at 50. This is actually the Apex
Louder, Clement. He's not hearing. Louder.
You roll 3 times. No extra copies? Stop.
And then wait for the shop to refresh by itself. Got it.
And by the way, I'm joking. But the wave does not exist.
I don't know about that. I think I'm always a wave believer. Pretty good anvil.
There's a sword. He has the Deathblade if he wants to.
He's going to reforge and get the gold.
Oh,
Gets an additional sword here. So now more options.
Do like Deathblade Giant Slayer.
Yep.
And now you gotta roll, man, roll.
Ooh,
okay. 4 copies here. That's good. That's step 1. And then Blitzcrank. Okay, never mind. Asking for too
the
much.
1%.
I like that he stayed here in 40 because if he gets one Samira, he needs another one.
Yep.
So actually staying here is perfect.
It would be so heartbreaking to see YBY1 go out day 1. YBY1 after such a history of great results at the Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, I think it would really kind of break the myth of a legend. Someone that is ultra consistent, someone that has been the best player of the TPC era. But, you know, it is a game of RNG. There is a massive typhoon in the region as well. So,
yeah,
you know, there are a lot of factors here. The 4-2 augments here are huge, though. We have multiple reroll players trying to find a way out of this composition.
Okay,
we
so
have players that are going fast 9 that need big econ. And we also have a power-up player.
Yeah,
power up,
Kai Wing. It's going to be gold augments for everybody else except for Kai Wing, who does get prismatic.
He needs everything here. He needs gold. He needs item. No gold.
No, he
needs to really stabilize. Finds the mech, has a front line, but still only the Soul is the one doing the damage.
Okay, but Soul could come on now. But I don't think it moves in for the Victor.
Not
That's,
a lot of
it's tough.
pieces here. On the meantime,
Some
for
of the
Soju, we're going to take a
other-
look at what comp he ended up on. So he did start with
moving pieces. I like
just
that
a
the
tempo,
5
and then
Shepherd
later
has been on
reforged
board
it.
now.
So really
Probably
cool.
gonna itemize
Oh, sorry. That was actually
this
Bensack.
LeBlanc
So,
and the...
K3 Soju, win streak into full loss streak, and then goes on to the contested Shepherd line.
Oh, I thought we were gonna put some stuff on the Sona.
Not a pair of LeBlanc
We
having
only
good tanks.
had
Doesn't find the
8
Ilawi, but
items
finds
left.
the Mighty Mech that should be strong enough for the start of the game. And yeah, maintaining flexibility here, going up against Kaiwen, flexible also in AP. You have done it several times here, playing around the Aurelion Soul. Still lacking this 2-star also.
Yeah, we have the 2 Gallios trying to chop each other up, and I feel like this is another one of those games where we have a lot of AP flex players just running into each other. You know, K3 Soju, Kai Wing not in great positions, Zyko in very much the same boat here, even though he does find the LeBlanc too, though.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Still on LeBlanc one. I got baited.
Yeah, also YBY is holding, it was holding LeBlanc, so just trying to get a little more difficulty here for the rest of the people. Samira won,
right
has
now.
additional pairs here, but doesn't
Not
have
getting the Samira
the second
up.
Samira.
He found it, the 1% Blitzcrank. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's
It's
the
always
signal.
how
That's
it
huge.
happens, too. Oh, wow. Hypno actually ended up reforging again to get a Marauder emblem now. Instead of a
I'm
Vanguard
scared.
It's good, maintaining the Nova.
There is
Now
the,
Marauder can go into that line together with, for now, Master G, maybe find the Fiora that you guys were mentioning before.
W.
And trying to hold up. The Kindred is the one that has to do the most damage for now.
Kaiway taking an 8th here would be devastating because 21 points is the expected cutoff for the bottom 8 to be eliminated today. And that is a huge hit, putting Kaiway at single-digit life.
Can he actually find the necessary carries? But it's so difficult. There's a lot of Aurelion Souls outside the pool, and you're trying to play around a conduit. So
let's see what we've got.
I don't really know what he can do here. He still has a duplicator from Red Blue buff, but he really needs to find the critical carry. And because he's so low,
these 5 costs
he's getting
were
offered full
the
5
Bard,
costs,
that would have been really
doesn't
good.
actually help him complete a damage dealer.
20 points here for Kaiwen. Very low right now. Needs to stabilize, and the board is not helping. He needs a miracle here. Trying to find the exact units. One of the Nunu, and only Aurelion Sol one. Has the rolls. Finds another pair.
It's absolutely huge. Can he actually find an additional Bard maybe to do the swap? Nope, he's just going to pop in the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah.
For Bro, holding still there the Samira as the holder, has a good front line, but also needs to find a way to stabilize. 50 gold, but also, obviously planning for that level 9. Strong enough. Interesting the way he's playing the Misfortune, AP, and just trying to go for that level 9 and fully transition the board into AP line with fast line.
Yeah, very interesting board that he's using right here. He's all versions of Misfortune are just AD, so he's just trying to kind of survive and get himself all the way towards level 9. Kaiway, in the meantime, does take out YBY1's board right now with the Aurelion Soul 2, but there's still a lot of fights ahead of him that he needs to win. I love the way he transitioned this. He's actually using a 3 mecha transition to get the extra AP across both of his mecha units and make that Galio a little bit bigger.
So you maintaining tempo, level 8, once again in the level 8 jail, trying to find the Morgana 2-star, trying to find something additional, finds the Sona, and he needs to hold. It doesn't look like the tank is strong enough to hold the Morgana, at least he finds a 2-star. So once again, humble board, good win streak, trying to win the next one, and obviously having a chance to then pop off in the later stages up against YBY, who still haven't found the 3-star and is far away from each of them.
Yeah, I feel like if this is going to be the time that you're going to play this board, now is a good one. The HP is getting closer and closer together with each of these rounds. But it's like 20 points right now, separating 7th and 2nd.
I think YBY1 is actually decently close to hit on tempo on 5-1. He still has 2 of the small duplicators that he could use, and you know, that means that in total, he's only 6 copies away from just completing his board. He also has the lucky Blitzcrank. So I don't see him as completely out of the woods. He found another dupe.
And one of the games has already finished, I think.
Well.
I do see some scores in there for round 6.
Yep. He's not going to get interest on this round, so we might as well just get going.
2 off the Ornn. And who's 2 off a Kindred 3-star is Hypno. Shy there, trying to get the unit that no one's playing, and trying to get a pop-off opportunity there. 21 points, he needs a good position here to be safer for tomorrow.
So we have...
These are great items for YBY1. It actually gets to complete utility without spending too much on that treasure realm. We're going to be taking a look at Bra, who has got his laking cash out here. Vex 2 already on board.
Got some...
Does he have another Reforger? Oh, no, it doesn't. He's going to have 2
Okay, but we've got Vex items.
No,
not a Rage
because
Blade,
of
though.
God.
Oh,
like, he just got it right now.
You're right. Great call out. Gets the Kale one.
It's going to reinforce the anima, get Stargazer.
Oh. Well,
I mean,
I guess you could put it,
could
you
be
could have a
worse.
Nunu, I suppose, but I think that's going to be pretty lackluster. You just use it for the stats on this Shen, I guess.
I think it gives Amara too,
Money
right?
with 2
Stargazer?
3-stars here, very far away from the Lulu. It's all down to the Jax, but I don't see really enough combat augments to support this hero augment here. Yeah, bro is gonna take him down.
A little beefy, but yeah, the Jax there with the best friends, but it just wasn't enough. Needed a little more. Kai when taking the 8th. With 20 points, that's mathematically difficult for him and probably out of the competition.
Ooh, a very tough day for Kai Wang there. That was the America's regional winner. Of course, there are some miracle scenarios that he does make it in, but pretty unlikely. Zyko, in the meantime, we saw
20
a smile
with
flash across
already
his
2 or
face,
3 other
once Kai Wang
20-point
was eliminated.
players
Those LeBlancs,
outpacing.
some
Yeah,
of
I
the forecasts
think it's
were released, and
I think
he
it's
is able
tough.
to get that LeBlanc 2 finally with the 7 Shepherd.
How do you think about the 7 Shepherd, Clement? You must know stats on Bia and Bayan.
I gotta say, 7 Shepherd is usually a salvage play. You would really prefer to play better 4 and 5 cost and not play the Teemo. But he hasn't hit them. He doesn't have the gold to actually search for them, so he's kind of settling and trying to scrape by placements.
I thought there would have been another wave cast.
Yeah, 7 Shepherd is never as tanky as you think it is.
Well, it worked. So I guess
Good
it doesn't
enough, good
really
enough.
matter. All right, so Zyko stays alive, and it now is going to be down to him and Bruh, who will actually go out in 7th place here. Bit of a roll here for Bruh, who kind of hoping to be able to find Blitz 2 if you're so lucky.
Yeah, one off of the Blix, trying to find also the Sona, but only one away, not even the pair. Good front line and good chances here to pop off, but still only 2 items here on Vex. So damage is a little split right now. Could be better. Low in HP, trying to pop off with any additional resources the game can give him.
Yeah. Goes up into, let's see, the matchup here, Bensack, one of the stronger boards. But there is a chance where Sona just targets randomly, and Sona's burst damage is insane. If you actually luck out on the backline, sometimes you can just win fights out of nowhere. I do think Bensack has the far superior front line here with the Mecha Acel, still staying alive all this time, but the number of targets are dropping quite rapidly. Sona, if she gets the target, can she get the Aurelion Soul? She does actually find it after 25 seconds into the fight. Mecha has less units on the board to really shield that Aurelion Soul, and that kind of is the downfall for that comp.
Bra and Zyko both take wins, so maybe it's actually Hypno and Huanyi that are actually in the danger zone. The HP is so close. 7th to 3rd place only has 8 points between them.
Yeah. Hypno now, 21 points. We have asked the admin, and the mathematical cutoff will be 21, but it will also depend on the rest of the players, and we already have one other player in 21.
The pings should be incoming.
That's what I was
Hypno
saying,
is
even
one
this-
off. There we go, there we go. I think YB1 started it. He always likes to start the ping chain. Oh! While we were looking at 8 Kindreds, Bensack snuck 9 Aurelion Souls.
Star
Oh.
What?
That was in less than a round.
Yeah.
What an incredible pickup.
That might be lights out for YBY1.
Where did that come? Wait, no, but where did that come from?
The math.
28 points for Bensack right now with the Acel 3-star in a great position for tomorrow, and already thinking about day 3 for him. EMEA looking good.
Holy! I'm just stunned.
Yeah, no one was really looking at him. You know, Hypno, Bensack's probably thinking, he was like, oh, thanks for
No, he had less
clearing my
than
pool.
6 in that last round. So he got 4 out of nowhere?
And it's so interesting because it's the second time we've seen it. We've seen other players going for it. In regionals, this was not a thing. It's very difficult. The pins came through, but it was just too fast to actually make something out of it.
I wish to have APM that's quick.
I don't think we're going to be able to get the
Project Hail
the
Mary not going to
Kindred.
work out here. Does sell part of his board, but realizes he's not going to win if he sells even more, and runs into the strongest player, which guarantees the bottom placement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Hypno can't
Hypno's had
believe it at
had a
all
tough
that
one.
this is going to be how he gets eliminated,
Yeah.
gets up and walks away because Bensack hit Aurelion Soul 3. Now the only hope is that Hwang Yi also gets knocked out and Hypno gets more points than
And
that.
that's a top
and it is
4
actually going to be a
turned
5th place
around.
for Hypno. Zyko out though in 7th. That is going to be a mathematical elimination.
And what
Cannot make it
in
to next
4th?
day.
For who?
Zyko.
Zyko.
Yeah.
Zyko.
Yeah, for Zyko, it's...
And for YBY, is there in the cutoff. Is 5 points, that's 22. Mathematical cutoff is 21, so probably that will be the range that we're actually seeing. A lot of players in 21, 22 points, so very difficult for him.
There is a chance he makes it into day 2, but historically, no one has ever been able to salvage that situation and then go on into a finals. So YBY1 already starting off in a very rough position. It's probably Fast 9 only tomorrow for YBY1, so if you like that play, definitely tune in.
If there's anybody that's really good at it, it is YBY1.
For sure. Fastest mechanics out in the west, but of course, out in the east, but Bensack somehow.
For sure.
Even faster.
Bruh, who at level 10 is still not going to beat this Aurelion Soul. Oh my god.
But how
to avoid him? Yeah, he has the double, so it's 50-50 here.
They got
And
some
gets the
more
ace,
scores
so-
coming
oh my
in.
God. It's just too much damage. You don't have time here for the Vex to ramp up. And Bensack will take away here Bro, and if Soju manage to maintain himself alive, even against a Ghost, this could be a 2nd place. He played very well here, good tempo. Bro still out. He should be out.
Unit kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. They're
So you do
both dead.
double kill for Bensack, Aurelion Sol, 3-star.
Oh,
So you
man.
playing humble TFT with the LeBlanc getting a great 2nd place.
So, I wonder if Soju is happy about that 2nd place, or like, how dare this Aurelion Soul 3
Yeah,
get
I think that's
I
what
think he's happy and he's saying,
aligned
why
with.
they laughing? Why they laughing at the Ace 3 for free?
Look at his board. This is actually pretty insane. He's actually playing 2 Voyager units you typically don't see on the end game state for these AP flex boards, Aurora and the Galio being there. So just playing whatever he can and getting over the hump
and
to
I
level
know.
9. I feel like
I
Soju,
know that
probably played the
makes us
best
happy.
spot here, just getting it to that 2nd place.
I see our analysts
Amia
very
on
excited
top.
over there, so I can't wait to hear from them. But for now, we'll go ahead and look over to Lobby 2 that is still
Oh.
ongoing and completing, so we'll see where this finishes.
Oh, okay,
Delme
this
right
is
now in first
Upset
place
Max
with
and
51
Along's.
HP,
Along,
but it's very,
Along
very
with
close.
another top 4
At the bottom
finish.
table, Upset Max and
With a
Along
4
right
win
now,
streak,
both
might be
in
able
danger
even
of getting
to
eliminated.
repeat the win here.
And with already confirmed 4th place here for Alon, Clement, you were mentioning, Nanande is the leader in record with 40 points, so he already has 40 points. If he does 4th or better, we'll have a record for day 1 point.
Oh,
Can he
Along
get a
is getting
3rd?
eliminated.
Can he at least get eliminated at 3rd place? Can we have a new record holder?
No!
He died. He
It would
died.
have been so
he ties
close.
with Nanda back from set 13 into the arcane
Upset
here.
Max
That's
on
how
the
long
1
it took for someone to
HP.
actually crack a 40 bomb
Huge.
at attack round.
Okay, let's look at the
40 is
scores with her
still
right now.
incredible and very impressive. Along should be at the top of the standings
Yep.
at the end of it. And congratulations on such a successful day. We still have a
with
couple of extra
21,
fights to be had here in stage
getting at
6
least
of
6
this 6th
points.
game. Yalmate, Chi2X, and Upset Max all within it. But Chi2X on a pretty hot win streak right now.
This is his type of game. When you offer him multiple prismatics, Chitu is the guy to find the highest cap possible.
think
He's the
Q-
checkmate master, the 3 times regional winner. And
is his
his
name.
motto is, if you don't plan on high rolling, why are you even playing?
Q-Tux?
That is a great
That's-
philosophy.
I love that.
I
to
think that
pilot
might
these lines.
be
That's how you know you're having
Kicking-
fun.
Mm.
High rolling
picking
is
out
fun.
this
It is.
bubble
Vanguard,
players,
so the front line holding
Conda
strong,
and
Bard doing
YBY1.
the lifting here in the DPS and
man.
damage. Going up against Diamen, who's playing a Kindred still together with a Fast 9 composition. Has a Grave.
Velvet 3.
Yeah, it's Velvet 3 without the Jinx 3 and has a Grave to improve the damage. So very well. And the Grave's access to the backline directly.
Ooh.
And it's the melee one.
Wow, I mean, so it's just destroying things. So T2X takes a big hit here. Upset Max is going to be facing a Ghost.
on the other side. Looks like was
Well, I'm
successful.
down for an
so
upset
this
max
is
win.
Still
I'm
two-horse
here
race.
for it.
Kind of a
Two-star
throwback special
Sona.
from G2. That's actually going to be the assault frame with grav boosters. So it increases the chances. You can just zoom around into the back line here.
Okay.
We will have to see the positioning for upset max going up against Diaomei. G2 would look. Diaomei might be the strongest board. Sorry, I got confused on
said
which board
G2.
it was. It was the Nova board with the Graves right there. And then Upset Max has to play him. Let's see that Graves, if he can get around this Riven into the back line.
Oh, but it's actually getting surrounded and it's dead. So now there's going to be access to that Kindred in the back. And those stacks aren't going to be stacking up enough as the Riven ends up getting it. Look at Upset Max. Cannot believe his eyes that he ended up winning this fight and getting the positioning.
W.
I built up
One
all that
of
hype
many.
for the grass boosters, and it was
Baby
gone in like 2
steps.
seconds.
We can do
Clement,
it.
that has been your caster curse today, is you get so excited about something and then we see it fall on its face.
Yeah, T2 also gets knocked down in 3rd place, but
It has to
this
happen to
should be enough
someone.
points for him to go on to day 2. Still on the lower end, I would say. A 27 day 1, 27-point day 1 finish.
Oh my, so many Blitzcranks.
4 Blitzcrank here, just trying to block any possibilities here for the Diaomei. Obviously, Upset Max playing around that Blitzcrank together with the Space Rook to try to pop off. And Diaomei just trying to block it directly.
Much better positioning this time.
Not
He
even one
shields
Blitzcrank for Upset
he's
Max.
a 4.
Just one in
No,
the
he's
bench.
2. He's 2.
Yeah, he's lacking 1.
4 out of the
Oh,
pool
once
now,
again,
but
access
look.
to the backline from the Riven immediately going into the Kindred. Kindred's out.
Yeah, but the Graves is alive longer this time and is actually going to end up taking out the left side of the board. And so there are a lot more units left to actually try to burst down from this Nami. It's one more to fall, and it's still going to be another win for Upset Max. He's stringing these together.
I have to say, both of these fights felt like they could have been turned around by positioning. Kindred dropping as one of the first 2 units in both fights seems a little bit egregious.
He might have to change here the Shen sword or try to make something different in positioning. Probably in the last second will be the change. And of course, Max will try to respond to that.
Yeah.
This is huge. He actually gets an edge of
But
9
where-
onto the
'cause
Shen. So the
we're
Shen
playing
can
the
res
Shepherds
back
over there,
again and then
right?
just take a lot of aggro
I
into this
can't remember.
composition. Once again, he's trying to shield his Graves and finally moves the Kindred. Thank you. Moves the Kindred away from harm's way.
not.
Let's see if this is enough. It should be. Once he gets those additional resets, that's a lot of additional attack speed for the Graves. But the Graves is running right up against the Riven right here. Which carry is going to take
The Nami is
other
not
one
stunned,
out?
not
Looks
being
like the Graves is
targeted, and
now
Graves is
working
moving.
on that Riven. 2 shots. The buckshots go through, and grav boosters. The tech wins.
Finally get to see it pay off, and a big win for Diaomei. A great and valiant effort, though, by Upset Max, leading the charge for the Americas right now. 27 points, increased now by 7 from that 2nd place.
Also, a composition that's very difficult to navigate. He played around the Graves, the melee Graves that you mentioned, Clement, didn't have the Jinx, so it was not easy. And we saw it in the
probably
expression. He
hear
was happy.
from
He was
Makes and
"Okay, I made it here.
Gangly."
Amazing. And at first place, I signed
And
that.
then
I love it.
Close
It's
it
been so
out.
nice to be able to watch all of the games that
I
we
think
have had
that-
on the main stage. And I know our analysts are buzzing, so now we get
Okay,
to
yeah.
hear from them. What did you all watch out there?
Okay, remember what I spoke to you guys about the last time we talked?
No.
The heavy is the crown.
Okay,
Now,
yes.
that was Bra who, this time around, not in this lobby, but there were 2 players who played heavy is the crown, and they went 6-7. But that's not the big story here. Sorry, I had
Thank
to.
you, Gangly.
But that's not the big story here because all of your pick'ems are ruined. What did you pick for lowest HP win?
I said 6
1.
HP.
1.
6 HP?
I think I did
I
3.
usually go single digits.
2.
Like I go 1 as well.
It's always 1, yeah.
Always 1. It
Always
is 1.
one?
Title! All takes the lobby with a single HP and a dream on Space Boost. It was a soul as a god, so all of our players were scrambling for
Mr.
emblems.
100 and
some
1
of them
HP win?
unfortunately got caught in the crossfire.
was that
Conda
100 one?
unable to escape the clutches from elimination. Took an 8th place. Wasn't good enough, but another America's favorite was in that lobby, and that was Dish. I was watching, and I was checking if he can make it and put some distance between him and that elimination bracket. And he played a really interesting game because he was on that Primordian, and I thought he was going to play Jinx. Then Sappho somehow had a Jinx 3, so he wasn't playing Jinx. He instead plays around a Misfortune. Then you think, okay, we might be playing Challengers. We have that Misfortune on level 8. And the next time I looked at the board, there were 5 Nova, Sniper, Kindred, plus Azaya and a Morgana. Just a nice little assembly of units that we usually don't see together, but it was good enough to bring him into that 4th place, which should put him in a safe position.
Makes it some really fun
be.
stories to tell you all. Clement, I want you to know, I was doing this for you. I was like, we gotta watch Ironbog because he's sitting at the bottom. He's one of my favorite players of all time. I know Clement loves him.
I'm ready. Give me the story.
He needed a 3rd place finish to get to that 21 points, get
tough.
around the elimination. Great line selection. I want to play Jinx. This is what you do when you're looking for that top 3. And this is where it got dicey. Stage 3 comes around. When you're playing around this, you really want to be able to get your Jinx items on stage 3. Instead, he ends up with all of his melee bruiser items, your Akali and Belveth, which are strong. The problem is it's very hard to streak all of stage 3. You run into one strong frontliner and you can't get through it. He wasn't able to streak through stage 3. He just ran out of gas, and unfortunately, Ironbog went out in 6th place. But the other 2 players I was watching, VCLF was one of the other lower tier, or one of the players with lower points going into that game. And he was playing a very risky game alongside Darthnub. One was playing Expedition, VCLF. Darthnub was playing Anima. Darthnub was able to get the 400 cash. VCLF was able to get his full Expedition cash out and play Mecha Asol. VCLF found his top 4, secured his spot in the tournament. He's going to be moving on. And Darthnub won the game. Which we saw going into that game. Hwanmie was sitting in the top 8. That means with Darthnub winning this, I don't know exactly where he is on the standings, we might have 2 previous TAC Crown winners sitting in the top 8 right now.
Well, it's not the only thing that's crazy on
It
the
is.
standings.
It's Tidal and
I'll only
Darthnub.
take one more thing, because you guys were talking about the 40 bomb and how exciting it is that we now have another player on those 40 points. Well, I'm here to tell you, we don't have just one. We have 2 players on 40 points. You'll see.
Exciting.
You'll see in the standings.
But I want to know now.
Well, you'll find out.
Okay, well, I guess we will. Thank you so much for telling us all the other happenings in our lobbies. As we wrap up our day, now that these 6 games have concluded, we are going to take a look at the standings. And the first page you see are going to be the faces we say goodbye to on this day. And it's a heartbreaking one.
Oh, that went by really fast.
That was really quick. So Kaiwing does bubble over Honda.
Has also been knocked
my
out.
God,
Psycho
that's
as well.
huge.
The French and the TW servers both losing a
Okay.
lot of players
I mean,
here.
not
And here
good
are your
for-
players that made it through. Kaiwing on 1 point over the
Okay, now we're
bridge
back to
does
the
survive. We're
place
going
that we're
back
saying
to
goodbye.
the last
Not good
graphic to just
for-
say goodbye to some of these heavyweight
gonna
players.
lower them a
AQ1H,
little bit now.
Ironbog.
Not the greatest for Domino's pick'ems, and not mine either. I think I had Tartman, Steppy in mine, and Pepoglad and Conda in Domino's. So if you haven't done your pick'ems yet,
Who also have Obsidian and Soil. I mean, the player
go do them. Go do them and go check out the video that we played earlier at the beginning of the broadcast, and it's also up on our YouTube now, where Domino and I did our pick'ems together.
Actually barely missing out on that elimination, 21 points.
Dish Soap going around in
The eliminations are going to come
27th.
through quick and fast tomorrow, so you don't have a lot of room for error. As we continue to work up through the standings, though, we will see that Dish Soap is still in the game, has a chance to be able to get the triple crown. And we are
The
also not going
chance-
to see
the chance
Hwanmie on
does
this page, so it
exist.
looks like he might have finished with an even better run today.
Yeah, was top 8 in the previous Game 5 when we saw him. But does
Okay.
move down to 12 positioning. So did take a bit of a loss here. Lisa also falling out of the top 8. But we got K3 Soju moving up the rankings. It was hovering about 17, 19 position right now. But after that second place, now up to 32 points. Is it?
And here's our top
it's
8.
Jetusaur that got the second
Whoa.
40 bomb. I now see why Makes is very happy about this. EMEA having a great day so far with Jetusaur. And while we did lose 4 APAC players, Clement, we got 3 on this first page.
Is this the first time we don't have a single CM player in the top 8 after day 1?
They are not in the top 8, but there were like 9 in the top 24.
Oh,
so
that's
it's like
true.
in the
Yeah.
next and the previous slide, I saw a lot of CN. So
There's
even though they're not
20
in the
to
top,
23.
they are very scary to get there.
Yes, absolutely. Well,
Is all
it's been a
CN.
fantastic day of competition. But we do have an interview with one of our top competitors of the day, Who, on the line with us. It's so good to have you. Congratulations on your performance today. How are you feeling being at your first Tactician's crown?
I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, I was feeling like the most confident I've been like going into a tournament. Even though it's like the TAC round, like playing against some of the best players in the world, I think like I know that I have the ability to perform and like play well against these guys. Like I've been scrimming pretty much all week, so I think I had a good read, and luckily I think the variance was pretty on my side today. So hopefully it goes well tomorrow as well.
Fingers crossed, 37 points definitely sets you up for success. But, Bra, I want to actually talk to you a little bit about your path to get here. Because at the Americas Regional Finals, we didn't see you in the final lobby, but we saw that 9th place was good enough once those slots ended up actually rolling down, since we saw Soju and Darthnub in that finals, that you got to go to the TAC crown. Are you missing out at all not being able to have played that final lobby for regional finals? Or are you just like, okay, no, I'm going to show up and show out here at TAC crown?
I definitely was like a little bit disappointed that I didn't make it to the final lobby. I think if I played better, I definitely could have, but I was at least like consoled by the fact that I made it to Worlds. And I think for me, like that's really the main goal. I think nobody really cares if you go like 4th or 5th, like in regionals, but if you do well at Worlds, I think that's a lot better. And I'm just gonna keep trying my best.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the preparation going into this? You've been able to watch several Tacticians crowns now, but now finally being here yourself, what did that prep process look like outside of doing all of the scrims leading up to this weekend?
Honestly, I think I did most of my prep like going into regionals, and it's the same patch, so I think my read going into regionals was pretty good, but I think I just needed some more reps on some of the games. So this past week, I've pretty much exclusively been scrimming. I haven't honestly been doing too much VOD review or like stats review. I think most of the stuff has pretty much been the same. But I think for me, it's just like getting more reps on some of the comps that I was less familiar with.
So what are some of those comps? Can you clue us in a little bit in terms of things that you expected to have to play at this event, or things that you feel like might have cropped up after some learnings during all of the regional finals that took place?
I guess one of the comps that I think is probably the best in the game right now is like 5 Shepherd LeBlanc. At regionals, or like going into regionals, I hadn't actually played a single game of it. So even though I knew it was the best comp in the game, like I wasn't that prepared for it, and so I think I didn't like execute the comp as well as I wanted to. But basically in scrims, I was playing LeBlanc like maybe like 40 to 50% of my games, just to like kind of test the limits of it. I don't even remember if I played it today, but just sort of getting a better understanding of the comp, which is like the most meta comp in the game, really helped me get a lot more confidence.
The day is a blur, and I know it's very early for you, so I'm sure the details are going to be a bit fuzzy. But if you think about the competitors that you've played against, have there any players that you've been excited to actually get a chance to play or surprised by?
I want to get the chance to play against Tidal. I don't think I got to play against him today, but I think like watching him in some of the earlier sets and sort of the runs that he's gone on, I think the guy's like such a legend. Like he probably the GOAT of TFT. So being able to play against him on the world stage would be really cool. Also, I think I played against Soju quite a few times, and I think he's been like doing really well. So I know I play against him in TPC and stuff, but I hope that he continues to do well and hopefully makes final lobby as well.
I have a question from one of our analysts.
Yeah, bro, congratulations on a great day. Compete TFT is memeing that every time you win, they would add a bro to your name. So if you want them to make it easier for us, is there a way that you like to be called? Maybe a little shorter? Is there something you can give us?
Honestly, I don't really have anything like. A lot of people actually told me I should change my name because it's so difficult to like refer
Please
to my name.
change your name.
So that's a work in progress, but I don't have
Okay, let
anything
us
for you
know.
now. Sorry.
Okay.
How about just bruh?
Bruh
Because
who?
I feel like we've
Yeah, sure.
been shorthanding to that a couple of times, but we would like your blessing for it moving forward.
Yeah, you can go with that for now. I'll think of something.
Okay, well, before we let you go and get some rest, is there any final shout outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, I would maybe want to shout out like my study group mates. So I've been studying a lot with the Brownies recently. And then also like my other study group. So it's like 149 CM, Ready, Crazy Cat, a bunch of other people. Also just want to shout out like all my friends who are like supporting me. I know it's like pretty early in the morning, so a lot of my friends like woke up just to sort of support me and watch me. And also want to thank like my parents because I feel like I'm a full-time student, but I'm also kind of not doing anything right now. I'm kind of just like full chud maxing, but I'm kind of pursuing this TFT thing. And they're pretty supportive of it, even though they don't really understand what TFT is or really any of it. And they're totally okay with it, so I just really want to shout them out.
Well, it is summer break right now, too, so you may as well go all in and all out. Bra, thank you so much for your time speaking with us, and good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
W interview.
I was going to say congratulations and then good luck, and then it kind of just like jumbled, and now it's just,
Good luck tomorrow.
yeah,
Good
good
enough,
luck
good enough.
tomorrow. That's it.
Wow, I'm just so impressed by the youngsters coming out of the woodwork this time around in Attack Round. We have
They
4
are
players in the top 8
youngsters
that have
indeed.
never participated in Attack Round. Along, Steelo of Bora, which we just had that great talk with Bruh, as I will now refer to him. And of
It's
course,
bra forever. If you weren't going to ask that, Hupe-san, I was.
Okay.
So.
Just in case.
Yeah.
And Upset Max also.
Yeah, there are 4
Yep,
players that
Upset
we've
Max.
never heard before. I think TFT esports ecosystem is alive and well. We have so many
Yes,
new players
agreed.
coming in just this set from tier 2 to suddenly just potentially snatch the crown.
Also, they put in the hard work. We saw Bro, and he wasn't surprised. He was, I put the work. I know I can compete against the best. And that's not a guy that would you say he's overconfident. He actually put in the work. He has a great study group and actually making it happen here. Playing difficult line, going fast 9, playing aggressive, and amazing that he has the result that he's giving.
Yeah, it's been an amazing day of competition. Only
it
6
has.
games, and we still have 2 more full days. Tomorrow, you're not going to want to miss it because we are going to cut this field of competitors from 32 all the way
Ooh,
down
Dev
to
drop
8,
tomorrow,
who will
too.
finally play out that grand finals on Sunday. And you're not going to want to miss tomorrow because we're also going to be revealing the dev drop for set 18 and other fun announcements. So thank you so much for tuning in today, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Tactician's Crown for Space Gods.
All right, bye, Necra. That's gonna do it for the main broadcast. How exciting! I had a really fun time, and I'm super thankful to Domino who came and hang out for a little bit before having to jump off. Thank you everyone in chat, Radish, Laura, hi, Chippy, who was also stopping by. Don't forget to type in chat if you are here, if you are lurking, because when we do have codes for doing these co-streams, we are handing them out to our chatters who support us by being present and again uplifting the community that we have. So that's gonna do it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow. It's gonna be me, so sorry I don't have much to say on the analyst side, but I do have still pretty passionate about these players and about the ecosystem in general. So very excited to continue doing this tomorrow and again on Sunday. That's gonna do it for me, and we'll see you later. Yeah. Bye bye.